up, everybody? I hope that everyone is having an amazing morning, evening, afternoon, whatever it is in your time zone. It is Saturday, March 29th, 2025. We are live and alive, at least that's how it feels to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer. Trapped in a cyber brain and body, like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, whenever, and whatever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant not so distant. What am I talking about? It's the cyber future now. Oh my god, chat. Oh my god. Oh my god. Now let me get a little bit more of this delicious soy milk. Chat, I'm starting to like this instant coffee. I don't know why. It's not supposed to be good, right? That's the bad kind of coffee. Why is it warm? Why is it too warm? Oh my god. Here we go. Button to make it cold in here, I guess. Yeah, I haven't been too hot, surprisingly, so I'm getting questions from chat, questions about Thailand, questions about the earthquake that I was in. Instant coffee is getting expensive here. That's what I used to drink before swapping it out for like instant coffee or just coffee in general. But Thailand's kind of warm. I'll be totally honest with you, right? It's been about 100 degrees most days here. It's not as bad as you would think though. Maybe because I spent a good portion of my I've spent, you know, a good portion of my youth in Arizona, so as long as it's not hot and humid, I'm okay. And it hasn't been too humid. And it hasn't been too hot for me, so I've been alright. I've been adapting. The earthquake was wild, but I didn't feel it. I don't know, I kinda wish I had. You know why? Because it's like, here's the deal. And this is weird. I'm sure I've been in more earthquakes than just this, like, right? I've been in areas that get earthquakes on the regular. And I just don't ever remember being like, oh, earthquake, wow, right? I haven't had that experience yet. Of like, why is the earth shaking? Oh yeah, that's because it's an earthquake. Right? I was in a car and I didn't feel anything. I did not perceive the earthquake. Yeah, humidity is the worst. Yeah, sorry for the lack of a thumbnail today, chat. We do have some more content that we didn't quite get done, I think, on Thursday in terms of what's going on at TYT, which is not good for TYT. I mean, it's Cenk Uygur just basically throwing a tantrum. Like, asked, you know, Francesca Fiorentinni asked for her show, asked, can I take my show off the network, right? You know, we don't agree, can I have my show? And Jake was like, oh sure, you can have your show. And it's almost like, you know, somebody, like your kid comes and says, hey, I'm here to get my things, I'm moving out. And I don't know, you throw shit at them. Or so, you know what I mean? He's like, oh yeah, you know, you can have your shit, you can have your show, right? You can have the Bituation Room. And also your band, you're banned from the TYT network. Right? He's just got to go that extra mile. Yeah, solidarity for the victims of the earthquake. It was really bad in Myanmar. I have earthquake FOMO. No, it's different. The fear I have is that when I'm really in an earthquake, I'm not gonna react correctly, because there's things you're supposed to do. There's things that you're supposed to do, right? If you're in a structure, and you can get out, you're supposed to get out. If you can't get out, you're supposed to find a desk to go under, or saving that, maybe a doorway. You can stand in a doorway. Well, the best thing you could do though is to get out, to get fully out of the structure that you're in and go somewhere where nothing can fall on you, right? That's the smart thing to do. That's the best place to be, right? And so that's what I'm worried, is that, like, I just kind of want to get the earthquake experience over with, so that it's not weird to me, it's not novel, and that I'm sure, like, I know what to do. Ben and TYT can't get abused anymore. They got no motion. As Hassan has said, they got no motion. Drink a milkshake when there's an earthquake just to calm down? Wait, what kind of milkshake, Shadow Files? Do you know of a milkshake that calms you down? Does such a milkshake exist? I'm sure there's, like, additives to the milkshake that you could get that might calm you down. The last earthquake I experienced knocked me off my feet, but yeah, that's the other thing too, is there's different ways you can get hurt in an earthquake, right? The most obvious thing is from shit falling on top of your head, including the ceiling. The ceiling will fall, right? The ceiling can fall, the ceiling can hurt you. But another way to get hurt is if you get knocked on your, if you get knocked down, right? If you get knocked down and you hit your head, you can get hurt. A chocolate smoothie, a THC, a thei smoothie. I'm sorry, Ray, we gotta say THC and thei, because that's what Sam Cedar has decreed. You know, I would love to get some chocolate milk though. Some chocolate soy milk would be good. But right now we got the high calcium soy milk going on. I'm just eating. I'm happy to find stuff that I can actually eat, because like half of the stuff here I don't even know what's in it. And I got some dietary restrictions to worry about. But yeah. So yeah, we're gonna be talking about Daily Wire and Jeremy Boring. Jeremy Boring has left the Daily Wire. I'm trying to track down
Daily Wire co-CEO Jeremy Boring steps down. Axios.
There we go. All right, let's find that. Thank you, PBD. That's very helpful. Axios. Let's find this Axios article. Daily Wire. Daily Wire eyes growth investment in 2025. What? Oh, this is from December 10th. Here we go. Exclusive. Daily Wire co-CEO Jeremy Boring to step down. Wait, are you apologizing for saying for not saying THC? No, I just gotta make sure that I say THC and Sebede. Can you find Vitasoy? Vitasoy is pretty good. Super popular Asian brand. I haven't seen it so far. I got Lactosoy over here. Is he the guy that got his wife's face tattooed on his arm? Is that a joke, Lizzie? Because if so, it's a pretty good joke. Rave, I don't remember your apology yesterday or you needing to apologize for anything, but can't remember if they make chocolate flavors. I think they do. What's up, Joel? They are great soy drinks, a lot of sugar, so probably not so healthy. That's what makes them so delicious, though. That's what makes them so damn delicious. No, I'm eating good over here. I mean, like, I had a meal that was completely... I've had several meals that were just completely comprised of fruit. Right? Sometimes that's all you can find, but one of them was really good. Has anybody ever tried jackfruit? I like rice or coconut milk. Oh, you were joking. Okay, I thought so. I called it right. Multiple very true allegations regarding Ethan Klein and a realistic Hassan mask. I remember that was funny. That was funny. I mean, there's something going on there. Glad you're eating well now. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't say eating well, but I just because food is so hard to come by, I haven't been eating too much. I guess I've been regulating my intake, just because like it's so sort of limited in terms of being able to find stuff to eat. So in other words, I haven't been eating unhealthy. So stuff like having a little bit of sugar in my soy milk is not a problem. Jackfruit is bomb in flatbread. Oh, you're talking about the unripe. Yeah. So Rave is talking about, so like, look, jackfruit, when it ripens, it's a bit, okay, first of all, it's a big fruit. If I was holding a jackfruit in my hands, you wouldn't be able to see it all. It would be covering up everything. It would be taking up the entire screen because it's so damn big. It's huge. Jackfruit is huge, all right? And, you know, you get in there and it smells like juicy fruit. It smells and tastes like juicy fruit. It's sweet. It's delicious. It is probably my favorite food. Probably like my favorite food of all times. What does it taste like? It tastes like juicy fruit, kind of. If you imagine a combination of mango, durian, pineapple. What else? Yeah, kind of mango. It's like if mango and durian and pineapple had like a baby, and then the baby was juicy fruit flavored. Ethan got caught watching all of Hassan's bathtub streams. Does he have bathtub streams? Just asking for a friend, chat. Clearly just asking for a friend. I gotta know. Where are these bathtub streams of Hassan? My friend wants to know. But anyway, I got basically how do I describe it? Like a styrofoam tray filled with jackfruit and wrapped with plastic. Never heard of jackfruit before, but it sounds delicious. Think you could use jackfruit to make fake meat? Oh yeah, sorry, Lizzie, I was getting to that because somebody else said this too. So that's the ripe kind, was what I was describing. You could also use unripe or underripe jackfruit, and what you do with that is you pickle it, right? You put it in like a saltwater brine, and you pickle it, and it essentially takes on the consistency and texture of pulled pork. So like barbecue pulled pork kind of stuff. And yeah, you can flavor it with barbecue sauce, which people often do. And I think, I don't know, is it one of those things that fools meat eaters? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if a meat eater would be fooled. Like it's hard to fool a meat eater, right? It's hard to give somebody something, especially something that is fruit, and be like, here, enjoy this meat, and for them to be like, oh, that is delicious pork. Where did you get it? And you're like, right off the tree. Am I traveling? I'm taking a permanent vacation. How about that? Permanent vacation from the United States of America. Let's just put it that way. But yeah, anyway, jackfruit when it's unripened is a pretty decent substitute for pulled pork or just any kind of like shredded meat kind of stuff. I don't think you can fool meat eaters. Yeah, you might be able to, like, there's some fake meats that are made out of soy that are like high tech and stuff. Brick's degree of jackfruit is much more dramatic than pineapple. The brick scale? Are you talking about the sugar? Like the amount of like sugar? Where's Brick's? I'm gonna miss the 1,000-year cyber Bernie empire? You think so? I like to think of substitutes as their own thing. When I was eating meat, I'd often go a black bean sweet potato patty. Ooh, with tahini? That actually sounds really good. Yeah, I mean, I'm like that too. Right? I think it's people that like, look, if you grew up on meat, you know, like I did, right? When you first switched to eating not meat, like you might not feel okay, like, you know what I mean? And like there's something that you need, that gestalt of like, you know, I got my rice, I got my vegetables, I got my fruit, I got my, you know, soy milk, but I also need something that's kind of like a meat. I need something that's like a steak or like a burger, right? A lot of people are like that. A lot of people need that. They need something that you know, otherwise it's going to be too different than their normal diet, right? So, you know, I try to respect that, you know, for some people, like, you know, some people with every intention of not eating meat because they care about animals, it's hard to actually do it. And they go back because, oh, you know what? The biggest thing is the social pressure, actually, right? Like if you stop eating meat and then your friends are like, hey, let's go out and get something to eat. And you're like, cool, yeah, let's go out and get something to eat. And somebody's like, oh, you know what? They're the steakhouse, right? The steakhouse is right there. I love the steakhouse. And you either got to be the asshole that is like, hey, I'm not going to find anything to eat at the steakhouse. Could you please give a fuck about me? You got to be that asshole. Or you got to just be like the nice vegetarian that is like, no, yeah, there's some really delicious salads there. And I love eating salad. Salad is great. I'm totally fine with salad. Don't worry about me, folks. Don't concern yourself. Right? Because, yeah, so I mean, like, that can be hard, but yeah, you know, I mean, just adapting, just for your own, you know, feeling full, feeling like you've had enough to eat. Some people like need like something that simulates meat. I don't really feel like that. I eat a lot of beans, I eat a lot of tofu, I eat a lot of whatever, but I do understand that some people really appreciate the what is it, the Beyond Beef, the Impossible Burger, that kind of stuff. I grew up without meat, then immediately started eating it when I moved out of my mom's house. After a time, that gets less needed. Yeah, if you're, you know, it's just like, yeah, psychology of food is wild. Yeah, it is kind of psychological, right? I don't know why I said gestalt, but yeah, it kind of implies that. I taught my girlfriend using smaller plate for the same meal makes you feel like you ate more. That is a thing. That is really a thing. Yeah. Like the plate kind of sets you up for like, this is how much I'm gonna eat. It's hard for Mexicans. I grew up with carne asada. I mean, it's probably hard for everyone. I grew up with barbecue. But it is harder if there's like less of a, I don't know, vegetarian culture in your country, right? Like Mexico City, probably pretty easy to find vegan stuff. Other places in Mexico, maybe not so much. Just like LA, you know, if you want to find a place that just exclusively serves vegan food, you can. Or even a restaurant that doesn't serve exclusively vegan food, but that has like one dish, right? You can do that. But if you go to like, I don't know, some small town in Michigan or Indiana, it might be way harder. I sympathize with social isolation. I can't eat gluten. Oh god, that's so hard, MC. I actually can't eat gluten either. I can't eat gluten. Yeah, I don't know what it is about it, but right, chat, but like, I used to get these weird reactions where my eye would flare up. It's like the most horrible thing in the world, because right, I wouldn't be able to see straight out of one of my eyes, right? And it would turn red, and it would get inflamed, and I'd have to put steroid drops in my eyes. And it stopped happening when I stopped eating gluten. I don't know what it is. It doesn't, like, it's not anything I've ever read about or heard about. It doesn't, like, it's not like, you know, I tell the doctor and the doctor's like, oh, well, you've got blah, 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 right? But it just, you know, seems to be, if I avoid gluten, that I am not having these weird health problems that I do when I eat gluten. Being a former chef too, I judge restaurants based on their vegetarian options. Shows how much they care about patrons. Oh, okay, so overall, it's a good celiac? I don't think so, because it's not that, like, if you're, wait, correct me if I'm wrong, but celiac disease, you gotta avoid stuff that is made in a, like, factory that also does gluten. Yeah, gluten is not, I don't think it's bad for most people. I don't think there's a problem with it for most people. You know, it's not like gluten makes you gain weight or is like inherently unhealthy or like contributes to heart disease or anything like that. But for some people, it can. Yeah, with celiac, it's this what is it called? Like gliadin. Indicator of how much thought went into the menu. That I could see that. Really grateful that there are a lot of Indian people in my city, so there's some vegan stuff from the Indian side. Nice, yeah, there's some Indian restaurants I need to check out as well. Beans are awesome. Rice is God's gift to man. Rice is delicious. Oh my god, chat, I've had some really good rice out here. Like, there's this stuff called berry rice, which I think is just, I think it's just like, it's either just purple rice or it's purple rice combined with like white rice, but the rice turns purple. All of the rice turns purple, and it's got like a weird like sweet taste to it as well. And I've really been enjoying that. Sometimes you have to avoid things made in the same factory. Yeah, that's what I'm saying about people with celiac. That's some serious shit. That is some serious shit. I'm glad I don't have that, because like I've never had an issue. Like, for instance, eating oats, right? Oats, unless you get them specifically gluten-free, right? Unless you find some, like, you know, I don't know, and they're kind of expensive too, right? Oats are gonna usually be made on the same equipment as some wheat, right? So if you have celiac, those oats might not be okay for you. Those oats might still trigger the same thing as the wheat did. So I mean, that's way tougher to deal with than what I've got going on. And I still don't know what it is. It's the weirdest thing, right? You know, it's just that, like, sometimes my immune system decides that a protein in my iris is actually a pathogen. It's actually, you know, an illness. It's a thinks it's a bacteria or something like that, and so my immune system will actually attack my eye, make it get inflamed, and make it impossible for me to see straight out of one of my eyes. So, and I mean, like, it's not unheard of. Like, there's a name for that specific kind of inflammation, but the kind of you know, the phenomenon that we're talking about, where your own body's immune system attacks your body, non-self-recognition, that is fairly rare. Although maybe not as rare as it used to be. Diagnosed with a gluten sensitivity when I was a kid in the 90s. The food was so bad back then, I was willing to be sick rather than continue that diet. After only 1 year, luckily I was fine. I don't think most things in American eating habits are just really weird for some reason. See, here's the thing, Davi, they are, but not for the reason, if you're going for the reason that like, oh my gosh, we eat a whole lot of bread, that's super weird. No, that's not super weird. That's super normal. Like, right? A grain-based diet is super normal because grain is like the easiest thing to make per calorie. Like, I mean, it may not jibe with what humans were eating in the Paleolithic period, but most of those caveman diets are bullshit anyway, right? So you know, around the world, even in, you know, like, I'm not talking about cultures like India that do, or China that have some kind of like abstention, some kind of a tradition of abstention of meat somewhere in the culture, right? I'm talking about just like anywhere, right? You know, places they eat meat when they got meat, but it's hard to, it's very expensive to make, right? Think about this, right? One kind of food, you grow it in the ground. Another kind of food, you grow something in the ground, you feed that to this thing over and over and over again. You give water to this thing, you take care of this thing, you make sure this thing doesn't get eaten by wolves and stuff like that. And then finally someday, when you have a guest come over, or you know what I mean, you want to impress somebody, you kill this thing and you eat it, right? That shit's expensive, right? So in terms of like the basis of the diet, yeah, having grains, tubers, some kind of carbohydrate is the basis of your diet. It's not abnormal, and that's not what's weird about the American diet. What's weird about the American diet is like the abundance, you know? You take something like, you know, look at like subsidies, right? The subsidies are on grains, but why are they there? They're there to make like the meats cheaper. The subsidies are on feed, right? And so since we subsidize feed, we can make meat artificially cheap where it's like, oh no, we eat this every day. No. Every meal except for breakfast, and sometimes breakfast too. You know, like, right? If I haven't had meat, that's what's weird about the American diet. That's the aberration, right? Is the amount of animal products that are consumed, because in general, these things would be very expensive and very hard to come by. You'd eat some of them, you know, but most of the time, like, your animal product consumption would be like, oh yeah, the grease from the last thing that we cooked, we're gonna put that on the bread for today, or we're gonna put that in the rice for today, right? We're gonna make that the flavoring. We're gonna put a little bit of bacon or some dried meat in there to flavor it up and stuff like that. But you're not like eating like a whole, you know, you're not like eating a whole piece of chicken or a whole steak or something like that. But yeah, American diet is, you know, just the whole post-World War II thing where the United States was the one country that didn't get economically fucked up. And so Americans kind of had this like run of, you know, just being a fairly wealthy country. A lot of Americans eat too many meals a day. Well, and let's talk about junk food, right? Let's get to where it's really at, right? Because that most people, sometimes you get into this like discourse that's like, you know, we're looking for a villain. We're like, we're either like gonna say, you know, fats are the problem, which is what they used to say during the 80s. You're eating too much fat. We're gonna take the fat out of that. We're gonna give you some fat-free food, and you're gonna be much healthier. And guess what? People weren't, right? And then you got the 2000s and 2010s, and everybody's like, wait a minute, maybe the fat wasn't the problem. Maybe the problem was the sugar, and sugar is a carbohydrate, so let's demonize carbohydrates now. And nobody ever stopped to think that you got more than just macronutrients going on. So it's just a review for everybody. Macronutrients are nutrients that contain, you know, calories, right? And so you got, you know, carbohydrates, you got fats, saturated, unsaturated, mono, unsaturated, you know, trans fats. You got, although they're trying to, you know, cut back on those being in food, you've got omega 3s and omega 6s, right? You got a lot of different kinds of fats, right? And then you've got protein, and protein is the one the one macronutrient that has yet to be demonized. I don't think anybody's ever been like, yeah, let's do like a low protein diet. Even though as far as your protein needs, they're like a lot lower than most people think. When people come in, when there is a pathology that's like, you haven't been getting enough protein, it's called kwashiorkor, and it's almost exclusively seen in people who aren't eating enough food, and people who are starving, right, will come in with kwashiorkor. You don't get a lot of people that are just like, well, I just haven't been eating, I've been eating the fats, I've been eating the carbohydrates, I've been eating the fiber. Oh yeah, one more macronutrient I'll tell you about because it's a fun one, right? So carbs have 4 calories per gram, right? Fats have 9 calories per gram, and there's one more. So carbs, protein is 4 as well. Protein at some level, you know, if you eat it at excess, it kind of turns into carbs anyway. So that's why this whole silly thing about like, you know, demonizing carbohydrates, but proteins are really good for you. No, if you eat too many proteins, you will probably end up, you know, those will become carbohydrates at some point. But there's one more, right? So we got 2 macronutrients with 4, 1 macronutrient with 9, and then 1 macronutrient with 7. And that is alcohol. Alcohol somewhere also a macronutrient. People don't realize that. Alcohol has a decent amount of calories. It has per gram in between the amount that carbs have and the amount that fats have. So it's got 7 calories per gram of calories. Sorry, 7 calories per gram of calories. That doesn't make sense. It's got 7 calories per gram. So yeah, you know, when you're drinking, you're also getting calories from the alcohol. But here's what I was trying to say, right? We're all obsessed with, like, you know, carbs are the enemy, fats are the enemy, protein is good, and nobody ever stops to think of, like, what about more than macronutrients, right? You got your micronutrients. You know about these, right? If you look on a packaged food, you will usually see, and it's hard to see here because this is written in Thai, but you'll see a list of micronutrients, of vitamins, of minerals. You'll see a fiber content, right? You'll see other stuff going on. And that's what we're missing, right? Whether it's carbohydrates or whether it's fat, these things can either be nutrient dense, right? Like kale, you know? Kale's got some carbs in it. It's got a little bit of fat in it, but not much. You know, it's got in droves though. It's got minerals. It's got vitamins. It's got micronutrients, right? So kale is a nutrient dense food. Now you can't feed yourself just on kale because, like I said, it doesn't have many calories. But you know, you've got the nutrient density versus caloric density is maybe the thing that people are losing sight of, and whether it's, you know, junk food carbs or you know, junk food fats, or more likely a junk food that mixes fats with carbs, ice cream, hello, potato chips, hello, right? There's a ton of these. There's a ton of these junk foods that are heavy in carbs, heavy in fats, low in nutrients, right? So, you know, you gotta try to get your, you know, nutrients. You gotta get your vitamins and minerals and all that kind of stuff. And sure, you can take a multivitamin, but there's, you know, a limit to how much you're going to absorb depending on how you take a multivitamin. And so yeah, I think that's what's been lost, right? You've got foods like sugar. Why is sugar bad? It comes from a cane. It comes from a plant, right? That shouldn't be bad. But what we've done is we've taken that plant and we've refined it down to where it's just carbs, right? Oil, right? People will talk about seed oils and be like, oh, the seed oils are gonna, I don't know. I think RFK Jr. is like kind of fixated on seed oils and stuff, right? But what's really bad about the oil is that, you know, you took an avocado, you took an olive, you took a sesame seed, right? And you refined it. And so, you know, you're cutting out not all of, but you're cutting out a lot of the micronutrients that you need. And you've got the and you've got all of the fats or the carbs that you also need. You need calories. You need to eat enough calories to survive. Your body runs on that stuff. But if you're in the United States, Europe, places like a lot of places, you're okay on calories. You're getting enough calories. What you might not be getting enough of is the micronutrients. So I mean, like that's the part about dietary reductivism that I could do without, right? Oh my god, let's try to get this. Sorry, trying to get this. I was just ahead for a second. But yeah, my Tai Chi teacher always taught me that diet is a lot like religion, and it really is. If you try to tell like a person that's into keto that yada yada yada, lower like higher all-cause mortality, which is true about like low carb diets in general, they're not gonna like that. If you try to tell a vegetarian about like watch your B12 levels, they might not like that. They might not like the idea that they've got to do a supplement to for a very necessary vitamin, right? B12 is really important for you. And so it's sometimes you would just start up a argument just by talking about these things. But I try to avoid the argument because I think that generally speaking, right, both sides of the nutrition sort of arguments, but both sides are missing something, right? If you're demonizing fat, if you're demonizing carbs, you're missing part of the picture, a big part of the picture. Anyway, sorry chat, I didn't mean to talk about nutrition. This isn't a nutrition stream, is it? Oh, there's our Daily Wire article. Okay, cool. I got that. Tzatziki goes hard as fuck. Is it like a yogurt-based thing? Yeah, kind of tangy. Everyone must eat the most plain chicken and rice at least 4 days a week. Arizona tea has helped me stay sober. It's loaded with just the right amount of sugar. Brisk gave me a tummy ache. Wait, too much sugar in Brisk or not enough? I'm guessing too much. Medieval Europe, they called the feudal lords goons, beef eaters. Well, they still call the what do they call the Queen's Guard or something? The Royal Guard in England? They're still called beef eaters. The dudes with the hats. They're not allowed to like. My body doesn't process proteins properly, resulting in recurring kidney stones. Okay, so there might be a reason to. Do you have to eat a low protein diet for that? To the point that I developed cancer and lost half a kidney. No animal protein, high carb diet for me now. When I moved to the US, I was really shocked by the cheap, accessible food being the same dairy, processed carbs, and meat. But if you go to Asian bakery, you can find relatively healthy, cheap meals fairly easily. In Latino culture, you would make a light breakfast, then a big meaty meal for lunch, then the leftovers used for dinner, breakfast, lunch, and the next day. Your brain needs carbs. Yeah, your brain does run on sugar. I'm not saying though that people can eat keto diets and it's not like their brain dies off or anything like that. You'll just get the sugar for your brain from a different place. Sometimes from catabolism, sometimes from breaking down your body. Right, your brain, your body can even make sugar out of you if it needs to. Alcohol is a byproduct of consumed sugars. Things can definitely alcohol is a sugar. Well, when we're talking about a sugar as a carbohydrate, it's having 4 grams per 4 calories per gram. It's definitely not a sugar in that sense. But it is, there's definitely metabolic pathways in between sugar and alcohol, hence the process of fermentation. I went to a grocery store with my girlfriend at the time and her nutritionist. It changed the way I look at grocery shopping forever. My bro went keto with his doc to rapidly lose weight. He weighed 290. He got to 90 kilograms and then had to wean off the diet while monitoring blood pressure. Yeah. Well, I mean, the way that the keto diet is implemented is oftentimes, especially considering what it's associated with, right? You know, it sort of traces its lineage back to the Atkins diet, which is a really unhealthy diet. People won't tell you this, and the Atkins family, in fact, I could probably get sued for saying this, but allegedly, chat, Atkins didn't die from... Atkins' death might have had to do with something other than slipping on the ice, right? Yeah. Alexander says, I saw pics of the earthquake. What an entrance you got. Yeah, and I didn't feel it. That's the weirdest thing. I didn't feel the earthquake. But yeah, there's probably more. There's just sorry to tie that bow up on the low-fat diet stuff, or the low-fat diet, the low-carb diet stuff. There are more healthy versions of a low-carb diet than the Atkins diet. Right, that again, my big point with people is that they concentrate on nutrient density. They don't, or at the very least, don't lose sight of it, because that's the thing about dietary reductionism. Whether it's, you know, anti-carb or anti-fat, it generally is just completely neglecting something that's super important to you, which is micronutrients. I couldn't find the phone because my ass was in the way. Atkins diet gave me protein poisoning when I was a kid. Yeah, so the quake was centered in Myanmar, which is not terribly far from where I am. Atkins didn't Epstein himself, right? The recipe for, is that the recipe for tzatziki? As yogurt, dill, and cucumber lemon. Nice. It can cause permanent heart conditions. He had to sign a waiver when he went on the keto diet. Oh, your brother. Beefeater Jen. Yeah, I keep on not feeling earthquakes. I mean, apparently I've been in a number of earthquakes. Just ask my cat if he eats it, then it's good to eat. I mean, I don't know about that. Cats have a very different digestive system than we do, right? It's much shorter. And there are definitely some stuff that your cat can't eat that would be totally fine for you, right? This is the we're going into the Ethan thing again, where he's feeding. What was he feeding his dog? Like cheese or something? 15 carbs per day. Yeah, it's pretty hard. It's pretty difficult. Oh wait, what is this? Charlie Kelly says, I just go with eat everything, not too much, mostly plants. That is, was that Anthony? No, it's not Anthony Bourdain. Who said that? I remember that quote. Was it Anthony Bourdain? No, it wasn't, was it? Michael Pollan. Ah, that's who it was. God, I haven't thought of him in forever. I don't know why I said Anthony Bourdain. Yeah, I don't know if Anthony Bourdain lived by that. My cat is a nutritionist. I don't see a poll. Yeah, chat, like, I haven't been doing a poll for the past few streams. and that is because I'm on my laptop and it's a lot harder to get to things than it normally is, right? But we do have a bonus goal. Bonus goal? Wait, what do we want to call this? Bonus goal. Bonus hole. Oh no, it sounds too much like bonus hole, doesn't it? Atkins died of a heart attack. Look, allegedly. I feel like I could get sued by his family for saying that. They wanted to continue to make money off of his suspect diet advice. Off of his sussy diet advice, right? So the official story is that dude slipped on ice. But, yeah. Like, they didn't want that into the story, right? This guy comes up with a diet, you know, you could lose all kinds of weight on it, and then it turns out, like, he dies of, you know, the most predictable. And this is the thing, is, chat, we're talking about diet heart here. That is, and I hate to break it to some of you, you know, I mean, like, that's not been debunked, right? You know, there definitely was an issue with the sugar lobby, but in terms of just the basic, you know, mechanisms of heart disease, right? Yeah, it does have to do with saturated fat and such, right? And I mean, that's not just, I'm not saying that as like a proponent of you know, one diet over another, but just to tell you that there's a lot of bad pop nutrition advice that's been out there since the, you know, 2000s or so. Cholesterol is a thing that you do have to worry about. If whether, you know, as a marker or as a Ben Rice streams on Twitter. Weightlifter literally eats ground beef and rice all day, every day. He's one of the strongest men in the world, so therefore we must eat what Ben eats. Yeah, that's I always heard he died of a heart attack from his diet. Look, okay, so if I'm not being clear, all right, I suspect the same, right? And in fact, everything that I've looked at points to that Atkins, like, you know, that, like I said, the result, the very predictable result of eating like a high saturated fat diet all your life, right, does seem to be what occurred with Robert Atkins. That being said, his family, like, they got this cash cow. Like, his books are still sold, okay? And the reason that they can do that, the reason that they don't have to reckon with the fact that this diet that this guy was recommending, it, you know, turns out to be bad for you, is that I think they made some other claim, right? I think the family tries to claim that, you know, he died of you know, accident or something like that, right? Because, like, the idea that he died from the most predictable thing you could imagine, which is eating the Atkins diet. Keep ice out of your diet? What? You know, I keep on seeing these commercials that have advice on, like, the temperature of water that you consume. Have you seen this, chat? Like, commercials on YouTube that'll be like, you gotta drink some warm water before bed. And then you'll see other commercials that are saying, drinking warm water before bed causes dementia. You want to drink ice water, or I don't know. And I'm just like trying to imagine, like, just drinking warm water. You really think that drinking warm, like the water being warm, like that's like gonna cause some big change or something? His diet was designed, oh, well, no, that's the one, so Normal by Nature says his diet was designed for epileptic people. It was a specific type of epilepsy. And then it was discovered that weight loss also was a side effect. I almost had to try it before. Okay, so yeah, there is a maybe a protective factor in being in ketosis, right? Which is something that Atkins diet tries to engender, right? You know, the whole thing, and I've done the Atkins diet before, so I can say this, right? The whole thing it's trying to create is a situation where your body is in ketosis, right? And you know, it's an interesting phenomenon, I guess, ketosis. And yeah, it might have some applications when it comes to certain types of epilepsy. But I think there's maybe better ways to get into ketosis than Atkins, right? While I said that a lot of these meat-heavy diets are based on Atkins or trace their lineage to Atkins, there definitely are healthier versions of a low-carb diet than Atkins. Bad pop nutrition advice is as old as capitalism. I had relatives from the South that literally ate butter with a fork. I feel like my grandparents did that. My fitness-obsessed friend swears by eating ground beef, rice, and yogurt with a little bit of salt. You know, I mean, I feel like, you know, diet is kind of a personal thing, right? People find stuff that works for them, and just like exercise, right? You find an exercise that you enjoy doing, right? If you do that, chat, it's one of the most powerful things for your health, right? Still selling Atkins nutrition bars, yeah. Where do you get your protein is one of the most annoying things I would hear in America. I don't know why they're so obsessed. Listen, for Americans, protein is the Highlander, all right? There can only be one, and something's got to die. If you're going to get your protein, something's got to die. And it's not true, obviously. It's not true. A lot of things, a lot of myths around protein, right? There's even a myth for vegetarians that a vegetarian doesn't really get protein unless they eat rice and beans, unless they eat peanut butter and bread, right? Unless they eat, I don't know, like, the whole complete protein thing. And it turns out that your body's a little bit more smart than that. It has reserved amino acids that we're talking about. There are a bunch of different amino acids, some of which are essential. And to make sure that you get them all, you do have to eat a varied diet. So, you know, things like beans and things like rice, if you put them together, they got all the amino acids you eat. That doesn't mean that you have to eat them together. You can eat rice for breakfast and beans for dinner, and your body will be able to store those rice amino acids up for when you eat the, you know, you're going to be able to, you're going to be okay on the complete protein thing. But no, yeah, protein's the Highlander for Americans. That's, are new kids ignored? Wait, what does that mean? Ketosis is that from not eating greens? Ooh, I don't, you might be thinking of ketoacidosis, which is a completely different thing. Not the same. Veggies are all carbs. Carbs are not bad. It's refined sugar. Yeah, well, so I was saying that earlier. Refined foods, I'd say, right, in general, right? Like the you know, look at ice cream, all right? You're gonna take refined milk fat, and you're gonna take refined sugar, right? What does this come from? This comes from the sugar comes from sugar cane, right? You're taking a plant, and you're saying, you know what? I don't need the fiber. I don't need the magnesium. I don't need the calcium. I'm gonna take this all out. I'm just gonna keep the sugar, all right? And then I'm gonna take the sugar and I'm gonna blend it with this, like, you know, milk fat, which is, you know, it comes from milk, but it's just part of, like, I don't know. Ice cream will make you gain weight because you're combining, you know, two refined foods together. Or you could even take sugar and oil, right? You know, these are both foods that come from other foods. In the case of sugar, it's sugarcane or beets. A lot of micronutrients in that. In the case of oil, it comes from seeds, it comes from soy, it come from a lot of different things, lots of micronutrients in that. But if we're when we're like, we're only interested in the macronutrients, we're only interested in the carbohydrates here, the sugars here, and we're only interested in the oils, the fats here, then you've got, you know, kind of the basis for junk food, right? The basis for empty calories. It's empty because we've taken away all of the micronutrients, all of the nutrient density, and now we've got something that's calorically dense. And generally that will be kind of the, you know, recipe for junk foods, right? What is it like? Because they found like corporations, when they're studying how to make people eat more, because they want to sell you more food, so they want you to eat more, right? They found a formula that was like this percentage of fat and this percentage of sugar and some salt, and I'm trying to remember what else, but it's kind of a recipe for overeating. Oh, the ice thing was a joke. Oh, well, you know, it is. I mean, you were making a joke. I was just, it's funny though, because some scams, like on YouTube, seem to be suggesting, like, you know, that the temperature of your water is like super important to. Little Debbie is trying to kill us. Yes, she is. Body can actually synthesize amino acids from each other to a certain degree, but there still are essential amino acids. Ketosis is a normal process everybody has when the body uses fat for energy. If you do endurance sports, it's an important source of, yeah, the state of ketosis, though, Charlie, is I think what we're talking about here. Not just like the, you're talking about beta oxidation, actually, right? It's a pathway that breaks down fatty acetyl-CoA into NADH, FADH2, and acetylcholine, shortening each strand by a 2C. Sorry, I just remember the beta oxidation rap from school. I'm a pescatarian. I rarely eat meat. I just drink protein shakes and supplements. I've been doing a lot more protein shakes than normal since I've been traveling. There's a lot of ways to get vegetarian meats, nutrient substitutes. Protein shakes are a hack. I take 100 grams of protein almost every day. Damn. Trying to eat 200 grams of protein in a day is not fun. Yeah, there are some regiments for weightlifters that are ridiculous amount of protein. Oh god, so yeah, just to be clear, ketosis is not just burning fat, that's beta oxidation, alright? Ketosis is a state that your body goes into in 2 times, either when you have not had any carbohydrates or you've had very low carbohydrates for a very long time, your body will go into the state of ketosis, and yeah, it will do a lot of beta oxidation in that. Well, wait, no, actually it runs on ketones, right? That's the thing about ketosis. That's what makes ketosis. It's running on ketones, and it has to do with beta oxidation. It has to do with fatty acid degradation, but those are 2 separate things. Oh my god, chat, I got stuck talking about nutrition, didn't I? MSG makes all your junk food into crack. I've heard so many different things, like, right, I've heard people say that MSG gets demonized and it doesn't even do anything bad to you, and I've heard other people say that they can't eat MSG without getting headaches, so I don't even know. Made a massive Middle Eastern inspired meal last weekend with 8 dishes, damn. The only meat-based dish was shawarma. The rest was even vegan, but it included a lot of protein. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Thank you, Narwhal. Yeah, from Arnett. Ketosis is a metabolic state in which the body burns fat for energy instead of glucose. When glucose levels are low, the body breaks down fat into ketone bodies. There we go. You run on ketones. That's the magic of ketosis, is the ketones. Right? It's not ketoacidosis. Remember, that's a thing with diabetes. Sometimes people will conflate the two things. It's not the same thing. Yeah, ketoacidosis is deadly. I know my biochem. Yeah, I studied it in school. Yeah, the mixing of sugar, fat, and starch, salt and starch into a highly, in the correct ratio to make it hyper palatable. That's the word that the industry uses. Causes cravings. You eat too much. Eat as much as possible. Hyper palatable foods invented by. Yeah, and that's the whole thing. It's like, right? You got a hyper palatable food that's based on calorically dense stuff. And, you know, surprise, surprise, you're undernourished and overfed, right? That's kind of the worst of both worlds. If you've got diabetes, general public, I would check with your primary care physician or specialist if you have one before engaging in any sort of diet or trying to, you know, do prolonged ketosis. I'm not qualified to give you you know, medical advice, and you know, in the case where diabetes is an issue, that's you know, not just medical advice but kind of specialized. Hope you're having a great time in Southeast Asia. I am. The MSG headache thing was a xenophobic urban legend, yeah. I've never had a headache from MSG. MSG is just what the Japanese call umami. It's one of the 5 fundamental. Well, I mean, MSG is it's a flavoring. It's a specific. So rusty. It took way too long to remember lactic acidosis. Oh, from intense exercising. Yeah, that's true. That's the buildup of lactic acid contributes to muscular soreness. Anyway, chat. I'm sorry. We're talking about all kinds of things, and what I should be talking about is. Oh my god, I spent an hour and 5 minutes talking about not the subject of the stream today. So yeah, we're going to be talking about TYT's continued downward spiral. There was, let's see. We need to go over Francesca's discussion with the Vanguard, and we're also going to try to get in a little bit of Brett Cooper. So if you don't know, the Daily Wire is falling apart. Jeremy Boring just left, and before that, Brett Cooper, a long time before that, Brett Cooper left. It is very much a sinking ship. It does not get the views that it used to. As Hassan would say, Ben Shapiro, Shabibo has no motion. A lot of the Daily Wire creators have got no motion. And it doesn't mean that right-wing content is not popular, as evidenced by Asmongold, right? You got somebody who just started doing right-wing content, and he's, got a ton of concurrence in his chat. So, it's just the messenger, I guess, that's changing, and the platforms that are, the place that you're gonna find right-wing content is either going to be in sort of an apolitical space, such as a podcast, somebody that doesn't usually talk about politics, somebody who doesn't know a lot about politics, but is nonetheless, you know, going to be sought after by J.D. Vance, by Donald Trump, and so it's like their content takes on like a political edge. Like there's a little there's a little like edge of politics to, you know, to their content, or in the, you know, explicitly political sphere of things, you're gonna see it more. Well, I mean, far right stuff, right? Has got its place. Who is Osmond Gold? Good question. I don't know if even he knows anymore. Maybe they should hire another female Shabibo to save Daily Wire. Abby, wait, God, why do I always forget Abby? Tenet Media could bail out the Daily Wire. I don't know if they're interested in it. I mean, look, there was a little bit of a civil war on the right, right? If you remember, even before Brett Cooper left Daily Wire, you had tensions with Candace Owens. Now, look, Candace Owens was an anti-Semite, has been an anti-Semite for a really long time, and the Daily Wire did not seem to mind Candace Owens being an anti-Semite. Abby Shapiro, is that her name? That's not literally his sister, is it? They only started to care about her anti-Semitism when it came with discussion of Palestine, right? That was when the Daily Wire decided that she was too anti-Semitic to keep on board, right? So yeah, it wasn't her Hitler apologia. It wasn't anything like that. You know, it was literally her bringing on people like Norm Finkelstein. Abby is Ben's sister. It's so weird because like people always say that Brett Cooper is his sister because I thought Brett Cooper was Ben in drag. I mean, some people think that, yeah. But no, I guess that's Abby Shapiro. What is her name? What is her brand? Is like classically Abby or something like that? I can't remember. But anyway, yeah, chat, I've been edging you for long enough here. We need to get into what we're doing. So yeah, like I said, we're going to be talking about the Daily Wire and its downfall. We're going to be talking about TYT and its downfall. We're going to be talking about, especially about Francesca, who has just been banned from the network, right? In her attempt to get Situation Room off of the network. She has been, you know, Cenk kind of, he got mad and he said, all right, I'm gonna kick you the fuck out. We watched Cenk's video about why Francesca is no longer allowed on the TYT network. We watched Francesca's appearance on Leftist Mafia and her response on Situation Room. I think what we haven't seen yet is Adirola, his response, which I think I've got a copy. I think I've got a copy of that we can watch. We can take a look at what John Adirola had to say. He's sort of in this weird space where he's trying to walk the tightrope, right? He's not happy. Shakespeare, it's all Dark Horse Dono Dojo today, right? So yeah, so like I said, the topics are Daily Wire, TYT, Francesca. We're going to be watching a lot of her talking on the Vanguard, a little bit of John Adirola, and I'm trying to remember what else. I feel like there's other Francesca stuff. And then we're going to take a look at what Patrick Bet-David has to say about the Daily Wire's fracturing, what Brett Cooper has to say about her replacement, former best friend, Reagan, who's now taken her spot and is not succeeding, as opposed to Brett Cooper, who's been able to build up a pretty large channel fairly quickly. She's been able to, you know, without like taking her Daily Wire channel, she had to just leave that, and she wasn't able to keep her YouTube channel, but she's opened up a new channel. The new channel is getting, you know, all the motion and maybe more than her Daily Wire channel had been getting. So, and then we'll possibly talk about something else. Shakespeare mentioned a Dark Horse Dono Dojo, right? So how does that work? All right. I don't have a poll today. All right. I am on my laptop. I'm missing a lot of what I normally have to stream, including my microphone still. Hopefully I'll get a chance to go out and get the XLR cord for that. But I'm relying on you when you donate, whether you do so by a super chat, a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift memberships to other people in the chat, if you give the gift of weasels, right? If you sign up for my Patreon, or if you support me on Throne, you can let me know what you want to see for bonus content. We're at 1 right now. 1 out of 100, which might make for a very short show. Or it might not, because if we get to 100, then I'll stick around a little bit longer and I'll cover more than I normally would, instead of less than I normally would, as we are sort of on track to do now. But yeah, like I said, oh sorry, the other thing, Twitch obviously counts as well. Lest we forget Twitch. Wait a minute. When I'm looking at YouTube, I'm not looking at Twitch. I gotta make sure to look at Twitch. But yeah, oh yeah, also I gotta let you know, if you're on Twitch, okay, special advisory for anybody who's gifting subs on Twitch. If you're getting yourself a sub, if you're using a Prime sub, which if you got Prime, you can hook it up to Twitch and sub for free, and that'll also, you know, that helps me out as well. But you got to let me know on Twitch specifically, and in fact, just in general, like, let me know, right? Because I can't see shit. I'm not seeing my Twitch alerts, especially. It's very hard to see my YouTube alerts. That's kind of hit or miss. But when you donate, let me know you donated, and also let me know what you'd like to see as bonus content. Did I hear that Tim Pool is now a member of the White House press pool? Is he going to the... Is he going to those? It's classically Abby. Okay, I got it right. But yeah, so when you donate, you have the right. You have the right to let me know what kind of bonus content that you would like. And yeah, if we get 99% further than we are right now, then we'll do some bonus content. Otherwise, the show will be over after I've covered the 2 topics that I've set out for myself. Anyway, let us proceed, since it's 1 hour and 15 minutes into the show. What do we want to start off with today? Probably...
There's weird stuff going on.
Why not? Why not Majority Report? How does that sound, chat? We'll start off with some MR. The Majority Report? Oh my gosh.
At Daily Wire. I don't know if people have been following this. I haven't been following it too closely, but apparently the co-founder, guy named... Maybe appropriately so. I've seen some of his...
Jeremy Boring, yeah. Very appropriately named fellow.
Movies that he's made over there. Jeffrey Boring.
Jeremy.
Jeremy Boring. Has left under what appears to be some very sort of odd and abrupt circumstances.
Former Daily Wired talent are taking shots at him. Candace Owens, also Brett Cooper.
Interesting.
Which is weird. I mean, those are people who've been jettisoned from the company.
Yeah.
So you might expect that they would have some axes to grind. However, you would also assume that they would have grinded those axes earlier. But maybe after he leaves, they're not as worried about the NDAs that they've assigned, and so maybe that's part of it. It's unclear. This is all speculation, but it would be irresponsible not to speculate. Nevertheless, here is Ben Shapiro, seemingly just cool as a cucumber, not worrying about the house burning down around him.
Show that they are very deeply afraid of what Musk is doing. And what is Musk doing at this point? What Musk is doing is firing a lot of people. And he's not actually doing the firing. He's advising the Trump administration whom to
Pause it
fire.
for 1 second. Now, Shapiro can't say that Musk is doing the firing because it gets back to all these court cases that have said, wait a second, how can Musk be firing people, bringing people in, hiring people? He's clearly hired people if he's not actually working for the...
Yeah, that doesn't make sense, does it? Wait, yeah, Musk is not, like, they literally told the courts that Musk is not in charge of Doge. Gaslighting.
government.
Gaslighting us so hard.
He's clearly hired people. And the person that they supposedly say is doing all the hiring and firing, hiring of the Doge people, firing of everybody else in the government, was a woman when she got contacted when they said the administration said she was in charge of Doge.
I'm in Cabo.
Was in Cabo or somewhere in Mexico and took a phone call and was like, I didn't know this was public. So he's got to say this just because he's able to be outraged by the court cases that later say that he did this. Now, did someone draw on this? What is going on? There's like a weird...
Yeah, I didn't notice that until you said
What do you mean?
the mustache.
There's weird stuff going on there. But go ahead.
A little bit dark spot in the...
Ooh.
That's unfortunate.
He's also acting as a
What? Okay, no. Wait. What are they saying is unfortunate about that, chat? Do you see the dark spot that they're talking about on Shapiro's mustache? I don't know. Is it just like more hair density? Joel, did you just give 5 subs? I can't tell. Is that what you're saying? How much have y'all been weaseled over here? Yeah, just let me know, somebody, if people are subbing on Twitch. I used my free Twitch Prime sub on the channel. Nice, Prachi. Okay, thank you, Narwhal. Thank you. Okay, so look at that. Already. What does that take us to? That takes us to, I believe, 31 out of 100 on the bonus meter. Again, chat, I can't wait to get my whole setup. Wow. I'm not setting up my whole chat. That's not what I'm saying. I'm trying to get my complete setup back together so that I can see what's going on Twitch, and I won't actually have 2 monitors. God, I had to leave one of those behind. But yeah, I do have my desktop with me. I just need a place to set it up, and since I'm in a hotel, it's kind of been not sure if I can do that here, but soon, chat. Also, thank you, Joel, for giving those jellyfish. I don't know who got jellyfished, but that's a good thing. That's a good thing. And sorry that I can't see it. I don't know what it is about Twitch. Why Twitch isn't on here.
sort of public relations shield for the Trump administration.
Is Sam saying that it looks like Hitlerian? Is that the joke about the spot on his mustache? Because it doesn't look like that to me. I don't know.
Because everybody can hate on Musk, but he's an unelected official, so there's nothing for them to really do about it. In reality, if you're mad at Trump, you should be mad at Trump. If you don't like that Musk is doing what he's doing, you should be angry at Trump if you're on the left, not at Musk. Musk is just the messenger. He's the outside consultant who's been called in. If you don't like the firings, that responsibility does not lie directly with Elon Musk. That responsibility lies elsewhere. But for the left, it is indicative of where the left's mindset is.
Pause it for a second.
Shocking.
I can also be mad at Trump and Musk.
Yeah.
Why not?
I mean, what is the advice that Shapiro is giving here? He's giving advice to the left, or he's just saying like, he's just like being parental.
It's funny because like there is a grain of truth that I think there's certain folks that are responding like people
Chat, do we really think it looks Hitlerian? Is that the joke?
are angry at Musk, and I'm not.
It just looks weird to me. I mean, like,
saying the left, but just the general population and giving Trump sort of a break on stuff.
You know what it looks to me like? It looks to me like he ate something and it got stuck in his mustache. Like, I don't know.
Which is a problem if Elon is serving as sort of like
Heat shield.
Yeah.
Yes. Let me suggest this. Not only should we not be, we should be mad at Trump, but we should be mad at
Yeah, he's a heat shield. He's a meat shield. Something like that.
every single Republican
Right.
and every conservative like you.
Right. That's my concern about the over focus on Musk.
Oh,
like,
shit,
just from
let's,
our
turn off the-
perspective, like there's been now his polling is just completely cratered. So it could be another way to say attack Republicans by not saying the word Republican, by saying MAGA instead of Republican,
but that's
saying
not-
Musk instead of Republican. But what's Shapiro's motivation here, other than the fact that he wants to suck up to Elon because maybe money's drying up and Elon's got an endless supply?
He's not talking about any of that. He's going to bring this all home to how the left was wrong about the great financial crisis.
Oh, cool.
But for the left, it is indicative of where the left's mindset is. The
You know, I don't know. Here's the deal. Okay, my interpretation, we're talking about polls, all right? So if you look at polls of approval for Donald Trump, you'll find that they're pretty low. They're very low by the standard of, you know, if you compare him to any other president at this point in his presidency, right? 3 months into the presidency, usually new presidents are doing better than Trump is. But by Trump standards, compared to Trump's previous polls while he was in office, it's pretty standard. It's just, you know, the same like 43 to 47% that he usually gets, right? So, but Musk, on the other hand, is polling really, really low, right? So now Ben's trying to make this like, oh, the Democrats hate Musk, but they're somehow okay with Trump. No, they're not. No, they're not, right? Like half of this country not okay with Trump, all right? And that remains the same. Like there might have been a moment there where, you know, people were like, all right, let's give him a chance, and then he went hard and just started destroying the fucking country. And you know, nobody's got that charitability for him on the left anymore, right? So why is Musk lower than Trump? It is because while Trump is unpopular on the left, he's very popular on the right. Musk is unpopular on the left and the right. Everybody hates Elon. That's what's going on. Everybody hates Elon. He has become the face of Doge, of chaos, of cuts, right? He is kind of getting, you know, absorbing some of that attention that Trump would get, and it's negative attention because, you know, shit's bad. Inflation is up. You know, jobs numbers are down. The stock market is way down. You know, the cuts that they're doing are not creating much savings, but at the same time hurting a lot of people, right? And Elon is taking he's being associated with that by the Republicans. So the people that are like negative on Elon and positive on Trump, they're not Democrats, they're Republicans, right? The Republicans are being attacked by the candidate that they elected. The Republicans are fucking around and finding out. The Republicans thought, you know, that all Trump was going to do was make the SJWs cry like he did before, and there wouldn't be that much difference. You know, maybe like a tax break here or whatever. But, you know, they didn't realize, yeah, your Medicaid's going to get cut, your Medicare might be cut, your Social Security is going to get cut, your, you know, the ability of the government to function is going to go way down, and veterans are going to get fucked over, right? There's a lot of shit that Trump did that he intended to do that the Republicans just didn't take him seriously on. And they're still sort of waking up to that reality of like, you know, we voted for this guy and now he's going to do things that hurt us, right? He's not going to just kick out the dangerous, scary criminal immigrant. He's gonna kick out the undocumented person that you know and love, right? He's gonna, you know, right? So it's this kind of realization that Republicans are slowly waking up to, and they can't fully grasp the idea Trump did this to you. So an easier version of this is Elon did this to you, and now, you know, Trump's going to have a chance to kick out Elon to get rid of Elon, probably when he's done as much damage as he fucking can, and be like, look, no more Elon. Will it work? I don't know.
The problem, shockingly, is never the government. It really is an amazing thing. I'm old enough to remember the Occupy Wall Street movement. So back during the recession of 2007, stretching all the way through 2009, during that recession, two sort of groups sprang up. And they were making similar cases from different angles. One was the Tea Party. I was a charter member of the Tea Party. You didn't actually have a membership card or anything, but basically the Tea Party was about reducing government
However,
spending.
hold on for 1 second. I did receive a lot of funding from the Koch brothers.
So, yeah, I would tear Ben a new one about his claims about the Tea Party and what it was about, why it started, what its goals were. But I feel like Sam's got this. Let's just let Sam cook.
That's what I'm talking about. First of all, the start of the Tea Party. I think he was in junior high when the Koch brothers were funding him back then. Came from Ron Paul in his 2008 primary election. And then it was subsumed by the broader Koch brother inspired movement, and was really launched when a CNBC reporter sat on the ground and basically blamed homeowners for the financial crisis. And what's fascinating is that he's not even going to recognize what was the first sort of cri de coeur, if you will, of the Tea.
It's French for cry of the heart, if anybody doesn't know. So yeah, he's talking about Rick Santelli. Rick Santelli, wait, was he just a trader or something like that? It was called the Rant Heard Around the World. It was, when the financial crisis had happened, the subprime mortgage crisis, and Obama had mentioned the idea of bailing out homeowners. And Rick Santelli gets up there and is like, oh, well, somebody made a bad, if somebody's, underwater on their home, that's their own damn fault. I don't want to pay for that. I don't want, right? He's this, fucking Wall Street asshole that's basically like, I don't want to pay to bail out, American homeowners for a crisis created by the financial sector. All right. Pretty scumbag shit, if you ask me. But it's, that's the actual origins of the Tea Party. It wasn't about, I mean, I guess you could say. Anyway, the other thing about this that is being glossed over is that the bailout for the financial crisis was mainly money paid by the government to the banks, right? So to the extent to which this was a concern over deficits, it was a concern over deficit spending to bail out homeowners. It should have been, if they gave a fuck about anything, a complaint about bailing out the banks. But this is to Wall Street traders like Santelli or Santinelli, I can't remember what his name was, Rick Santinelli, Rick Santelli. They're the thing, blowing up the deficit was actually bailing out the banks. The banks, essentially had done speculative trading with money that is, that is consumers' money, right? So, I mean, to the extent that it's for the consumer, it's because their money is now tied up with banks making irresponsible bad choices, crashing the economy, and then getting bailed out by the Obama administration. So yeah, just completely misplaced concern with the Tea Party, and very much, Koch brother money, as Sam's going to mention, in an effort to distract people from the real thing that they should be worried about, which is the amount of control the banks have over our government. Instead, now they're worried about, bailouts to homeowners or subprime. The fact that that people they're concerned about the people who received the subprime loans rather than the banks who packaged and the financial organizations that package those subprime loans up.
Party, realizing that it came literally from Wall Street,
Right.
like
Yeah.
literally from the trading floor. Go ahead.
You didn't actually have a membership card or anything, but basically the Tea Party was about reducing government spending. The idea was that the government's intervention in the economy had led to the real estate recession and general recession in the United States. And so the Tea Party focused its efforts on lobbying the government, on saying the government should cut. The government should restructure itself. The government should get
First
less
of all,
involved
this
in
is
the
a
markets.
complete fabrication. The Tea Party rose up in response to and let's be clear, it was George Bush who was the president when the Tea Party, sort of like the nascent Tea Party, started. Right. The whole issue was they didn't want the government to bail out homeowners. Yeah. Not that there was government spending prior to that. There was a $700 trillion bailout, billion dollar bailout in the wake of the financial crisis. 2/3 of which were tax cuts. The bailouts that were happening, to the extent that there was any significant bailouts, were going to the banks. And the Tea Party people completely allied at that.
Yeah.
So everything he's saying is not true about the Tea Party.
It's a crazy reading.
It's also not true about the financial crisis. Did I mishear?
So the real crime of the Tea Party as a distraction from the real problems is that they're looking at a Democratic administration and they're making the accusation that it's too left. It's operating too much in the interest of working people, when in actuality, it's the opposite. You've got a phenomenon called financialization, where the American economy used to have an industrial base. It starts to, from the 70s to the 80s to the 90s to the 2000s, etc., it starts to have a more financial base. There's more, the financial industry, it becomes more of what the United States economy is based on. And so you get to this point where the banks can sort of say, hey, bail us out or else you're fucked. And what a truly left president could have done had one been elected. Now, Americans thought that they had made a choice between Hillary Clinton, a centrist right-wing Democrat, and Barack Obama, a community organizer who was supposed to be, if you listen to Republicans, he's a communist, right? He's far left, right? Turns out he's not really far left, and he's not going to do what a truly far left candidate might do, which is use the financial crisis as an excuse to take control of some of those assets, to nationalize even some of those assets. That's what could have happened. That's what should have happened. But because of, not just capitalist realism, but I'd say like neoliberal realism, right? The inability of a Democratic candidate like Barack Obama to visualize a world outside of neoliberal economics. Instead, he just kind of gives the people that caused the crash, he gives them everything that they want.
Him, and he said that the Tea Party was against basically bailouts causing the financial crisis.
It's the old theory that if it wasn't for the government being involved in the housing mortgage markets, then there wouldn't have been no crisis.
Which is hilarious.
The fake story for them was that it was the Community Reinvestment Act.
That's hilarious.
That opened up ownership opportunities for low income or middle income people to buy homes. But the fact of the matter is that there's a reason why they call them loan officers at banks.
Exactly.
They are supposed to have a fiduciary duty to protect the banking system, and they didn't. And they put people into loans, and they fraudulently put people into loans, both committing fraud against the people who are borrowing the money and the people who didn't. And what you ended up getting was a lot of people who were over leveraged. And of course, all of these junk loans were repackaged and then repackaged again and repackaged again into financial instruments, which people invested in. And commercial banks, what used to be considered vanilla banks before government deregulation in the 90s, the repeal of Glass-Steagall started to like take commercial funds and basically gamble on these derivatives of loans, and nobody knew what was in there, and they were all junk.
That's the government intervention that set us on this course, was the removal of the firewall between commercial banking and risky gambling. But he's pretending that it's this like fake story.
Well, poor Lehman Brothers.
Because, you know, the CRA was their code word for saying that too many black people got homes. Yeah.
By the way, this fits in quite nicely with his outrage over people, being sympathetic to Luigi Mangione.
Makes sense, because if you're going to lobby somebody, lobby the government. Occupy Wall Street, as the name would suggest, did not occupy Washington, D.C. They occupied Wall Street, which was not answerable to them in any way. And it basically ended up being...
That's the problem. Is that what Matt Lesh is saying in the background there? That's the problem.
A bunch of anarchists and fellow travelers who, as the name would suggest, did not occupy Washington, D.C. They occupied Wall Street, which was not answerable to them in any way. And it basically ended up being a bunch of
That's the problem.
Anarchists and fellow travelers who pitched tents, not near how...
It actually wasn't, right? Tim Pool was there at Occupy Wall Street. Look, it was a bunch of people who vaguely knew that something was wrong. Something was off, right? That didn't like what happened with the financial crisis. They didn't feel good about that. Now, some of them, might have been anarchists. Some of them might have been leftists and had some inkling of, of the real culprits for the financial crisis. A lot of them, were just there. It was just like the zeitgeist. And yeah, you got Tim Pools. Tim Pools. When I say Tim Pools, I mean people like Tim Pools, young people that don't know shit about politics. Also, down there's a sense of community, there's a sense of solidarity, but there's not really a unified sense of purpose at Occupy Wall Street, or to the extent that there is, it never is able to, like the Tim Pool type people that were down there never got like inculcated into, this is, like they needed, I don't know. It wasn't, unfortunately, a great place to study theory, right? Whether that be, works of anarchists or works of Marxists, right? And so those down there who already knew theory or had some idea of what was going on, retained that, but it didn't, kind of like spread, because, it was just a platform for anybody to go down there and they'll be like, mic check, mic check, mic check. All right, I think that the problem is blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean? Like, it was just, it scared, the financial sector. It scared the capitalists, but, ultimately, there was just such a diverse group of people, down there.
Of government, but near great centers of finance and industry.
Yeah.
Because the private sector had to be
not
blamed.
industry.
The public sector was never to blame.
Yeah.
Finance.
Are those synonyms? Like finance and industry? What industry is down there?
Finance.
Finance and industry. Because the private sector had to be to blame. The public sector was never to blame. And you can see that in the hatred of Tesla. Tesla has literally nothing to do with what Elon Musk is doing at Doge. Joining us online is...
There we go.
No, okay. You idiot. The reason...
What the fuck? Fellow travelers, I've heard this so many times. Does that phrase come from, like, the McCarthyist period? Does that phrase come from, like, the Red Scare, fellow travelers?
People are protesting.
Like to mean that, like, communists, but also anybody who's like some kind of leftist, so therefore fellow traveler.
Tesla is because of what we described yesterday, which is this is the best mechanism to put pressure on a billionaire who is unelected, ransacking our federal government. It is to make it so that his pocketbook hurts, and as is suspected, it looks like he may have used his stock portfolio in Tesla as a way to buy Twitter and put up the collateral that he needed to purchase Twitter. If that dips below a specific price, his stock price dips, then he may not have the funds, and there may be some issues with his financing of a large social media platform, which he essentially destroyed and made it into a bunch of bots and right-wingers so that he could further a disinformation campaign that got Donald Trump elected so he could keep getting rich. In fact, without the midterms being a little over 2 years or a little under 2 years away, this is the only way in many ways that people can respond is by hitting the pocketbook of Elon Musk.
And I would also add, I want equity for all those loans that we gave and all those subsidies we gave to Tesla. How's that?
Yeah.
Talk about inefficiency. Let's kick back some of that money. I wonder why Shapiro is being so cloying in this.
To the richest man in the world, it's a big mystery.
I'm sorry.
I mean,
I apologize for being such an idiot.
Yeah. That's what they're all there. He's auditioning a little bit. Dance, Ben. Dance for Elon. Dance for the guy that did the Sig Heil.
I don't like Jeremy Boring.
For emphasis and clarity, as AOC said on the day. Yeah, just keep sucking up to that guy. It's the left wingers that want to stop one of the worst crimes committed in modern humanity right now against the Palestinians. They're the anti-Semites, not the guy that Sig hailed and endorsed the AfD in Germany.
And says Jewish people are doing anti-white racism on Twitter. Remember he said that?
Yeah, I recall that.
Hey,
All right, so anyway, fellow travelers, let's take a look at so the basic definition, the way that they're using it here, is personally, according to Wikipedia, person who is intellectually sympathetic to the ideology of a political organization, right? So if you're if you say like Elon Musk simps and fellow travelers, you'd be saying like, Elon fans and people like that, right? You could use it for different ways. The way I've always heard it used is to say like communists and fellow travelers, meaning communists, but not just communists, anarchists, not just, you'd have, Trotskyites and, it's just like the left is usually, so the example that they're giving here is like if you were sympathetic towards the political, social, and economic goals of the Russian Revolution, but you are not necessarily a member of the Communist Party. That's basically what a fellow traveler is. So yeah,
Daily Wire co-CEO Jeremy Boring steps down. Axios. A conservative media company, Daily.
Okay, so we don't need Patrick Beck David to read this for us. Oh my God. Is this the Axios article? I hate how fucking articles are written now. I hate how they fucking hold your hand like this, like why it matters. Like I don't know. Newsweek does this shit too, right? Jeremy Boring, co-founder of the Daily Wire, is stepping down from his role as the co-CEO to focus on creative projects for the company. He told staff, wait, so for the Daily Wire creative projects, so he's stepping down as co-CEO. It sounds like he's going to be doing more of the. So there's two sides of the Daily Wire, right? The Daily Wire itself that you see on YouTube is like a platform for conservative pundits, right? And then like Bent Key Entertainment, I think is what it's called, is Jeremy Boring's brainchild, right? Which is the Ben Shapiro, Jeremy Boring, and honestly a lot of people at Daily Wire are people who wanted to be in Hollywood, wanted to be involved in creative projects, wanted to make movies, but who were not successful doing so. And many of them blame their failure on the dominance of like liberal philosophy over Hollywood, right? Their story that they like to tell themselves is that they were not acceptable to Hollywood. They did not succeed, not because they did not have talent. They did not, write, direct, act, whatever they were doing. They did not do so competently in a way that, like, people wanted to hire them and thought they could make money with them. But rather that there was a political bias against them. So their solution to like, oh my gosh, Hollywood's so liberal is like, hey, what if we made like a company that did films, but it's conservative, right? So that's what Bent Key Entertainment, that's what that side of the Daily Wire is. It sounds like that's what Jeremy Boring is going to be sort of gravitating towards. Caleb Robinson, the company's founding CEO, will become the company's full-time CEO effective. I've never heard of Caleb Robinson. I guess he's not like a in front of the camera sort of dude. Robinson and Boring had been co-CEO since 2019. Robinson co-founded the company alongside Boring's and the outlet's editor emeritus. Oh, okay. Ben Shapiro was the editor emeritus. So Shapiro staying. It doesn't sound like, though, that Boring is leaving. It sounds like Boring is just like gonna concentrate on the part of the business that's outright failing, rather than the part of the business that is just failing. Boring said he will remain with the company in an advisory role. He will continue to host Daily Wire Backstage. That's the cigar chomping show, the company's monthly show featuring Shapibo, Matt Walsh, Michael Knowles, and Andrew Clavin. He will focus full-time on creative projects, including the completion of the TV series The Pendragon Cycle. Now, I think Brett Cooper was involved in this, right? I don't know how exactly they wrote her out, but I mean, she's, from what I can tell, left the company outright, unlike Boring. Boring also has led the Daily Wire's commercial expansion over the past decade, growing the outlet from a social media publishing brand. I feel like they're still concentrating too much on growth, considering that there's not a lot of growth. There's not a lot of motion going on Daily Wire. That's the problem. That's why it's a sinking ship. That's why people are jumping ship. We'll take a look later at what Brett Cooper has to say, what her rationale for parting ways with the Daily Wire was. Most notably, he has overseen the creation of Daily Wire's subscription service, Bent Key, and the subscription. Oh wait, Bent Key. Okay, so Bent Key is the kids' entertainment thing. Okay. Daily Wire. So there's. I'm trying to. I wish I had a better sense of the different sectors of the company, but basically there's the political, there's the YouTube, political punditry part of the company. There's the children's streaming, that's Bent Key, and then there's stuff like the Pendragon Cycle that they and Lady Ballers, which is I guess entertainment. So to speak. So
Wire started in 2015 and announced in a memo to staff on Tuesday that he is stepping down as co-CEO to focus on creative work. Saying I will remain with the company in an advisory role and focus full-time on creative projects, including completion of Daily Wire's TV series, The Pendragon Cycle, where he is the director and executive producer. Boring, who helped launch the outlet with $4.7 million in seed alongside Caleb Robinson and Ben Shapiro, grew it to a $1 billion value market media giant. He will continue hosting Daily Wire, very long tenure in an advice.
To read these kind of announcements.
Nicely written article and put a valuation on the business, which is very kind. Tom, how closely are you following this? Are you following this at all?
Yeah, I love to read these kind of announcements because I think they're really interesting, and I think if you read enough into it, you don't have to be a conspiracy theorist or to dive in or bend the words to get the truth out of it. Once upon a time, he was a co-CEO. There have been a lot of articles that have come out there. There have been a lot of things that have been in the media, things that happen to people that have left the Daily Wire that have talked about, hey, Jeremy may or may not be the easiest guy to work with there. And so now he's like, okay, I'm not going to be co-CEO anymore. Check, fact. I am going to finish some of the content. Well, we've seen him do content. We've seen him do a lot of different content over there. So he's finishing up something that he's shooting, the Pendragon Cycle. Okay, that makes sense. And I'll still be with the gang when we get together for Daily Wire Backstage. Okay, well, that's a piece of content. So he's going to drop in and do that. Okay, I believe that. And then you come down to the rest of it, but I'll remain with the company advisor role. So it's like, okay, so you're really stepping out of management. And so the translation I would do, okay, he's going to get out of people's hair. He's going to finish what he's doing on Pendragon Cycle. He may drop back in for some of the episodes, but then he's an advisor. To me, this is one of those things where you shift and roll out. And if you know anything about the history of Uber, you'll know that this is kind of what happened until they finally just moved him out to Travis Kalanick. Travis Kalanick was a CEO who was very hard on people, and he was very, very driven. And certain chapters of the company, they said, we don't want to do this anymore, and you're going to go over here. And so when I read all the stuff that came before it in this, it's where there's smoke, there's fire, and we've seen so many articles.
Piggybacking off of Tom, the amount of...
Chat, you remember this guy? You remember this guy? Anybody remember this guy? Yeah, Ben Key is a weird name. There are a bunch of they took all the his power and control of finances he can stick to selling non-woke razors. Yeah, and doing really bad commercials for the company. Anybody remember this guy? His name is Vinny. If you saw him before, it was probably on Piers Morgan. Yeah, Vinny, why are you so red? That's the guy. That's the guy. This is the guy that went on to Piers Morgan, debated against Hassan, and just got so hot and bothered that his face fully turned red. He fully turned into a beet, and he's this is his home platform on PBD.
And I guess we always want to be with facts, right? But the amount of rumors. What's it? Ian Carroll did a huge 9-minute video breakdown, but he did another one when he was on a...
You want Starbucks, or what would you like? Just regular coffee or Starbucks?
Whatever works.
Andrew Schultz's coffee is more important than Vinny, I guess.
Have it if we can just bring it in right now.
I'm sorry, Vinny. Nobody cares what you have to say. We got Andrew Schultz in the studio, host of Flagrant. We got Andrew Schultz. That's who we really... Here, can I get you some coffee, Andrew? Can I get you anything? Can I...
Oh yeah, they got it.
Starbucks, it's down the street.
No, they got one.
They got one.
Okay.
No, Adam can
Don't
go get
sexually harass any of them. Don't touch anybody. Don't touch him. Let me do it. I don't want you guys to try to molest.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, are you okay?
Kelly,
Thank
can I
you
get a
so
hot
much.
tea?
This is delicious. Thank you, Kelly.
So,
You got to watch out for those assistants, sexually harassing Andrew Schultz. That's
We need
Can I
the
get an
nipple
old fashioned
clamps.
with a cigar at this point? Go ahead. Lobster would
I
be
want a
great.
foot
And some
massage.
sushi. Go ahead, Vinny.
But from what I've gathered, and again, these are all rumors, but it seems like they're all pointing at this place, that this dude was one of the hardest dudes to work for. Candace just made a video yesterday. Like I said, Ian made one. Pappy, think about it. As a co-CEO.
Sorry, Ian made one? Anybody know who Ian is?
You let go of Candace Owens, which is one of the biggest names in the social media space. Brett Cooper leaves, and you think you're going to replace her with her friend that tried to come in. It's obviously not working. The guy is a self-proclaimed, meaning he calls himself the God King. Rob, what was that picture that you had? Even his licensed part.
There's a lot of right. Anybody who tells you there's not right wing infighting is full of shit, right? There's like the Daily Wire, which was fairly conservative in its day, but like a lot of the Trump people, they're just like, so Ben Shapiro, not on board with Trump at first, right? A lot of these people would have preferred somebody like DeSantis, and they lost, right? And the Ben Shapiro, Steven Crowder thing, the Daily Wire Steven Crowder thing, like Candace Owens departing, they bring her in. She's an anti-Semite. They know she's an anti-Semite. She said weirdly positive stuff about Hitler. But it's only when she brings Finkelstein on that they're like, no, we can't work with. We gotta fire Candace.
Parking spot has God King, and bro, you're not. And another rumor is that the dude shows up to work, he ain't shooting anything, and
are they really talking about Ian Miles Chong? Is that who they mean by Ian? The other Ian that comes to mind would be Ian Crossland, formerly of the Tim Pool podcast, but I don't think they're talking about Moonlord.
It's makeup on. It's like this is just the recipe for disaster where you're trying to be the quarterback and you're not the starting quarterback, bro. And
how's the business doing?
Not good.
How do you know though?
I just because of just my as a content consumer, yeah. I used to watch it, bro. I used to listen to Ben Shapiro. I used to be all like, wow, and the facts don't care about your feelings and everything. And then something shifted, bro. And I'm being good.
Republicans won. I mean,
yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, exactly. No, that's what I'm saying. But then,
wait a minute. But wait a minute. What do you mean by that? Are you saying the fact that there's no longer an enemy and that's why they took a hit?
No. Like, a lot of times success has to do with social utility. And there was a time where like being a conservative was considered very radioactive by many people in this country and largely the mainstream media. So they needed intelligent conservatives to equip them with arguments so they could defend.
Intelligent conservatives, yeah. No, so what Andrew Schultz means, because he wouldn't know if intelligence, if it, assigned him 40 pages of reading to do tonight, right? What he means is that which has the appearance of intelligence, right? So you know how Stephen Colbert had this concept called truthiness, right? What is truthiness? It's something that sounds true, right? It's something that you can say and people will be like, oh, yes, of course. Oh, yes. No, definitely. That's right. It has the appearance of truth, right? And so Shapiro has the appearance of an intelligent person. He talks slightly over the reading level of his audience, and if he's using a couple words that they don't completely understand, that makes him sound smart. He talks fast. He's confident, right? That gives him the appearance of intelligence. Now they don't have anyone intelligent because what they're selling relies on you being pretty ignorant, right? And we can see this has been confirmed by this last election. The biggest factor for whether you vote left or right in this previous election was your whether you read or whether you keep up with the news, right? Whether you know basically what's going on or you're just kind of checked out. If you're checked out, you're going to vote for Trump. You're going to vote on vibes, right? If you're somewhat aware of like the actual campaign and you've seen the debate, for instance, right? If you watched that Trump's ridiculous performance in that debate, then you might be a little bit less likely to vote for him. But a lot of people aren't, right? And enough of those low propensity voters showed up thanks to shitheads like Andrew Schultz, Theo Vaughn, and Joe Rogan that they won, right? So but yeah, Ben Shapiro was great at being like a sounding intellectual. Giving Ben Shapiro, Jordan Peterson, right? These people serve this kind of function, right? For right wingers to be able to point to them and say, no, we got our intellectual right there. And everybody else is just kind of like, that's your intellectual. They don't know the difference. They don't know the fucking difference. To them, that is what intelligence is. It's speaking fast, using 3-syllable words and that's what makes it, and little quips like facts don't care about your feelings, right? That's intelligence.
and their positions. And Ben Shapiro is like obviously a very smart guy. He's annoying, but he's definitely smart. Like, and he's a lawyer, so he can develop these like ironclad.
He's annoying? Is that your? I don't know what annoying means to Andrew Schultz, but I
arguments, and he went around the country and he went, talking to.
Is that a dog whistle there that he's? Is that what that is?
The college kids and dunking on them and posting it, and he made a huge name for himself for creating these ironclad arguments to basically help people that didn't know how to develop them themselves, but felt very strongly about their, conservative values.
The vibes, right? They had the conservative vibes, the vibes that the liberalism is bad, but they didn't know how to make the argument, and he gave them little quips that they could use, little things they could repeat, like facts don't care about your feelings, when these people are all in their feelings.
Values.
Yeah.
Now it's not radioactive to be conservative. Matter of fact, the majority of the country
just wait
is conservative. They no longer need protection, conservatives, right? Conservatives no longer need to have like ironclad arguments to prove that they're not bad people, that they're not toxic, they're not radioactive.
So yeah, I guess this is a low propensity explanation for the change in right-wing content. I mean, Andrew Schultz is a great example of this. He's, you might even call him apolitical. Like, most of his content is not going to be political in nature. He is aligned with MAGA and with the right along vibes, right? Who does he vibe well with? Who does he like? Who does he think knows what they're talking about? It's going to be conservatives. But yeah, this is just a I don't know. This is a podcast bro explanation of why they don't need Ben Shapiro anymore. And when the actual reason is that, like, that maybe people like this, like Andrew Schultz, are seeing Ben Shapiro, because of his appearance of intelligence, as being somewhat liberal coded. Also, I've been dancing around it a little bit, but yeah, the fact that Ben is, openly Jewish in a Republican Party that contains a strong anti-Semitic contingent, that essentially chose, Candace Owens over Ben Shapiro because they, because of, in large part, along those lines, because they sure as fuck don't seem to care about Palestinians and the actual issues that were being brought up while Candace was on her way out. I don't know.
So the social utility has gone down, and
meaning
so
they don't have an enemy. Is that kind of what you're?
Social utility? That's great. This is fucking genius over here. I love these podcast bros. Like they're. If you could use words like social utility, right?
To prove that they're not bad people, that they're not toxic, they're not radioactive. So the social utility has gone down, and
meaning they don't have an enemy. Is that kind of what you're saying? So there's
no Patrick Bet David doesn't understand it at all.
It's not an antagonist anymore. Because
I think that's part of it.
Won.
But I think it's more just like at me, the consumer, right? Like I think a lot of their they're going after like Christian conservatives, right? I think now they're like. The Christian conservatives like, all right, well, yeah, it's not bad to be conservative anymore. Matter of fact, it's like cool to be conservative.
Exactly.
And all the most dominant forces in media right now are conservative. Right. So like, I don't need to defend myself anymore. So I don't need to pay this guy.
There's a part of it that I want to believe that, but also, Rob, if you pull up the article that says Fox just had their most viewed viewership ever, and it was a record-breaking. I think this was just reported last week, if I'm not mistaken, Rob.
Oh, so people are going back to traditional news, you're saying?
No, it was end of January, early February, and it was the 500.
Yes. People are reconnecting their cable. People are all of a sudden watching television, no matter what their age group is. No, definitely things are going. What the fuck?
100 out of 510.
No, not
or something.
This one. This is something that came up. This is the 506 out of 506. Top 506 shows out of 506 were all from Fox News. But I thought it was going to be something where...
What that is that people who used to watch MSNBC now watch the Midas Touch. They used to watch MSNBC on cable. Now they're watching Midas Touch or Brian Tyler Cohen, right? That's what that is, right? The boomers that exist and watch cable news are largely conservative.
Liberals were gonna, different shows to be able to go after Trump because comedians like when Bush was president, you saw Will Ferrell. I want to talk about taking steroids out of T-ball, right? So I thought that was going to be taking place. But the question with the business, Tom, do you know anything about their business or no? Is there any stories about the business that?
Does anybody know anything on this podcast, on this low propensity podcast here?
It's public or no?
No, I don't.
It's funny. It's funny because PBD is actually more explicitly politically coded, as opposed to like an Andrew Schultz, who is, greatly representative of the low propensity Republican voter. He's supposed to be the brain trust of this ideology, and he's does anybody know anything about anything? Do we have anybody with can tell me anything about the Daily Wire?
I dug in trying to find some numbers saying was somebody leaking like the number of subscribers now versus previously, and there's a few things out.
I tried to look it up. I got about halfway through the article and I got bored and I fell asleep. I turned on the Flagrant podcast
there that
watched some Andrew Schultz.
Seemed to indicate that maybe they were looking for more financing, or maybe they had a little bit of maybe a little financial stress, but nothing conclusive with a bunch of numbers that says, hey, subscribers went from A to B.
Right.
Views have.
Real quick.
Views have?
I mean, if you look at Brett Cooper's channel, she left. The comment section was her channel, and her views were getting 1,712,751,000. Then they took her producer and put her in her place on the same channel, and now look at the views. 26,000, 31,000, 23,000. So just on this channel alone, you're seeing them go from 700,000 an episode.
So Brett Cooper was the Daily Wire's attempt to capture a younger audience. Now, from what I've heard, they never quite succeeded with that. But Brett Cooper, as a personality, was a lot more likable and cultivated an audience. I mean, there might be, I know her clips do okay on TikTok, so I'm sure she has some younger audience. But my understanding of the Brett Cooper audience is it's a lot of, I don't know, sorry, I keep on talking about generations in a super reductive way. But it's older people than who they were targeting that want to feel like they're hip and current, right? That's my understanding of the majority of Brett Cooper's audience. That being said, it is a rather large audience, and it had a lot more motion. It had a lot more growth than anything else on the Daily Wire. She's just more likable, right? Than your Ben Shapiro's, your Matt Walsh. All these people have kind of fallen off, whereas Brett Cooper didn't. Did they? Now her exit from the show, I'm not entirely sure how much of this was like, her idea, how much, Brett Cooper wanted to move on and, or saw the Daily Wire as the sinking ship that it was, and how much they wanted to, push her out, or thought that, because like what she was, like the way that the show worked is they saw that, okay, so we got podcasts, we got streamers are big. What do streamers do? They stream from like their bedroom or something. They have lights, they have knickknacks on the shelf. Let's set something up for Brett Cooper like that. But what if it was like that, but we had 3 cameras and it's actually a studio, and we approximate the feel of a organic stream without, having to really build that up, right? So we essentially astroturf a person who has all the trappings of a streamer, and Brett Cooper filled that role phenomenally, right? She is somebody who would cover a lot more pop culture stuff. In fact, I think her first her first show after she left the Daily Wire, she was talking about Blake Lively and that whole controversy. So she's doing kind of the apolitical thing, the thing that's got motion, right? The thing that's somewhat replaced the Daily Wire, and now the Daily Wire has lost her. And it turns out that her producer, the person that was doing the research, right, not connecting in the same way as Brett Cooper.
So down to 25,000.
And that's our friend, mind you, bro. That's our friend that they tried to finagle and put her in, and yeah. But now Brent Cooper's killing it.
I mean, also you need stars on a network, right? Like stars going to obviously drive attention, but another thing is like I think Daily Wire was positioning themselves not only in terms of news, but they were doing like scripted content. The idea was like we're going to do more conservative leaning content, TV shows, films, and it's just like, well, yeah, now that's everywhere. How many different lawmans are there? How many different 1923 Yellowstone? Like every show on TV that's successful right now is conservative leaning. So it became.
I'm sorry, I don't watch Yellowstone. Can somebody back this up? Can somebody fact check that? I've never heard it described as conservative before. I don't really know anything about Yellowstone. Anybody know what he's talking about?
They were able to succeed. You could call it like when there was an enemy, they could market against it. They're like, hey, sign up over here because you don't get this content anywhere else. Well, now it is the prevailing content. So why do I need to subscribe to you and get one movie a year and then get the same talking points that I'm going to hear all these other places for free when I could just watch all the scripted TV shows I want on every different network that's out right now, and I can consume a lot of the same like talking points, or no, I don't want to say the same talking points, but like a similar get the similar emotional validation for my feelings.
The show he mentioned was Yellowstone. I mean, he mentioned a whole bunch of different shows and said that they were, conservative coded, or implied that they were like conservative coded. I'm not sure.
The conservative from watching various other podcasts that are on the internet. Like it doesn't make any sense to subscribe. Like what's the utility in it? Just to listen to Ben? Right. Like Matt Walsh to me is the only person that's getting any cultural attention.
Wait, is Severance right wing?
Man, he left?
No, I'm saying he's the only one left.
Oh yeah.
He's the only.
The only other one I can think of is like Succession, but I don't watch the show. All I know is who's on it, and yeah, Dasha from Red Scares is on that show. So I don't know.
Yeah, that you can actually tolerate and listen to.
He's the only one that I see getting cultural relevance and attention at that network anymore. And I also think that like Israel-Palestine thing, obviously,
that was the biggest.
Huge.
That was
huge.
Yeah, because I don't know if you know
Yellowstone caters to the conservative imagination of American values.
this. Ben Shapiro, he's Jewish. I don't know if you know that. Yeah,
Ben?
I swear to God, yeah.
No.
I don't know if you know this, but
Wait,
Ben?
that's just a cool hat.
I chat GBT'd it, yeah. But Jeremy Boring, the CEO, he's Christian.
But I thought he was Jewish.
He's Christian.
Hold on a second.
See, you're always assuming, Vinny.
Okay,
there he
hold on.
goes.
Hold on.
You're wrong. You don't need to check it.
Okay, I want to bet.
Go ahead.
Okay.
So, but Pat, you're very big on reinventing yourself. Pat, you started off talking about entrepreneurship, and then you went into bodybuilding, and then you went into mafia, and then you went into business, and then you went into politics, and then culture. We got Andrew Schultz here.
I feel like I'm getting less intelligent by watching this.
So at least we, from time to time, have a comedian, right, Vinny? So what happens is Ben Shapiro.
You're about to have a fight, but go ahead.
We talk about social utility. Ben, when he showed up 10 years ago, they never seen anything like him. It was almost like when Lenny Bruce showed up in the comedians, and they're like,
"Are we comparing Ben Shapiro to Lenny Bruce here?"
Yo, who is this dude?
I remember watching a lot of his content. Like you'd see him like on stage at like some.
Am I not value-tained? I mean, Salmongo, I'm about to be
school, and he was debating like Black Lives Matter or something like that, and he would have the most ironclad.
I'm about to be value-tained here.
Arguments, and there was a lot of social utility. Now everybody's got it. Like, what is that? There was a white space in the market, and now that market's full. So what else are you offering?
What shithead right-wing pseudo-intellectual got them started saying social utility? There's a lot more social utility. Oh, when he started out, Ben Shapiro had social utility, and now the social utility is lower.
People.
And then you also had Stephen Crowder showed up. It's
PBD's tagline. Is it really? I kind of want it to be, but
when his thing showed up and Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, his show is called Valuetainment.
Is the GOAT at it right now.
Charlie's eating his lunch. Charlie's eating Ben's lunch.
Because Charlie has Ben's talking points, but he's got that Riz. Don't underestimate charisma in the Riz.
Charlie Kirk? Riz? He's on TikTok. Being on TikTok does not mean you got Riz. It does not make you the Rizzler. God damn. God fucking damn. No, I mean, he's adapted to different platforms that Ben never really took off on, sure, but
he's also a Christian. I think that's important to acknowledge.
That's true. They see the Yam.
Oh my God. Oh my God, chat. So like, look, PBD's co-host is Jewish, right? That not this guy. This is Andrew Schultz, right? But the way that they're talking about this is like, I feel like you can tell that they've made their anti-Semitism at this point is just like under the surface. Well, he is a Christian. I mean, that's better, right? You know, I mean, sure, you'd rather have a Jewish guy than a atheist or a Muslim, maybe. But Charlie Kirk is actually Christian, and you know, we got to get with that.
And they're like, I don't know.
It's not exactly the CD yarmulke, but I think that if you're somebody who is a devout
These assholes said that Charlie Kirk has Riz, chat. They're saying that they're saying that Charlie Kirk's got the Riz. He's got the aura.
believer in Christ,
Yes.
right? Like naturally seeing
He's a believer in Christ. There we go. Christ. Oh my God. Oh my God, chat. It has gotten so much worse. It has gotten so much worse.
somebody else whose like opinions, beliefs, and like drive for life is motivated by the same thing as you are, it's going to be way
But what I'm saying is that his co-host is sitting here listening to Andrew Schultz be like, well, yeah, you know, Charlie Kirk is Christian. I mean, that's objectively better. Like, how does it gotta feel to be like, you know, a Jewish conservative and to like have this argument be just like, well, you know, Charlie Kirk is Christian, unlike Ben. Just saying. Oh my, it's got to be like being Dave Rubin, you know? like it's like that whole thing where you're like, "Oh yeah, no."
more relatable.
But
like I
Are you trying to make a like
you just
seriously?
said the right word, relatable.
yeah.
In my opinion, the Daily Wire,
Yeah.
they're almost like elitists.
They're elitist. Pseudo-intellectualism is elitist now. Oh my God, Chad, it's a race to the bottom. It's a race to the bottom. Look, the social utility was there at first because we needed to point to somebody to say like, that's my intellectual Ben Shapiro. That's my intellectual Jordan Peterson. That's my intellectual Brett Weinstein. Like, right? You had to point out somebody and say, no, we're not intellectual. We're not bereft of any sort of, you know. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
And they're smart. Give them credit. They're like the Ivy League type people.
They're the Ivy League type people. Oh, no.
What's up?
They're the Ivy League rejects, is what they are.
I put hand sanitizer. But
I thought you were.
Sorry, what's going on? He put hand sanitizer? What's going on? This is such a weird show, right? Vinny just got kind of, I don't know, like, I don't like to use this word, but it's sort of cucked, right? That, like, Vinny's trying to go off on something, and PBD's like, you okay there, Andrew? You got your coffee? Can we make you feel more comfortable here? We don't really care what Vinny has to say. We don't give a good goddamn about Vinny. We got Andrew Schultz here today. That's who you know. That's who we actually care about. Yeah, Daily Wire is too elitist. Pseudo intellectuals, fake intellectuals. They're too elitist now. We can't do that. It feels intellectual. It may not be intellectual. It may be, you know, specifically created to be just above our reading level so we can feel like we're having an intellectual experience while hearing just the same fucking bigotry, you know, recoded, spoken better maybe than you would on like Tim Pool's show. But now it's too elitist.
You were giving me like
no,
go
I'm
at
not
him,
kidding.
go at him, go
No,
at him.
That's not what you get.
But like a Charlie Kirk didn't go to college. He's not a lawyer.
Yeah.
He's just a dude that read a lot
So-
of books.
so-
So he's more relatable.
yeah, I mean, look, here's the reality of it. Running a business is very hard. It's
I'm sorry, but I don't know. These guys are out of touch. All right, you know, the assumptions that they're making about America and like what's cool now. It's very much, you know, a siloed view. It's very much from their own like echo chamber. So, you know, don't get scared and start, you know, taking them seriously of like, yeah, you know, conservatism is what's popular now. I mean, they're up their own ass in a big way. They're high on their own supply right now after the election. But it does, I don't know. There are trends in the United States, and for a long time that trend has been fairly anti-intellectual.
so easy from the outside to criticize anybody that's running a business. It's so hard, it's not even funny. You lose sleep.
You don't run a business, you run a fucking scam, bro. You lose sleep. Are the next group of people going to fall for my not Ponzi scheme, for my pyramid scheme? That's the sleep that you lose.
It leads to marriages not working out. It leads to friendships not working out. It leads to anxiety, to panic, to sleepless nights, to criticism. But you chose to do that. You chose the job. So that's not like nobody told you not to do it. You do a Netflix special and it isn't good, the market's going to tell you. You crush it, they're going to tell you. As a comedian, you have a risk. As an athlete, you have a risk. As a performer, you have a risk. And they have a risk there as well. The reality of it is, when it comes down to Jeremy, my gut feeling, when I went the first time to Paramount, when the building that Glenn Beck and the Blaze bought, I said, wow, Glenn, so you run this entire place? He says, oh, hell no. I'm just a creative. I was like, whoa. You know how long it took him to say that? Half a second.
Quick.
So he left to start the Blaze. And then he realized he's just a creative.
Yeah.
He's an artist.
Yeah.
One of the hardest things to do is to be a creative and be able to operate.
Yeah.
That is not easy. Because imagine he's trying to be an actor and he's trying to do the movie and he's trying to get into the part. And then at the same time, hey, we just lost 3 employees.
Yeah.
What do you want me to do with this new guy that we hired? All right, cut. Guys, I need 7 minutes.
Great point.
And then you try to smile. Hey, Jeremy, you look angry. Let me watch a cat video. Say, hey, 2 more people quit. Motherfucker, let me give me a break. Cut. Like, dude, it's like, if you're an artist, be an artist. Like when you see Christian Bale lose his shit, I understand. You're a creative. Leave me the F alone. Put the freaking mic up. I'm trying to get into this part. You're standing there holding the shit, getting in. Do your damn job, right? So I understand the creative. You're trying to be creative, and you're trying to do this. One of the best things Greg Popovich ever told, I was about to say Derek Harper.
Tim Duncan.
Not, who was the guy? Derek Parker? Was it something?
Tony Parker.
Tony Parker.
French.
I said Harper. I went back to
Have
like
a little
old
respect
school.
for Tony Parker.
Yeah, Tony Parker. You know what he said to him?
What?
He said, hey, I think I want to be the number 1 guy. I read the story somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
So he says, look, you can go anywhere else you want. You'll average 32 points a game. You'll be a superstar. You'll be up there. No problem. You will not win championships. Tim Duncan's our player.
Wow.
Oof.
If you want to play point guard, you got to place here. We'll win championships. If Jeremy is able to just be creative and give his wealth of knowledge he has of, what do you call it? Daily Wire. And, you know, who's the other? Caleb? Is it Caleb? If you don't know what he looks like, that's...
Jeremy's the creative. No, none of these assholes are creative. They're all they're all just Hollywood dropouts, right? They're all people who couldn't cut it with Hollywood. They told themselves that it's because they were conservative. It turns out, no, they just suck. You just make boring shit that nobody wants to watch. You suck at what you want to do, right? You'd be better off not being a creative because your creativity sucks ass, right? That's the sad truth.
Better.
Probably a better.
That's right. That's what I'm saying. So if you
don't want a
that is
celebrity.
Yeah. So if Caleb Robinson, I think.
Caleb Howe?
If he, no, to the right, Rob. To the right, it says Caleb Robinson. I think that's the guy. If he's one of the owners of.
Executive producer?
Yeah. So if.
I thought we'd get some insight from the conservative media sphere by watching PBD. It turns out these assholes don't know shit. Not even in their own universe. Are they like knowledgeable? Like they don't know who Caleb Robinson is. They don't know, like, right? They're just like, you know, they're more clueless than I am about right-wing shit.
If the co-CEO, they mentioned the name here. Can you make sure I get the name right? Who else the co-CEO?
Caleb Robinson.
Yeah.
Yes, you're right.
If he's the CEO and Jeremy becomes creative.
Here, help me out because I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
And Ben is doing his thing here. Boca, and he goes back and forth with Nashville, whatever he's doing. They have to recreate themselves. But also don't forget, there's another group of people that nobody hears about, and that's investors. Investors will come in and they'll say things like this. That's not working out.
Yeah.
What do you mean? It's time.
Numbers, yeah, that's really easy to see with the Daily Wire. Their numbers have gone way down, right? It's not even like.
And then there's a.
You know, I think what he's trying to talk about is investors that come, they see what you're doing, and they say, like, that's not going to work. That's not going to be popular. They could be right. They could be wrong about that. but they're the investors, so you kind of got to listen to them. But in this case, it's not an issue of like, I didn't like lady ballers. I didn't think that doesn't seem like something that's going to succeed. I don't like Mr. Burcham. It's like, no, objectively, your numbers are way the fuck down. Like lady ballers might have been the peak for Daily Wire's like entertainment, sector, right? That just and everybody's numbers are down. Peterson, Matt Walsh, Michael Knowles, everybody's numbers are down. Ben Shapiro, especially Shapiro, God.
Very ugly board meeting. Very entertaining. Back and forth.
Yeah.
And you have to find a way to make a decision gently. And slowly, the person who leaves is going to tell their version of the story. Then the company, and many times, they can't tell the full story. So they're the ones that are going to be bashed for a long time because they can't fully tell the whole story. Like, I wish you knew what happened, but I can't tell you the full story. Then there's employees on the inside that are leaking information to others on the outside. So podcasters and everybody else is kind of telling their version of the story. And then there's people that are leaking misinformation to confuse everybody with a story. But it takes 2, 3, 4, 5 years, and then you realize what really happened. Here, I actually think Jeremy's a creative guy. He has a dream since he was a kid. He wants to do something. Go for it.
What's weird is that like this phrase like likability or relatability that he mentioned earlier, and I've heard this in a number of different places. Whenever I hear people like this talking about relatability, they're talking about one, the person's not very knowledgeable, right? That's relatable. Not knowing something is relatable. All right, and two, it's like a wrestling heel thing. The person's an asshole, right? The person's got flaws, really obvious character flaws up front, right? That's relatable. It's weird. It's a weird kind of vice signaling thing that's going on here, right? I mean, again, these people are very much up their own ass. They're very much, in their like little echo chamber, right? So don't take what they say too seriously. They do not actually know what they're talking about. But I have noted, like, what makes Theo Vaughn a successful podcaster? Relatability. Why is he relatable? Because either he doesn't know much about anything, or he plays a guy that doesn't know. I don't know which it is, right? Same thing with Rogan, right? What is making these people successful? It's like the lack of, I don't even want to say like lack of intelligence necessarily, because like I always say, intelligence is a many splendored thing. There's multiple types of intelligence, and just because you're not good at one field doesn't mean that you're not good at another field. But it seems like what they're going for is just that, like, it's like a dumbass aesthetic.
I like the fact that Candace was very respectful to Ben, gave Ben the respect, and I actually really like the way she did it. And I would like to see those two do something here soon, Candace and Ben. I think it'd be great for them to do a conversation together. I'm not saying her going, but that'll never happen. I'm just saying the fact that they do something together, because a team of rivals.
Candace and Ben, yeah, great idea. Yeah, team of rivals. You got your anti-Semite and you got your Jewish guy. That's a great rivalry to set up there, right? You can argue about the, you can argue about whether anti-Semitism is based or not. That's
is still better than what the enemy is trying to do to everybody. Of course. If we can figure out a way to get the team of rivals to work together, it's a good thing. And trust.
Now they're talking about team of rivals. Chad, if you don't know, this was a thing that got discussed in the Obama administration. People around Obama would talk about. There's like a book at the time about Lincoln's cabinet, Abraham Lincoln's cabinet, and that he'd kind of pulled from different groups of people who didn't necessarily agree with each other. And that what made, Lincoln so effective was that he had, people from either of these sides to, advise him, right? Obama apparently tried to, read that book and was impressed by it, tried to do sort of the same thing. But now we got PBD with a team of rivals. We got, you got over here, You got Israeli nationalism over here, and then you got full on anti-Semitism over here. And if somehow we could just bring the disparate elements together, I don't know why, but for some reason they don't seem to mix very well. It's like oil and water. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is about these two contingents. We can't quite get them together, but if we could, it'd be so powerful. It'd be so powerful. Like, right?
Trust me. I've done many jobs that the responsibility's been on me that I hated it. I'll never forget one of my guys, we're sitting on a board, Tom, you may remember this. I said, how much do you like selling annuities? I hate it. Really? Yes, I hate it. I don't want that responsibility.
All right.
What do you want to do? I just want to do.
So, I mean, that's a sign of a healthy channel. If I type in your name, and the first stuff I get is not about you, but it's by you, your brand's doing pretty good, maybe. Why is she doing? Oh wait, that's an Inside Edition. Why does that come up when I type in Brett Cooper? Sean Ryan clips. Let's see if we can find.
How long was it after you left the Daily Wire that
Adult friendships are really hard.
when you left, your maid of honor?
What does this next chapter look like?
What kind of sizzle reel is this?
Do you want to say anything to her?
I mean, look, if you don't know, like, a lot of these, a lot of this kind of content, when a content is conversational, sometimes the beginning of the conversation not that interesting. If you want to draw people in, what you do is you find the most exciting moments in the conversation, like let's say that there was like a little argument or something, or somebody shouted, or you know what I mean, and you put that up front. You lead with that. Like if you ever watch Hasanabi's, Clip Industrial Complex, right? They'll usually, rather than start at the beginning of the segment, they'll start with like something that Hassan says when he gets animated or something like that. That's what they're trying to do here, but it's just disjointed. Adult friendships are hard. Blah 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 blah. I don't know. It's another style.
What was the final straw?
Okay, final straw for the Daily Wire, right?
And
There wasn't
almost
a-
nobody would give that up
Yeah.
and start from scratch. And that's why I respect you so much.
It was terrifying. I had to, Alex and I had a conversation. This was not this is a lot of
She looks different.
thinking and praying and analyzing, and we looked at each other and we're just kind of like, are we basically willing to lose everything and start from scratch? Because again, we had, Alex had just started his own business. We had
So wait, this is her husband, her partner, her boyfriend, Alex?
bought this farm that was like a stretch, but we really wanted it. And I was like, I could leave and it could backfire on me immediately. Nobody could care. Maybe I wouldn't make any money. Maybe I would have no anything. And I basically just had to decide, like, does that matter to me? And it didn't.
And it worked.
Yeah. But it wasn't because I was
subs.
like, yeah.
1 million subs in 1 month when you launched your new show.
Yeah.
Now, that's not exactly surprising, right? So what we're talking about, right? Brett Cooper had a YouTube channel. That YouTube channel was owned by the Daily Wire. So when Brett left the Daily Wire, she couldn't take her YouTube channel with her, right? And so, she's got to make a new channel. Now, yeah, like if what people really liked was the fact that this was a Daily Wire program, that it was associated with the Daily Wire. In other words, if Brett Cooper was popular because of her association with Ben Shapiro at all, then maybe that wouldn't have worked, right? But it's kind of the opposite. Daily Wire was actually being held up, was staying somewhat afloat because of Brett Cooper. Brett Cooper was like the biggest figure in terms of views, in terms of who's getting views on their content. It was Brett Cooper, right? So, you know, when they brought on the comment section and it was with somebody else other than Brett Cooper, people were mad. People didn't want to see it. They were like, where's Brett Cooper? I'm here for Brett Cooper. Brett Cooper's no longer here. Where is Brett Cooper? On another channel. Yeah, she's going to get 1 million subs in a month. That's actually not the most impressive, thing, that she can relocate 1 million of her supporters from the Daily Wire channel to, I mean, that almost does itself, right? You know, she leaves, it causes a controversy. They try to keep the show going without her. People hate it, right? So, you know, there's a hunger. There's a hunger for where is Brett Cooper, right? And, you know, here's the link. All right, click it, subscribe, there you go.
It was very humbling and gratifying. I was like, okay. But it's terrifying. And I literally, like, our conversation was like, are we willing? My mom had just decided to move to Nashville. I was like, are we willing to, like, go move back in with her and, like, literally start over? If, like, you're funding our life now, Alex, and I can't help it all, and I'm making no money, like, if all of it went away, and at the end of the day, like, I don't really care about being famous. Like, it comes with what I do, but I would be just as happy if I was telling stories in a different capacity.
Mm-hmm.
Again, it's finding the root of what you love to do and then applying it. I don't need this to survive. I don't crave it. I do it because I love sharing stories with people. I love hopefully making them think differently about the world. I love making people feel like they're not alone in whatever they're going through, whether that's like on my subscription platform where we do our Dear Brett series and I'm able to talk to people like,
I can't tell, chat. Was she being evasive? Like, he straight up asked her, like, when did you know it was the last straw, right? He's trying to ask her, like, what made you leave the Daily Wire? And I don't think that he got the answer that he was going for, right? He wants to know, like, what was wrong there, like, or like he's fishing for conflict, and she's kind of still just like, whoa, yeah, it was a big change. We didn't know if it would work.
I had a girl last week, talk to me about, she has a grandfather with dementia who is, forgetting who she is and has gotten violent, and is like, how do you go through that? Like, how do you still love somebody and be there, but protect yourself and know that, that isn't the person that you know anymore. I got to talk about my brother, which I don't often get to do. And it's like, I've had so much crap happen in 23 years. It's like, I hope that I can make somebody's life a little better if they haven't experienced this and they're now going through it for the first time. I hope I can make you feel less crazy about the world and feel less alone. But I don't have to have 4 million or 1 million subs to do that. Like, that isn't why I do this. I could go back to Trader Joe's and I'd be happy.
Well,
I don't know. Somehow it's not hard to envision her in a Trader Joe's uniform.
Describe the why.
Yeah.
And you hit it. And
I'm not trying to shame her for that, by the way. Like, it's
and you seem very fulfilled.
Yeah.
That's good to see. Not a lot of people have that, man.
Yeah.
Not a lot of people feel fulfilled in what they're doing.
Yeah. And that was the first step to freedom. Of being like, I'm okay if this doesn't work, and I'm willing to fight to make that happen.
When you left, your maid of honor, best friend, was it Reagan? Is that her name? Took over the comments section.
So he's still fishing.
How did that feel?
Friendships are hard.
Are you guys
non-answer
still friends?
I would say so.
Yeah, Katie, that's the only clue she's given us so far, is that, like, a sense of freedom. She's definitely not, like, spilling the tea today, apparently.
Would you like to still be friends?
Of course.
She's in such an odd mood. She's very guarded.
I talked about that actually in another Dear Brett thing. Adult friend.
Was she grifting? No. She's so for anybody who doesn't know, she left the Daily Wire, I don't know, months ago, right? She left the Daily Wire. She started her own channel, and that channel has gotten, like 1 million subs within a month, right? So she's pulled the people that were fans of hers on the Daily Wire off of there onto her new channel. She's doing well. She's doing really well, and she's doing the same kind of stuff, right? It's still conservative. It's still right-wing content, right? So, it's not like, she wasn't just pretending to be conservative. She legitimately is conservative. The question is, could she be a conservative fake streamer on her own YouTube channel, which there's no reason why not to, right? The production quality isn't that high at the Daily Wire. Could she do it on her own, or, was her success due to the association with the Daily Wire? And obviously not. Obviously, the Daily Wire is a sinking ship. There are a bunch of failed actors, and she's got at least likability, which is more than you can say for most of the Daily Wire stable.
Friendships are really hard. You always think it's going to get easier. Kind of just gets harder. And with more people knowing who you are and having influence and having eyes on you, then you kind of question people's motives in being friends with you, and it's kind of like a hard knowing how to meet people, and so I'm like loyal to maybe a fault. But
Do you feel that she was disloyal in taking the role?
No, she's an adult. And this is what I will always stand by. You have to make the decision that is good for you and your family. I did that, and she did that.
Why do you think the friendship fell apart? If you wish her the best of success.
Friendships are hard.
She doesn't seem likable at all. Well, I mean, neither does Ted Cruz. Neither does Donald Trump. Neither do a lot of people that are popular with right-wingers. But for whatever reason, she's...
Do you want to say anything to her?
She's doing better than the rest of the Daily Wire, basically. So yeah, she's being asked about her departure from the Daily Wire. She's being asked about her... apparently her bridesmaid, Reagan, best BFF that took over for her, that was, I think, functioning as her producer prior to that. The Daily Wire thought that maybe it's not about Brett Cooper, maybe it's just about the format. Can we plug Brett Cooper into the format? They even supposedly, chat, now I haven't watched the comment section since she's been off of it, but people are hypothesizing that Reagan took acting lessons to try to emulate what Brett Cooper was doing, right? And it didn't work. It didn't work. The people that like that show, they like Brett Cooper. They revolted from the fact that they replaced her with her producer, and they went over and found her on her own YouTube channel. So she's doing fine. She's her own, she's kind of an independent right-wing, I guess you'd say like apolitical to some extent, right? Less apolitical than some of the podcasts out there. But she also does a lot of pop culture content. She does a lot of non-political content, right? With the goal of that being to bring in a bigger audience than people who are necessarily looking for right-wing content. And she's been successful. The Daily Wire is going down the tubes.
That's a difficult question. But at the end of the day, I wish you success and I wish you well. And I hope
it's a terrible interview
that she chases the things that she wants, and I never wish that, to not work for anybody. But I mean that genuinely. There have been so many people that have come in and out of my life over the years, And I think that it's important to let go. Can't control everything, even though you might like to. People make their own decisions. Sometimes it hurts. But at the end of the day, everybody's figuring it out. And we make choices, we live with choices, we do what we believe is best for us and our goals and our dreams. So yeah.
Good for you.
That's a healthier way to handle it.
All right.
Good for you.
Wow.
How long was it after you left the Daily Wire that you started it?
I hate this guy like Lex Friedman. I don't know how these guys make it to the top. Yeah, I mean they're so boring. All these people in the right wing stable, like they're so fucking boring. I don't get it.
My last day was December 10th. And I think we started the show at the end of January, I believe. It was a good rest period. I had a lot to consider and recalibrate and reflect on. And it seemed a lot longer in the moment.
So I don't know if she had it was in her contract that she had to, she couldn't start up her own thing for a certain number of months or something like that. But yeah, she did take she quits Daily Wire. She makes a YouTube channel. That YouTube channel, without her making any content on it, I think is just, filling up with subs, right? Because people are they want to follow her. They don't care about the Daily Wire that much. And then eventually she starts streaming on that channel.
Go from to silence. It was really nice. And I had to think about a lot of the things that we've just spoken about. And I had already been thinking about that for months leading up to that. Of the why and the how. And what can I build and how can I produce it in a way that is authentic, that is meaningful, that doesn't compromise values. And I wanted to do right by people. I care so deeply about this audience and this community that I've built, and I know that they trust me, and I care for them, and I wouldn't have what I have today. I mean, they've changed my life in a myriad of ways, where it's like having this community of people that tunes in and watches you, it makes me better. It makes me articulate. It makes me have more integrity with myself. Like, they hold me to high standards and encourage me to continue holding myself to high standards. I think about the impact that I'm having in the world on a much broader scale. I want to make sure I am being consistent with what I say on screen and what I'm doing in my personal life. And if I'm saying I believe in independent voices and freedom and doing what you believe in and standing strong in that, I have to do the same, and I can't. Like, it just forces you to go. Like, I think if you are a person with integrity and you have eyes on you and you're speaking about that, I don't know how you can not do that behind the scenes. I just I can't comprehend that. And so I think it was really good. I spent months thinking of like, what is the best way? What does this next chapter look like? And there was a lot that I wanted to consider in terms of, Alex is in my life, and I do want to be a mom, and that's the thing that I've dreamt about for my entire childhood and, life and now. And how can I build a life and a career where I get to do what I love, but I get to be the kind of mother that I want to be and have the kind of balance that I hope to have.
So the only thing that I can get out of this is maybe she needs flexibility. Maybe there were certain expectations from the Daily Wire in terms of, I mean, the only thing I kind of know is I think that what was the deal, chat? There was a time in which she was there a time in which she worked from home? Because I mean, that I think that the nearest I can get from why did she quit, right, is that she was traveling to go to a studio that looked like her bedroom, but it wasn't, right? So in other words, they kind of could have set up like, you know, they could have set up her bedroom like this, right? They could have set up something at her house like this, but they didn't want to. They had this particular vision, right? They thought they were like slotting her in as the, you know, just another set piece, right? And that the vision, right, of like, you know, hey, you know, streamers are popular now. Let's try to like astroturf a streamer. Like let's make her look like a streamer, but we'll have 3 cameras and we'll have, you know, high production value and we'll control the environment. And you know, she wants to do like what's ironic is the show that she's doing now seems like it is organically more in line with the show that the Daily Wire was trying to make it look like, right? And yeah, indeed, you know, there's no point in her going into a studio when the studio is just made to look like a bedroom. So that's all I can tell is that like she was like, I can do this in a way where I have control, where I'm independent, and stuff that I want to do, like having kids, is not gonna, you know, conflict with whatever, you know, whatever I'm bound to as far as the contract, whatever, you know, number of days at work I'm supposed to do, right? I think she just wanted more control. That's all I can tell.
And again, it like, if it didn't work, if nobody cared, I would be fine. Like I would, you know.
The setting and the tonality is like she's recalling the death of a loved one. Apparently, she did talk about a brother that she lost at age 5 during this interview. So you know there were maybe some more emotional moments in this conversation. But yeah, we're almost done with this here chat.
Having babies.
I'm ready to be done.
Working a job, being with my family, being with the people that I love. Might not be as like exciting as some of the stuff that I get to do, but that's like really good life. And at the end of the day, that's what I think about.
No matter where you're watching, Sean.
Okay, there we go. So that is the Daily Wire. They're going downhill. Jeremy Boring has stepped down as what, like co-CEO. He's going to be working still with the more entertainment aspect of the Daily Wire, but he's taking, you know, a reduced role in terms of the organization and management of the company. And, you know, it's not looking good for the Daily Wire, right? Ben Shapiro, Jordan Peterson, all these people that used to be big stars, Matt Walsh, Michael Knowles, they don't have any motion. Brett Cooper, Candace Owens, they had organic audiences. They had motion. When they left the show, those audiences went with them. It turns out that conservatives, you know... In the case of Candace Owens, you know, her blatant anti-Semitism is probably more in the direction of where the conservative movement is headed, and in terms of Brett Cooper, she is, you know, she has like sort of an organic, like they tried to astroturf her, and it turns out that she had it. More than the rest of the, you know, if anybody was astroturfed, it was the rest of the Daily Wire, not Brett Cooper. So she's independent, she's doing her own thing, and that's about all I can take of Brett Cooper. Anyway, chat, we did not really finish up this whole deal with Francesca, right? Francesca this week asked Cenk Uygur to cut her show, The Bitchuation Room, loose from the TYT network. Cenk agreed to do this, but then he went one step further and said, yeah, but also you're banned from the network. So the main takeaway of that is that she's not going to be, she's not going to be on, like, for instance, John Adirola's show anymore.
Yeah, I mean, look.
So she went on the Vanguard on, I believe, Friday to talk to Zach and Gavin about the situation, spill some tea on TYT, and oh wait, Wait, did I not see this? Wait, what's going on here? I'm a little bit confused by this. Oh, it is members only. I thought so. So anyway, we're gonna oh geez, I gotta move myself, don't I? All right, maybe over here for now. Either there or there is gonna be the best place. We'll try here for now. That being said, chat, we're doing things a little bit differently today. As you can tell, my setup is not what it usually is. I'm on my laptop. I have things are massively pared down. Things that are normally there, like a poll and chat of what do you want to do for bonus content, is not there. And well, I'm relying on you, chat. I'm relying on you to step in and let me know what you want to see for bonus content, right? So far, the only suggestion I've gotten. It's a strange day, chat. It's a strange day indeed. So far, the only suggestion I've got is
we've got some good news. Are you ready?
Katie Montgomery. Oh, come on. Bring it up. I need to see what this is. Katie Montgomery's got a video talking about the Cass review. If you don't know, Cass review was so right-wingers, when they're talking about trans people, generally they have a lot of appeals to conventional wisdom, appeals to ignorance, in other words, right? They'll kind of appeal to people's bigotry and ignorance about trans people. They don't have a lot of science that they can cite, right? So when, for instance, you know, TERFs on TERF Island in the UK, they want to, you know, they want to justify their transphobia. They got to kind of go on vibes. So the British government, or I don't know if it's like they commissioned this thing called the Cass Review, right? Which was supposed to be a piece of science for the, you know, for the anti-trans movement to be able to cite to suggest that, I don't know, that kids, you know, that gender affirming care might be harmful, right? For instance, right? So this was the Cass Review, right? And there were, from the very get-go, there were methodological problems, but it sort of doesn't matter. They'll cite it anyway. As time has gone on, more and more countries are taking a look at what the Cass Review actually is and determining that it is not worthwhile science. So yeah, Katie Montgomery has got that. Now, I don't know if we're going to get to it because, you know, everything's kind of screwed up today. It looks like Twitch is actually carrying YouTube. The bonus goal, we're at 34 out of 100. We're 34% of the way there. That's all because of Twitch and 0% because of YouTube. And I don't have a lot of suggestions from people, so I don't know if this is, you know, gonna work or not. I want to do streams while I'm waiting to get my get in my apartment, waiting to get the actual setup, waiting to make things feel more like they used to feel on the stream. But you know, it's all up to you, chat, as far as you know, whether you know, this is gonna work or not. Again, apologies that I'm not able to put together a bonus poll or like, you know, I'm on a laptop, all right, and I'm doing what I can. So, you know, I don't know, will we hit the bonus goal or not today? Maybe not. It's up to you. Just know that when you do, or if you do decide to support the stream, whether it's through Super Chat, Super Sticker, if you're getting yourself a membership, if you're gifting memberships, if you're supporting me on Throne, or you are joining my Patreon, or especially if you're supporting me on Twitch, which I greatly appreciate because we're demonetized on Twitch, right? All political streamers are, thanks to Ethan Klein, Destiny, etc. And the only way that I get paid at all on Twitch is through the support of viewers like you. So I'm very thankful that Twitch is really coming through today, really supporting the stream. Did I get your Throne donation? Oh my gosh, you got to tell. Well, you did tell me. You are telling me right now, actually, Narwhal. can I see it is like the real question. Let's see if I can pull it up. I just like it's amazing how little system resources the my laptop has compared to like a real computer. I'm really starting to appreciate the okay, Norwell, thank you for the $15 to the oh gosh, it still says leaving the country fund. I mean, huh. I should probably change that. Oh my gosh, I don't even know if I can get to it right now. Yeah, that's what I mean, chat, is like even stuff in terms of like my logins, right? Are like not necessarily accessible to me. But yeah, we're at 49% out of 100%. If we get to 100% by the end of my coverage of Francesca and I'm also going to do the John Alarola. We were supposed to do that the other day. I didn't get to it. I'll try to do it today. I think also Francesca is going to be reacting to John Adarola's statement about Francesca leaving. But yeah, I do. The biggest thing I need from you, chat, is suggestions. I'm leaving it up to the audience, right? Some people want, like Shakespeare is always coming in here being like, can we do a dark horse thing? A dark horse is when the chat suggests the subject that we'll be talking about in the bonus content, right? So today's the day that I need that. So if you're doing any kind of, if you're supporting the stream financially, you can also, when you do that, let me know in the comments, what do you want to see as bonus content? What do you think would be good bonus content? So far, the only suggestion I've got is Katie Montgomery's new video about the cash report. So we'll see if we get to that or not. But again, chat, apologies for the stream being not as good as it normally is. Was the bedroom-looking studio she had in the Daily Wire for the PDF right-wing weirdo audience? Well, look, I don't know how much I want to sign off on that, but I will say that the audience that they anticipated bringing in with Brett Cooper was a lot younger than overall the audience that showed up. Now, I do think that she does have some organic, like, audience that like her clips do okay on TikTok, right? So there definitely are some people closer to her age, which is what their Daily Wire was going for, that are watching Brett Cooper. But yeah, there's also a much older set of viewers that watches it, you know, because somehow to them it's like Brett Cooper is like their window into, you know, they like to see a conservative 20-something, right? That's I think the appeal, a big part of the appeal of Brett Cooper, more than an organic appeal to 20-year-olds proper or 20-somethings, right? They definitely did end up with a older. They you know, she garnered an audience, right? She's garnering an audience better than almost anybody on the Daily Wire, but it's a much older audience. For the bonus content, can we watch BE's pop compilation of the housekeeper thing? Well, I need somebody to say it with a donation. But good idea, Charlie. Good idea. I'm leaving it up to the donors, right? So when you donate, again, whether it's a super chat, super sticker, if you're getting yourself a membership, if you're gifting memberships, if you're signing up for my Patreon, if you're supporting me on Throne, or if you're supporting me over on Twitch, let me know what you want to see as far as bonus content, because that's how we're doing the bonus content for right now. I may try to revise it if you know, this doesn't seem to be working, but again, the stream runs on the support of viewers like you, whether that's Thumb Gang, hitting that like button, which you can hit for free, gifting things like Twitch Prime sub, which you can do for free, or you know, the actual donations, and I'm also relying on you this time. I'm making you do double work, donors, as far as coming up what we're going to do for bonus content. Again, hopefully I'll have things more together in the near future. But yeah, these laptop streams not quite as easy to do as as what I'm used to. But yeah, let's take a look and see what Francesca's got to say to the Vanguard, and we'll go from there. We'll see if we can hit the bonus goal and keep me on a little bit longer to cover one more topic. Again, I still need your input. So, if you're going to donate, I would also ask. See, I'm asking too much, right? You're donating, but then I'm also like, but what about your creative input for the show? Like, what do you want to watch? What do you want to watch?
There's a number of things to say about this relationship. In terms of John, I think it says a lot that he does not feel comfortable saying that this is my show and I would like to book who I book. I've got over 1 million subscribers and many, many members. I make you a lot of money. The least you can do is allow me this. I'm sorry that your Fifi's got hurt, but this is what it is. And it takes some guts to.
Archie says a lot of Brett Cooper's videos have comments like, "You remind me of my daughter," in the comment section. Yeah, that is a big part of her audience, I think, right? I don't want to act like she has no motion at all on TikTok. She absolutely does, but a lot of the audience is slightly older than the audience they were targeting.
To do that. And I think it says a lot that he doesn't feel like he can. And it sucks. It's not what I would do.
The Vanguard will be there.
Is that a new theme song for them? Does the Vanguard have a new theme song now?
And then obviously the banning of other shows. I've got a great relationship with John, or at least I thought I did. And I had a great relationship, with them.
Oh, damn. At least I thought I did. So now the Vanguard, had said when, I don't know, we've got the John Adirola, wait, I think I have. Do I have the John Adirola? I thought I did. Damn. Oh no, here we go. Now I gotta see what John actually said. So I've heard a little bit of the Vanguard's commentary on John's. This is John Adirola's reaction to.
Welcome back, one and all, to the Damage Report. Apologize for the slightly late start. We're having some technical difficulties.
This is Adirola's response to Francesca being essentially banned from his show, right? So she asked for Habituation Room to be removed from the TYT network. Cenk obliged, but he also said, you can't be on any TYT network show. The Damage Report, John's show, is on the TYT network, and this is a show that they're friends apparently, or were friends, and he's been told that he's not allowed to book her anymore. So let's see what his response is.
That happen all too often.
Also, thank you to the lovely and talented Zara Zarix for clipping this for me.
To Apple technology. Today's a Thursday, but as you can see now, I am alone for reasons that some of you probably already understand, and for the rest of you...
So yeah, I guess Thursday's normally a show that he does together with Francesca.
I'll address to start the show. So it was announced yesterday on the episode of The Young Turks that, at least for the time being, the network is going to be putting a hold on appearances on network programming by Francesca Fiorentinni. And the reason that we're obviously addressing that here is because that applies to the Damage Report. And my hope is that that is a temporary thing, that after, some time we can reassess and we can come back together. That is both, I think, implicitly and explicitly what I have always.
Jonathan's saying this is the same thing that John did with the mods left almost 2 years ago. Yeah, so the the initial recognition that TYT was moving to the right, to the point where people that moderated for the channel did not feel comfortable, staying there, and they made they wrote up a whole treatise on what TYT had meant to them in the past and why they couldn't stay, and watch it turn into something fundamentally antithetical to the TYT that they had maybe many of them grown up with, had considered their community, right? And so this is John Adirola is somebody who is generally more likely to be on the right side of the issue. The issues that Cenk and Anna are particularly egregious about, but he's kind of stayed on the network and he hasn't made waves, right? And in this case, there was some expectation from people like the Vanguard that maybe John, given that he is, I would assume a valued employee of TYT, might say, hey, Cenk, if you kick her, off, like, I'm leaving too, right? That maybe some kind of expression of solidarity might have been appropriate. That's not what we're getting. We're getting a very middle of the road kind of fence righty, explanation so far that kind of says, like, my friends are fighting. Maybe I can, maybe I can bring peace between them, and maybe in the future I'll bring Francesca on. If I play my cards right, if I'm nice to Cenk.
Advocated for and worked towards, with the stakes being as high as they are and everything going on in this country, that I think that we all need to work together. And I think that we're stronger when we're all together. That said, if you are interested in the reasoning behind this hopefully temporary split, Cenk and Anna addressed it on the show. He played clips of.
I'm sorry, did Anna address it at all, chat? We watched Cenk's segment. I didn't see Anna say anything.
Some of the remarks that Francesca have made towards him. I'm not going to relitigate all of those, but if you want to see the video, they included it in their clip. There are some comments among that I've spoken with Francesca about previously. And so some of you, in seeing the reasoning, I think will find it to be quite reasonable. Others of you will not. I hope that you understand that as I react to this, because I found out about this not that much longer before everybody else did yesterday, while I was on my leave, that I'm in a very difficult position, because while I think most people probably find themselves on one or other side of this split either defined by the disagreements or by some of the attacks that have been made, they find themselves on one side or the other. I care about people on all sides of it. I care about, these are all people that I know and care about and have worked with for a very long time. I've been doing this work with Francesca since 2016, nearly a decade ago now, and I've worked with Anna and Cenk since 2012. And the only reason that anybody even knows who I am is because I was offered the job, in late 2011, thanks to the advocacy of Anna Kasparian. And then I care about, people on both sides. And
both sides. Oh my God, that's not the phrase you want to use.
It's objectively, it's a sad day for the show. I think that you all know, probably because I say it a lot, there are few people in this world I more enjoy doing shows with than Francesca Fiorentinni, for a variety of different reasons. We are friends, in our personal life. Our children play together, but also because of who she is and what she's worked towards. She's been, doing work to improve America for a lot longer than I have. And I think that, if you were to scour this industry, you might be able to find some people that, politically, in terms of policy and values, I agree with as much, but I don't think you're going to find anyone I agree with more. And so that's why I said earlier, my hope is that this can be a limited thing. We will have to see. I don't know exactly how things are going to go. I have I have done work to try to, stop us from getting to this place, but clearly it hasn't worked. As in other instances, it hasn't worked. I'm not as great at diplomacy as sometimes I wish that I was. And so we're left in this, sad place. And so I am personally and individually sad. I think that it is probably going to come through in the content, and I apologize ahead of time that I am hardly in a great place mentally. But that's the way it goes, Sometimes I guess maybe it would be better if I had a script loaded in and I just read off of it for 90 minutes, but that's not how it happens. I in the same way that Francesca and others do, I care about what happens in America. I care what happens to this show and to this network, and I feel it, quite deeply. And I know that a lot of you probably are, and you're probably very sad about it. I'll have more to say about various aspects of this once we get into the social breaks. I do want to just say that, during this period, if you want to continue to follow and support Francesca, as I'm sure I know that many of you already do, there are a number of great places where you can do that. She still obviously hosts the Bitchuation Room multiple times a week. She has her show on thei. She does her live shows, and as well as her live comedy appearances. And so there's a great number of places where you continue to support her, and hopefully we can reassess and we can see what happens. More to say about that as we go, but that's where we're at right now. Just for those of you who, maybe you're not following what's happening online. I know a lot of people have taken time off of social media. I don't really use it anymore. And you might not have seen what happened on the other show. And so just to keep you, or to get you, caught up, that's currently what's ongoing. And so with that, we're going to try to do a show. It is going to be difficult, but we're going to do our best. And, if you have thoughts, questions, comments, you can always send those in and I'll respond to them. So with that, we're going to jump into our first story, something that has been developing throughout my 2 days off where I was spending time with my daughter, and we're going to catch up with that as well. So let's jump into this. Member for 50 months, the big 50, thank you. Says, John, we're all going to get through this. Stay strong. You can do it, Dragon Papa. Thank you. I appreciate the support as always. Justin, Dragon, member for 10 months, says, John, the True Dragon Squad is here to support you. It's a tough situation for you, and sorry you're stuck in the middle. No, I appreciate that. Look, I people feel a lot of different ways, and I don't begrudge the vast majority of those feelings. It's a very difficult circumstance, and the reason that the
thing that's bothering everyone is that everything about John's perspective, everything about John's opinions, right, including the opinions that he expresses on the main show when occasionally he'll butt heads with Cenk or Anna, is that he, and especially that he agrees more with Fran, and that you'd think he wouldn't be super comfortable with the direction that the network's going. That being said, he's going along with it. So that's what's really bothering people.
I think people on a variety of different sides take everything that
stuck in the middle, what a weasel,
happens so seriously is because they believe, rightly or wrongly, and I think in some ways rightly, that it's tied in with so much that's happening and so much that might happen. Like when I say constantly that, the stakes are really high, we're leading into the election and remain, that's because that's true. And I think a lot of people believe that. And so a lot of people take all of this really seriously. That doesn't mean I agree with everything they do based on feeling that, but I think that we can all try to understand why people might advocate for what they advocate for, or why they do. Like it is a complex situation. Rainy in Portland says, John, your integrity shows, and that's why you're my favorite news hour. Thank you for keeping it reasonable, decent. Thank you. By the way, I have no doubt that there's a ton of people who are furious at me as well.
Yeah, I feel like the kind of person that's going to chat your integrity shows is the kind of person that's like, unlike Francesca, who bites the hand that feeds. It's probably a TYT stan.
I don't know that I can necessarily make those people feel better. It's one of the reasons that I said.
Cenk doubled down after this video, though. We've seen the one video of Cenk. Again, chat, if you want to see some bonus content, we are 49% of the way there. I am counting on you, the donors, right? If you donate, let me know what you want for bonus content, because I haven't got a lot of suggestions. I'm sorry to have to throw the creative direction of this show your way to decide. But I think there should be some people out there that are like kind of excited about that, right? That if you've ever wanted to be like, like you're unburdened by the bonus poll, right? You if you donate, you can literally give me a suggestion of like, hey, I want to see you cover this. If there is another Cenk Uygur bit where he's freaking out, or if Anna, jumped in to like throw shade at Francesca, we can do that. We can cover just about anything. All I need is for you to let me know when you support the stream. Which Twitch is doing a really good job of today, and Throne is kind of well, I mean, I don't know. Look, YouTube is very supportive. YouTube is a very supportive place. So, we're still looking for that YouTube support today. But it doesn't mean it won't happen. And if it does happen, feel free to let me know in the comments. I want to hear from the donors this time as far as what kind of bonus content that you want. If you even want bonus content at all, right? Because we're 49% there. We may get it, we may not. I'm going to stream for about an hour and a half longer, probably, and maybe extend that if we hit 100% by the end of the stream. Also, make sure to let me know if you're donating. I could miss it. My notifications aren't up. And they're especially not up for Twitch. So if anything happens on Twitch, let me know about it, because I won't see it otherwise. And then you'll feel like I'm just not acknowledging you. And I do want to acknowledge you. I can't see it. I can't see what's going on Twitch. But we'll
believe that I'm in a pretty difficult situation. Again, I admire people on all sides of this. As I said earlier, obviously, I have an incredible amount of respect for Francesca. She did great work here. She has, for a very long time, since before getting involved with TYT, been doing amazing work on a variety of different platforms and will continue to. And again,
did I get the Cash App that you sent me the other day? Yes, but make sure to let me know, especially something like that, right? Let me know when it happens so I can acknowledge you, and I'll do that now. Thank you, Omega Star, for the $20 on Cash App.
I'm hoping.
I think I saw it after the fact. It comes up on my email, but
at some point we will all be able to come back together again. Okay. Justin, that's the one I read. Well, Justin, thank you again for that message. Jackson Kissling says in a super chat, sad about the news today. I think you and Francesca are the best duo in all of progressive media. Hope you find a venue to continue working together. Love you guys. Agreed, and I appreciate that.
Could they find is he banned from going on her show, I wonder?
Dawn.
But it almost sounds like, from what I heard from her discussion with the Vanguard, I mean, we'll continue on that in a second, that it almost sounds like she's maybe not, not feeling super supported by John.
Whitehead member for 8 months says, I support TDR, TYT, and the Bitchuation Room. I will continue to support all three. I appreciate that. I assume that's probably not the majority response or even the plurality response, but I appreciate that. I do. And just, again, these are emotionally charged times. I'm going to respond the way I'm going to. Everybody's going to respond their own way. Let's try to have some grace, understand that these are real people being affected by this. I'm a real person. Francesca's a real person. Cenk and Anna are real people. Anyway, just something to think about. Larry Roby says, sorry about Francesca. I understand Cenk's policy for the network, and I felt Cenk also handled it with dignity and respect. I hope she can continue TYT.
Everyone tells John to go to Midas Touch, and that would just make me so sad. Wait, just so he can get out of TYT? I mean, wow, that's wild, Bevarious. I never thought of that. And yeah, I can see people's comments, even if you're commenting from Fire TV. I can see your comments to answer a question. But this is tell John to go to Midas Touch. So like the sad thing about that is that Midas Touch is not. It's a pretty bog standard, just liberal, channel. Like, I've even complained about the fact that Pod Save America sometimes looks like leftist compared to Midas Touch, right? So some of the things you'd think that they'd be up in arms about, like Trump's suppression of free speech, when it has to do with Palestine, Midas Touch won't touch it, right? So, not a great outlet in some ways, but what's the difference between them and TYT? Midas Touch isn't fucking with Trump. Midas Touch isn't saying, oh, I don't know, maybe the Trump people are populist. Oh, I don't know, maybe we have a conversation, right? They haven't kissed the ring, and are nowhere close to kissing the ring of Trump and Trumpism the way that TYT is.
Again, very complex. She's gonna make decisions. Everybody.
John is the AB of John is to TYT what AB is to the H3 show.
All sides is going to. That's my hope. I can only express what I hope to happen, and to the extent that I have the ability to affect any of that, I will. Again, until then, there are a lot of great places where many of you already do, but can support and follow Francesca's work, which, as I've said many times, including on this show, I have an incredible amount of respect for the work that she does, her values, who she is, and all of that. Wait, there are some comments coming in that are attacking Francesca or attacking Cenk. As I always say, I read all of the comments. I'm not necessarily going to read all of them out loud because everybody can say everything. I don't want to foster or encourage. Some of the comments are pretty vicious against Francesca or against Cenk. We have our comment sections. I don't want to encourage everybody. It's a difficult time. Everybody processes it differently. I understand that.
But yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. That's what I'm trying to say, is that Midas Touch isn't that great, but like TYT is so bad that they make Midas Touch look good in the way that Midas Touch is so doesn't want to touch the issue of Palestine Israel that they're making they're making Pod Save America look good, and none of these are necessarily good outlets. I mean, these are just bog standard like liberal shows basically, and that's what people are suggesting that John does to just get himself out of TYT, which is swiftly becoming I don't know if it's going to just be a busted centrist show or if it's going to go full on into right-wing Trump territory, but he doesn't want to take a stand. As far as I know, Midas Touch is everyone on Midas Touch is some kind of lawyer. Yeah, and look, they're not credit where credit is due, right? Midas Touch displaced Joe Rogan recently as the most watched podcast. It's just there was one particular story that I was hoping that they would cover because they are such a large outlet that they didn't talk about at all, so just ironic that that's what gets brought up anyway. Let's finish this Francesca thing off
with Dr. Ritchie.
Yeah, to drill more into that, when it comes to the damage report, obviously, I think you kind of realized that your time was mostly up at the Young Turks main show. You're kind of persona non grata in the Poly Market studio. But I do think a lot of people that are fans of the damage report really loved your presence on that show, and they were able to kind of delineate.
And like I said, John's opinions on things are way closer to Francesca's than they are to Cenk or Anna's.
They were like, whatever I think of Cenk and Anna, I can still tolerate hearing Francesca on the damage report because it's its own thing. Cenk and Anna aren't there. John clearly has his own opinions.
Well, they don't even watch the main show. I'm just saying,
a lot of people don't. Yeah,
they just don't.
A lot of people.
They're different audiences.
For sure.
Wait, sorry. The damage report audience doesn't watch the main show.
Really loved your presence on that show, and they were able to kind of delineate. They were like, whatever I think of Cenk and Anna, I can still tolerate hearing Francesca on the damage report because it's its own thing. Cenk and Anna aren't there. John clearly has his own opinions.
Well, they don't even watch the main show. I'm just saying,
a lot of people don't. Yeah,
they just don't.
A lot of people.
They're different audiences.
For sure. And were you hoping that you could kind of maintain that relationship with the damage report and with John Ideological, even though your relationship with Cenk and Anna had completely deteriorated? Or did you kind of know that this was happening? Were you kind of almost hoping in a sense that this would happen, daring Cenk to
No, I was not daring Cenk at all. I really love going on the damage report, but I knew that maybe I was on borrowed time.
Mm-hmm.
And it is because I kept kind of kicking the hornet's nest that I think I knew that time was even slimmer and slimmer and slimmer. And it is a weird position. I thought
Got more soul says the thing is, the moment I saw the clip of Francesca calling Cenk a bitch, I assumed that was her letter of resignation moment. Yeah.
About,
well, you know what? To be fair to Francesca, the phrase that she used was, and correct me if I'm wrong, anybody, you're looking like a bitch, right? And what she's saying, so she's not trying to say, fuck you, Cenk, you're a bitch, right? So that's not what she's saying. She's saying that when you go on to Charlie Kirk and you avoid any kind of disagreement with him, you avoid acknowledging that there's any distance between you at all, and then when he kind of like dunks on something that you say, you don't even respond, right? You're looking like you are so indebted to Charlie Kirk for him platforming you that you are willing to be used and abused, and you don't care about your ideology. Even the fucking little bit of progressive ideology that TYT has, they are unwilling to defend if it means it might burn a bridge with Charlie Kirk. Right? That's, I think, what Francesca meant. Like, she wasn't trying to call him names or anything like that. She wasn't trying to provoke him. I mean, obviously that is gonna, that is gonna make him, that's not gonna make him happy. Let's just put it that way. But yeah, this is, she's trying to let him know, you don't look strong. You don't look, you are not your own man. Right. Sorry, that's gendered language too. I'm trying to say it in a less because I get that what she said, you could see it as being sort of, it's much like a lot of stuff in political discourse. It's a little bit, patriarchal coded, like don't be a bitch, be your own man, all this kind of stuff. But you know what I'm saying? He's not standing up for himself. He's not standing up for his supposed values. He's so dependent on Charlie Kirk. He's so dependent on getting that platform from the right wing that he's willing to just sit there and kind of just metaphorically, symbolically bow down to Charlie Kirk, right? That's what she didn't. That's what she was trying to tell him, right? That she knows that Cenk wants to quote unquote be his own man. She knows that Cenk doesn't want to be seen as bowing down, and she's trying to say, hey, this way that you don't want to come across, this way that you don't want to seem, this way that you would never seem. Like Cenk would never go on Francesca and Francesca be like, well, I think you're a big old transphobe, and he's like, well, that's an opinion. He would never stand down for Francesca. He would never stand down to Adirola. He would never stand down to anybody on the left, but he's standing down to the right. That, I think, was what Francesca was trying to get across. But yeah, I mean, when you say you're coming off like a bitch, it is definitely gonna, you're not treading lightly. Let's just put it that way. Saying you're looking like a bitch with that approach is a criticism of optics. Unlike if she said he is a bitch. Yeah, she wasn't trying to be toxic. She's not. She's not a big believer in the patriarchy. She's not trying to be, toxically masculine and tell get. Police Cenk's gender role presentation or anything like that, right? She's just saying that according to, your own definition of how you want to come across, you're not coming across that way. You're not looking strong. This isn't a good look, Cenk. This is not a good look.
Well, what if I go on the damage report for free? Like I don't, ask for, to be compensated for my time. And, I, on a lot of these matters, I'll talk to Matt, my husband, because he's, I think, just more versed in the internet and just what to do and shit. He's, and he was like, nah, that's dumb. No, you should get compensated. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's work.
Exactly. It's work, get compensated. And it's true, there's other things I could be doing. And so, but I'm not going to lie and say it's not awkward to be like, okay, well, I'm taking money from y'all. But also, if you think about it, and I think we do need to think about our work in general, you're producing things for somebody else. You are making money for somebody else. John Iderola is making so much money for TYT. And I have been on that show every single week for 4 years now. And look, ask the fans, man. They like me on there. I'm not trying to get all up in my own shit, but They like me on there, and I like to think that I helped build up the damage report. Yeah, exactly. So
this is all under the damage report, and it goes on and on and on. And I'm not kidding, Francesca. There are probably 150 people that went on there to leave.
Okay, so we're looking at the comment sections now. Cenk is banning Francesca from the damage report because of his thin skin. Cenk is banning Franny from the show. Cenk for not allowing Francesca on the damage report anymore.
Leave a comment about that. And it's a post on the YouTube channel. It's not even a video.
Is damage report the Dragon Gang? Is that kind of like is the Dragon Gang TDR?
It's just people want to have a place to voice their grievances that you are not going to be back on the damage report, because at that point you're almost like you are a fixture of the show, right? It's like if you're watching a show and a character that you like gets killed off, everybody's like, what the fuck? Like, I want that person to come back, except you're still alive. You're still perfectly healthy from what I can tell. You know, you're still perfectly capable of doing the job. It's not disrupting the narrative. And yet, you know, you're no longer obviously going to be back on the damage report.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a number of things to say about this relationship. You know, in terms of John, I think it says a lot that he does
Dragon Squad
not feel comfortable saying that this is my show and I would like to book who I book. I've got over 1 million subscribers and many members. I make you a lot of money. The least you can do is allow me this. I'm sorry that your Fifi's got hurt, but this is what it is. And it takes some guts to do that. And I think it says a lot that he doesn't feel like he can.
Dragons are a damage report inside joke that became a meme that became a formal part of the show.
And it sucks. It's not what I would do. And so needless to say, there is a strain there. I also want to say that John just has some of the best politics of anyone I've ever met. In terms of his intellect, in terms of understanding, you know, sort of political nuances, strategy, but also in terms of having a very
I'm sorry, price of consciousness, but if it's too much of a purity test to state the obvious and not bow down to MAGA, then I don't know what to tell you. It sounds more like a parasocial relationship than any kind of, you know, political perspective or ideology that's like, you know, motivating that kind of reasoning, right? That sounds like Cenk has got his hands up inside the puppet and is moving the mouth around and be like, no more purity tests. We don't like the purity test. Oh, these purity testers. Oh my God. Is it a purity test to give a fuck about like trans people? Is that a purity test? Oh my God, a purity test to like look at people as human beings? Like, we got to support each other. That's not a fucking purity test. That's solidarity, price of consciousness.
Discentered analysis when it comes to women, people of color, queer people. John does it all. John is insanely talented, and
yo, look at Twitch today, just like completely dominating. I don't know what's up with this. Twitch with a gift sub. I can't see that. See, it's because I can't see them. It's because I can't even see that there's a gift sub going on. But thank you, whoever on Twitch did the gift sub. If you tell me who it was, I will thank them personally. Again, apologies, okay? Apologies that I don't have my normal setup right now.
He could, although I don't think he believes he could.
I just made your point. Price of consciousness, you have no point. You haven't paid the price of consciousness because you have no consciousness. You're missing that. You have no conscience, you have no consciousness. You're just being dragged around by parasocial attachment to somebody that you have watched for years and years and years, and you want to be like, no, Cenk is good. It's the purity testers that are the problem. No, Cenk stabbed you in the back. Cenk took your money and ran. You built up his network, and he fucked you over. And the sooner you recognize that, the sooner you will get your consciousness back.
Very easily get a job somewhere else, if not go out on his own. His politics are light years better than Cenk and Anna's. hate to think that, but they are. John is maybe not as confrontational as they are, but there's only so much spitting at a camera will get you. So that is, I think that needs to be said. The other thing that needs to be said.
And chatters on Twitch, we're not mad at somebody just because they choose to be a carbuncle on Cenk's ass, right? It's sad, is what it is, right? It's sad. And we want so much more for them, all right? We want so much more.
That is during some of my
nobody has to agree with
my
me,
disagreements
okay?
with Cenk on air. And when I say some, I mean one. Because Cenk, I was rarely on with Cenk, especially like in the last year or so. And I was never on with Anna. During the pandemic, I would do like Wednesday afternoons with her. That was less and less and less. And
the pandemic is when Anna really started to take a turn.
So when I was on, with Cenk and we were talking about Imani Khalif, obviously the boxer, Algerian boxer who won, was attacked for being a man.
That was when you came on our show's radar in a big way, because that was awesome.
Yeah, man. And I was prepped for that. I was like ready. I was like, I'm excited to talk about this. And, we sort of all kind of had it out. And I think
Imani Khalif is a great example of why you should want to stand up for trans people, right? Cenk thinks that that's maximalist. Cenk thinks that that's ridiculous. Cenk thinks that there's in some way that he's being asked to like bend down and kiss the ring of trans people. I'm sorry, trans people don't have a ring, all right? They're not allowed to box. They don't have a ring. Imani Khalif is a cis woman, and she is being policed out of her sport, right? They're not going to stop with trans people. They're going to come for you too. Price of consciousness. They're going to come for you too.
It was either around then or before around that time, Cenk and I had a private conversation. And I was like, yo, you know what? Why don't we just have a debate on the main show? It would be so good. You and Anna can be there. John and I can be there. We can sort of like show the audience that you really do allow for debate, and everyone's coming at this from a different angle. And audience members are going to agree with you. They're going to agree with Anna. They're going to, and you'll show that you sort of like allow that on the platform. He was like, oh, that's a good idea. Never happened. Never happened. Right. And so actually, I think that transgender debate happened after I asked him if he would just have this debate with not even a debate.
It's weird
just
to be having a consciousness. Sorry, a conversation with the rump end of like yesterday's progressive movement, because that's really what we got in chat right now. Chat, we're talking to the rump. All right, and I'm not saying that to be insulting, although it probably comes across that way. I'm saying that in that, here's the deal with Cenk and Anna, okay? They started off TYT in like the mid 2000s, right? As far as YouTube goes. They started off TYT, and they were representing a point of view that you didn't see on the news, whether it be MSNBC, whether it be CNN or network or definitely Fox News, right? You didn't see unabashed, unapologetic, anti-war on terror voices come across. You didn't see that, right? And TYT was repping that, and they, they were, they could call themselves the home of the progressives, and nobody snickered, nobody laughed, because that they really were representative of the progressive movement at the time. But since that happened, so much has gone on. From Occupy to Bernie to an anti-police brutality a movement, right? So much stuff has happened, and Anna and Cenk got left behind. They are the rump. They are the rump, and usually we don't get to talk to the rump anymore because there's just nobody there. Price of consciousness. You get a little lonely. You a little lonely in your echo chamber. I would be lonely. Well, no, you can. I love. Look, we usually just don't have a chance to talk to anybody like this. There's just not a lot of you left, right? Price of consciousness. Most of us have moved forward. Most of us recognize that the Democratic Party is not sufficient in opposition to what is happening to our country, which is abject fascism. Most of us have recognized that solidarity is not too high of a price to pay, right? For conscience. And Anna and Cenk have somehow stayed frozen in time, and they're jealous that the rest of the progressive movement is moving on without them. So, I mean, you can make your choice, right? Do you want to stay in what is basically a museum, a weird museum that has maintained the same ideology for so long that everyone else has left them behind and is now just bitter, and would rather, link up with Charlie Kirk, would rather link up with Patrick Bet-David, would rather link up with Tim Pool than learn something from somebody younger like Francesca, right? And that's a sad thing. That's a sad thing to be part of that rump.
Friendly discussion on the main show. He never did. Again, this is a guy who will let Ben Glebe run his genocidal mouth for 40 minutes about how sometimes you got to bomb a hospital. Like, and that's fine. That's fine. But
and that's an area, Israel-Palestine, that that TYT has somewhat of a decent take on, right? That's one of their better issues, right? That's one of the issues that they have not bent down and kissed the ring of MAGA on. And yet they're like, oh no, but let's fucking they've got no problem entertaining a difference of opinion from Ben Glebe, who's advocating for genocide. That's okay. That's a reasonable conversation that we're going to have, right? But when it comes to Francesca, no such charitability towards the max left.
I can't, say my piece. So I think that's also, there is a paternalism with which
they are the strongest against Israel. Explain Ben Glebe. I'll give you time, price of consciousness. But spoiler, you got nothing. Spoiler, you got nothing. There's no excuse. There's no excuse, right? They'd rather fucking have Ben Glebe around than Francesca. Explain that, please, right? Because I do think that Israel-Palestine is a huge issue. I think it's a huge moral issue of our time. And I do think that they, that's one of their better opinions that they have. That's one of their better perspectives. And yet, when they talk about, the side that they want to reach out to, the side that they want to have a beer with, it's the Ben Glebes of the world.
Which they treat, Brianna Wu, let's not even get her started. There's a paternalism, I think, with which they treat John, and a paternalism with which they treat dissent. And let's be real, they've got thin skin. That's just it. Thin skin. I do want to get back to Gavin's question whenever, but I'm, happy to shut up.
Yeah, well, I'm interested in that, but I think you're totally right about that. It really just comes down to their pettiness, because I think Cenk specifically, he knows, like he goes on Piers Morgan all the time. He knows that there's a real appeal to having a real emotional debate, hashing out a disagreement live on air with someone, that's been a long time part of the TYT family. It really does blow my mind the way he's handled this whole situation, really, by not leaning in to the.
Explain the fact that Ben is still there and Francesca is gone, price of consciousness. Explain that. They've made their decision, all right? They've decided what side of history they want to be on, what side of history they want to be a part of. And I hate the idea that good people like yourself would get pulled along with that just because of some kind of, I grew up watching TYT too, all right? But when I recognized that they were so spiteful about the fact that, other networks that were more openly left were leaving them in the dust, they decided to take a rightward turn. Anna became a TERF. Cenk went right along with her.
The controversy and disagreements and drama, but kind of just trying to punish anyone who steps out of line, even after saying, "Oh yeah, we welcome disagreement. We welcome."
Well, I think he's
debate.
embarrassed. I mean,
yeah.
Just there are many issues here, so I don't want to get it twisted. The biggest issue is Cenk wants to have beers with Dr. Phil. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's number one.
Dr. Phil.
He wants to make it about like trans athletes, that somehow that's my only issue. That's all I talk about, right? But I actually think he's embarrassed. Like, I think he is too embarrassed to have someone. I'm not trans. Like, get a trans person on for the love of.
Oh, they had a trans person on for a little bit, didn't they? In fact, they had two trans people that I can think of on the network.
God
did not treat them very well, though.
But like, right, exactly. And you're just like, and I'm sorry, but like, look at the creators who've left. Any trans creator, women of color, specifically people of color, Ben Dixon, Mondale Robinson. And then I'm not going to name names, but think through who are the people who've slowly kind of not been around. Is that a woman? Is that a woman of color? Is that a black woman?
Also, regardless of their, ethnicity or race or whatever, the people that are consistently appearing on the Young Turks these days, like, they're really just teleprompter readers. Let's be honest. I don't even know their names. It's like these people that don't have a show. They don't have an independent following. They don't have an independent voice or really even an ideology. They're
like, I think Hank of Winners and Losers said it best when he came on here, and he told me that he perceived Cenk as having carved out an intellectual cul-de-sac for himself, right? A cul-de-sac, it's a road in a suburban place that just goes down and then it rounds. There's no throughway. It doesn't go any further. Cenk decided, I'm not going any further. This is progressive enough for me. Anything more, that's left maxing, and I don't want to do that. And yeah, the whole world left his boomer ass behind.
They're basically just there to read the teleprompter and support Cenk or Anna without ever pushing back. And that's the people that they've replaced you with. That's the people they've replaced, the other.
I love and I support them, and I support them getting their, getting compensated for that work.
But it makes for a really boring show. It makes for a really boring show when you just watch and there's no friction. And even back in the day, not that I think basically.
Hey, what's up, Hank?
Anything about him or his ideology is aged well at all. But I remember back in the day in 2015 when Cenk and Jimmy Dore would fight on the panel. They would have discussions about third parties or whatever, and they would get into it. Like, they would actually argue. And it was literally my favorite part of the show at the time. That was when I first started tuning into TYT. Right. I actually really enjoyed that element where it was like, oh yeah, these people, it feels like a family. It feels like, everyone's on this mission together, but they're also able to turn around and yell at each other and say, you're fucking wrong. And you're, this is stupid. And like, they didn't hold back at all. And I really love that. It was what brought me to the network in the first place and made me a fan, in addition to the progressive ideology. Obviously Jimmy Dore's completely gone off a deep end, but the point is, it's like now 10 years later, the energy is completely different. Not only can there not really be dissent or debate on air, but apparently not even behind the scenes. Apparently you're not even allowed to say things he disagrees with on Piers Morgan about trans people, which he randomly decided to play to poison the well against you to make you look like some crazy leftist, even though it's totally irrelevant to the supposed disrespect that you showed.
Irrelevant. I mean, it's just wild. It's like, how can you use me on Piers Morgan as evidence of how I hurt you? What are you even talking about? But yeah, I mean,
to be fair though, Pierce did, kind of paint her into a corner and put her in a place where, there's no good response that she could give. That's what Cenk was trying to do, was trying to prove her wrong. Cenk is basically, agreeing with Pierce on that issue. Right? It's like, look at how stupid Fran looks, falling into, here we go, based Pierce has exposed Francesca's left maxing.
Just talk about Dore. It was very funny that he was like, oh, I defended you with Jimmy Dore, and now look, you're calling me names. Okay, let's just talk about it.
Yeah.
So 2018, height of like the Syrian civil war.
Dude, that's what made Jimmy Dore crazy, by the way, because he tried to come after us for that. We were like, I'm not an expert in that.
Both of you former fans? Both. A
little bit more than fans, but yeah.
Zach, you were a fan too?
When we first started making content,
they were Dorbitters, weren't they?
really
Back in the
promoted
day?
our show, and then we committed
Until they realized how cringe Jimmy was, right? They were Dormitors for a little while.
the mortal sin of having Ryan Grimm on, and he starts sending us super chats in the audience telling us that like Ryan Grimm denies war crimes and Ryan Grimm's a crazy person, and then he gets everybody to like quit our Patreon, and we had like 20,000 subscribers.
You just told that story. That's wild. That's wild.
Oh wow! I didn't wait. So that's Jimmy that they're saying came after them and killed their Patreon.
We were like a fledgling channel, and we had kind of gotten connected to him through Kyle and Crystal and the Force the Vote movement, and we were like, let's hold everybody's feet to the fire. And then we found out, oh, this man is a mentally ill crazy person, and that was when we.
Oh, that was later.
That
was later. Force the vote stuff. Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of thoughts on that. We might have been on opposite sides of that discussion.
We don't need to relitigate it.
We don't need to relitigate it. God, we're in such a different world now. Hey, we're all friends. No, but in terms of the serious stuff, okay. So, like, long story short.
Well, it sounds like they did give up a lot, moving away from Jimmy Dore, right? You know, they were in a position where, that's what we call like, audience capture or whatever, or even, in this case, just being stuck in, and I can relate to that, right? I lost a lot of support when I called Dylan out on his bullshit, right? It's you support people because you think they're good on certain issues, and then when they let you down, you got a choice to make. Are you gonna do what the Vanguard did and stand on your shit, even if it really sets you back, which it sounds like it does, on your growth, or are you just gonna let whoever you're orbiting set the tempo, set the pace, dictate what are acceptable views and what are not acceptable views? And they made the right choice, and it's good to see people that do that actually stand up for themselves get rewarded instead of fading away.
I have a friend named Shane Bauer. He's a journalist. He was one of the journalists kidnapped by Iran, who he was on the border, the Iraq-Iran border, whatever. He was held in an Iranian jail, got out. I've been in left media for a very, very long time, since 2004. He wrote some stories for a magazine I used to edit called Left Turn. Anyway, so Jimmy calls him like, oh, why are you an Al-Qaeda operative? Like, what the what? And so I was just like,
Jimmy Dore?
I had a very cordial tweet. I'd like to see Jimmy do better. Jimmy and I had done like 1 or 2 shows on TYT together. I was still living in San Francisco. He freaks out on me. We all know that he was in Venice at the time, which is very funny. And it seems like he was voiced. He's like gelato's dripping, and he's like, "You're a pig, chill."
More like his 5th Negroni, probably.
Yeah, totally. No. And so he's like, on a gondola, and he's berating me on the DMs. And I messaged Cenk, and I was like, yo, what is going on? Get like a leash on.
Yeah, who is this guy, right?
Your boy, like, what's happening? And if my memory serves, like, he was like, okay, I'll talk to him. I waited. More shit from Jimmy, right? So clearly it didn't work. And I was like, fuck this. And I just went public with it. And I posted the DMs that the absolutely unhinged DMs he was sending me, as like they were really abusive. They were far more abusive than saying you're acting like a bitch, not to his face, insanely abusive. And so then he had to do something about it. And by the way, Jimmy wasn't fired for things had been falling out between them, but it was not me. I might have helped push the snowball a little bit, but it had been a long time coming. You have to do, when you are a white man on the TYT network, you must do a lot to be fired by them, right? Like, he had been running his mouth for a very, 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 very long time. So I just want to put that out there. It's very funny that he's then sort of like using that almost as if like he stood up for me. I'm like, cool, dog. Like, it's just, do you know he also sexually harassed Anna? Isn't Anna sitting off camera left? Just
the funniest thing about the TYT Jimmy Dore thing is that, like, there's just the weirdest, as much as they got a problem with Jimmy Dore, as much as they have for they've dealt with a lot of toxicity from him, and they've tried to, fight back. Usually Jimmy Dore ends up getting the better of them somehow. And he really grew off of the perception of leaving TYT and stuff like that, right? At various times you will see them still defend Jimmy Dore. Like when they're talking about Sam Seder, right? One of the things that Cenk brought up was that Sam at some point had told him that he was going to go after Jimmy's audience, right? He was doing content, responding, reacting to things that Jimmy Dore did because, he wanted that audience. And Cenk portrayed it as this, like, Sam is this evil, evil man. He's going after people's audiences, right? What he's talking about is that that's an audience from a person who used to call himself the aggressive progressive, right? That's an audience that Jimmy garnered from the left and then dragged them to the right, just like Cenk Uygur and TYT are doing to the dead enders that are still on that TYT rump, right? This taking good people and dragging them to the right. That's what Cenk Uygur, or that's what Jimmy Dore was doing, and Sam going after that audience was as much to bring them back into the left as it was, that this is an advantageous, move as far as content goes. This is something that'll get clicks. This is something that'll get views. And yeah, maybe even bring in some subs, bring in some people that are like, oh yeah, no, I don't like where Jimmy's going. Let me go with Sam instead. And instead, Cenk is almost like, to this day, in a weird way, defensive of Jimmy Dore when it comes to Sam Seder. It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen. But it makes sense, right? I'm waiting until there's a Jimmy Dore TYT reunion. I'm serious. At some point, there's going to be a rapprochement where TYT was like, yeah, we were too harsh on Jimmy, or I don't know. Like they are giving me huge Jimmy Dore vibes, right? His trajectory to the right, to MAGA, was very similar to TYT's.
Right now, isn't she the one who produced this entire segment for you? We know that she did.
Okay, so there we go. Again, chat, we don't have much time left. We are at 55%. So we're only 45% away from that bonus goal. It's there if you want it. I know that the stream is not what it is, it's different than it is normally. I wouldn't think that would result in a. I don't know, chat. It's up to you. It's up to you if you want to keep me on later to do a bonus topic. And I'm also relying on you to generate that bonus topic today. But maybe this is not a format that works. I don't know if it just people are upset that I'm not on my normal computer, that the quality while I'm on my laptop is down. But I'm doing what I can, and we'll see if people find that valuable or not. I don't know. I don't know, chat. I don't know what to do. Let's see here. We've got a few more. So we watched the John Adirola's response. Let's see. This is Francesca spills the tea on Anna Kasparian and the real reason for Anna's pivot. Ooh, interesting.
That's my origin. That's my roots. And I was very curious of what are your roots? Why do you do this? Because I think, Gavin, you're right. She is deeply unhappy. There's a clear unhappiness there. And I think when people don't want to be doing media, you gotta raise them out. You gotta raise the money. That's what keeps you in it, is okay, I'm doing this for the.
But either way, chat, if we don't hit this dono goal, we are down to the last 40 minutes of content.
Paycheck.
The vanguard will be there.
Well, speaking of Anna, do you have any thoughts on her, pertaining to the context that I mentioned earlier with you convincing her to stay at the Young Turks? I will say she seems pretty miserable to have made that decision.
I think YouTube misses the trampoline. Probably so, Alan Fox. Probably so.
So I don't know if she blames that on you potentially. Maybe there's some resentment there. But I think she's downright miserable at TYT. She won't even go into the Poly Market studio 75% of the time. It just seems like the vibes are off. I mean, she said this on air. She said, I hate this industry. I hate my job, except for, the few people in chat.
The sad thing is I'm going to have to rebuy the trampoline. I left my entire life behind in the United States. And, I mean my friends, I mean my family, and I also mean my stuff, right? Like the trampoline, like the second monitor, right? That's all stuff that I'm going to have to either replace. You know, I'm going to have to either buy that again, or I'm just not going to have it. So, you know, we're kind of looking into, you know, which way that that goes now, as far as what kind of you know, support that I can get this month to be able to hopefully buy as much of my setup. Oh, you just gifted two. Wait, what is that with Twitch? Look at this, Twitch completely carrying YouTube. Wow. Wow. All right, so we're up to 67% on the bonus goal, almost entirely due to Twitch tonight. This time.
That still love me or something weird like that.
Do I need a new computer? I mean, there's elements, there's parts of my computer. Like, it's mainly the, it should be very cheap in Thailand. See, here's the thing though. What I've noticed is that, get it to 69, says George Jackson. Good idea. Dat Katie says it should be very cheap in Thailand. Okay, so Dat Katie, you're right and you're wrong. Okay, so if I want to order, if I want to get in a cab, let's just put it that way, like an Uber, right? Here, it is the equivalent of $3. How does that sound, chat? A $3 Uber? Does that sound amazing? That's you know, right? If I want to get a nice meal, I can do that for about I can get a pretty decent meal for like $3. What I've seen as far as electronics though is that it's not that much difference. It might be a little cheaper here, but it's not that much cheap. It's pretty close to the same amount. So I don't know for what reason that is, but that's how it rolls. That's how it goes. So yeah, I might have to replace some of this stuff. And the other thing too I need to do, chat, is to get into an apartment, right? Because like I'm in a hotel right now, setting up my normal setup. I don't know if I'll be able to do it while I'm here. I'll see what I can do, but yeah, thank you to Omega Star for the 2 gifted subs to someone on. Oh, the other thing too is that Throne works different here. I think. Mark Gold says I can't stay up for the bonus content. Oh, that's too bad. Tonight, but enjoying the regular stream. Oh, I vote for whatever Narwhal wants. Narwhal, have you rendered an opinion on the bonus topics, on the bonus content? Yeah, thank you, Twitch. Well, look, it's good to see Twitch shine sometime. And anyway, chat, I feel like the lack of support from YouTube has probably more to do with me and the stream, and not YouTube. Like I'm just not putting it together like I normally do. I meant look at the trampoline. You're right, Dat Katie. I can probably, the trampoline will probably be fairly cheap. I mean, I haven't priced it yet, but yeah. But yeah, again, that's going to be something that I have. Living in a hotel sucks. I mean, there's some things that aren't bad about it. You know, free breakfast in the morning. That's pretty sweet. but yeah, you're right, Omega Star. It's not, in terms of streaming, it makes it really hard. What's up, Grimes? Wait a minute. Do we have Grimes in chat? All this stuff highlights the limits of polls. How you ask can be politically motivated? As MR kept saying, do you want to drive or influence polling? Or do you want your ideology poll-based? Okay, wow, Grimes, you're talking about some serious stuff there. And yeah, I've been paying attention. So yeah, really like the Democratic Party is kind of what we're getting at there. And the reason that they are doing so badly, right? So let's look at Trump, right? Trump's approval, it's between like 43 and 47, right? That's what it's been. It's pretty normal for Trump. It's low by political standards, but it's normal for Trump, right? Look at Elon Musk. Elon Musk pulling more like 33%, right? So that's because Republicans and Democrats hate Elon Musk. Now, if we look at the Democrats, the Democratic Congress, we're talking about approval in the 20s. And that's because obviously the Republicans hate the Democrats, right? Obviously the Republicans aren't fans, but also the, Democratic voters aren't fans of what the Democratic Party is doing. And the degree to which they are led by polls, as Grimes is saying here, makes them come off as inauthentic, which they are. and B, it really does limit their ability to advocate for anything. If they're bound to just try to put their finger in the air, see which way the wind is blowing, and say that's my take, right? Then nobody trusts you. You're inauthentic, and you're providing no moral leadership, and that's what is needed, right? Chad, if we were to look at, like I talked about a little bit about approval ratings with the Democrats, with the Republicans, with Trump, with Elon Musk. Let's take Martin Luther King while he was alive, while he was a living civil rights leader. Martin Luther King was underwater 100% of the time. If you ask people, do you approve of Dr. Martin Luther King? A vast majority of people would say no. And if you'd ask them why, they'd say, I think he's a troublemaker, right? What's he doing? He's asking for civil rights. That's him being a troublemaker. Now, is the right thing for Martin Luther King to do to water down his advocacy for civil rights? Would that have been the right thing to do? Would the progress have come at all if that was what MLK did? No, and that's not what he did. He provided moral leadership. He actually believed in something. He didn't care if most Americans were against him. He kept on standing on his principles. And that's really what's missing from the Democratic Party.
So do you sense that? Do you think that she's like looking for a way out, or that she would take a job, say at Fox News if they offered her one as a contributor? Do you think that she would take a...
So that's a really interesting question, that last one. And that is, to your first question, what I really wanted to talk to her about. Obviously, I wanted to ask her, hey, why do you...
YouTube chat catching strays. Listen, YouTube chat, you're like a victim of your own success. That's what it is, right? YouTube chat is usually so dominant that it makes it's like conspicuous when Twitch is kicking their ass, right? It's like, wait, what's going on here? The YouTube chat's always bigger, but it's also just like, it's like I said, it's probably got a lot to do with the quality of the stream and everything. And like I said, I'll try to get that back up for you as soon as I can.
Cover these issues from this right-wing framing, whether it is homelessness, drug addiction, or the LA fires, or the Tren de Aragua, and all this.
Trendy Agua.
Why do you...
We got the Trendy Agua chat right here. It's trendy. Oh God, it's so...
why do you hit on Karen Bass all the time? Why did you want to recall Gavin Newsom?
Wait, hit on Karen Bass? When she says hit on Karen Bass, is she talking about like criticize Karen Bass, or does she mean that Cenk is hitting on? Like,
I hate Karen. I mean, I hate Gavin Newsom.
A split tip jar on one side. Should I pit YouTube against Twitch? I feel like that's usually unfair, but more like unfair towards Twitch, right? I feel like I usually feel like that would be unfair because there's just so many more people in YouTube than in Twitch. But yeah, this time Twitch is giving YouTube a run for their money.
I don't hate Karen Bass, but we can do way better than Karen Bass. I am to the left of Karen Bass. California, sadly, does not have a robust...
Be various, not just a continental breakfast. We're talking about fruit. We're talking about really good watermelon, really good pineapple, and I actually got a hold of a couple Thai bananas, which like taste totally different than bananas in the US, right? So pretty good breakfast.
Progressive left movement, an insurgent, squad of the Democratic Party in this state. We need one. But you can't throw down with the recall Gavin Newsom movement without handing shit to Republicans.
Larry Elder.
She doesn't get that stuff. Now, this is spoken as someone who really hates Gavin Newsom, but it is so ironic that now Gavin Newsom's doing the exact same thing that Cenk and Ann have been doing.
It's funny. You'd think at some point, there'd be a rapprochement between Gavin Newsom and TYT. They are doing, as Francesca says, the exact same thing now.
But so I wanted to ask her sort of substantively.
Thumb game.
And I feel like she would have had great arguments. here's the article I brought up. This is the, this is the reporting. I defend these statements. And I think she actually would have done really well against me, to be honest with you. Then
Anna, does Anna even debate?
I wanted to ask, what are your
chat? Does Anna debate
solutions to some of these things? Because it sounds like you are de facto pro incarceration. It sounds like you are de facto Republican when you hit Democrats like this. So that was sort of part of like, what is your solution? Because she never says it, right? It's always like, look, these buildings are being taken over by undocumented immigrants. Huh? See that leftist? You think I'm crazy? And it's like, okay. But like,
yeah, chill, Anna.
If you do think that
chill,
that's happening, what's the solution? Because right now they're sending innocent people to Guantanamo and to El Salvador and shaving their heads because they had a tattoo for autism. Okay, so like, do you understand the kind of rhetoric and what this feeds into? So that's sort of like what I wanted to. But I think more fundamentally, I really wanted to be like, are you happy with what you're doing? Did you ever consider yourself on?
Oh, Katie, we almost watched your Abba and Preach. It was like you did a video on ABBA talking about Destiny that we like this close to watching.
The left or a progressive. Why do you like the news? Because for me, dating myself, obviously, but I got involved in this work around the 2000s, fighting for global justice we don't even talk about it anymore because we live in a neoliberal globalized capital world. But at the time in the late 90s, we were all like, hey, don't ship jobs abroad and destroy the environment. So I got involved in the tail end of that. 9/11 happened. I'm in New York.
Anna's more of an anchor than an analyst. She reads the teleprompter very well. She does. She's good at that. But yeah, I can't imagine her in a debate.
I became an anti-war organizer, and so the rest is history on that. Very much involved in left media and sort of gone from there. And, that's my origin. That's my roots. And I was very curious of like, what are your roots? Why do you do this? Because I think, Gavin, you're right. She is deeply unhappy. There's a clear unhappiness there. And I think when people don't want to be doing media, you gotta raise them out. You gotta raise the money. Like that's what keeps you in it, is like, okay, I'm doing this for the paycheck. And so honestly, I don't think she would necessarily take a job at Fox. The problem is, I do think that she could have taken a job at like a CNN or like, a sort of more middle of the road organization that would have given her more money than what she's currently, although I think she's fine. I don't think she's making like,
I see Anna maybe slotting in at like as a writer at New York Times before I would see her at CNN or like oh my God, how do I explain it? I don't think that I think that at some point were Anna to get on a cable network, right? There'd be like a certain level of aggrievement that she, the kind of aggrievement that she displays on TYT, I think would be regarded as too unprofessional. Now, she might be able to hold that in if she was writing rather than, being a host, but I don't know if she's that good at writing either.
A couple mil that she thinks
she's
she
not making
could have
Hassan's
made.
money.
She's not. Obviously, we've seen the the meltdown that wasn't. That was like the most revealing shit ever, dude. So
I'm sorry you don't have as many Porsches as Brianna Wu, Anna.
So yeah, it's a really interesting question.
Yeah, so I mean, I totally agree with all of that. I guess I would just say that, in my opinion, I do think she would take a job elsewhere if they offered her more money and it was a more right-wing,
Megyn Kelly started a podcast network. Yeah, I mean, she'd fit. She seems to get along pretty well. Wait, does she? I guess we've only watched a little bit of Anna on Megyn, but it was a little awkward, wasn't it? It was a little awkward.
Network, like
Sure.
even
Did she get along with Megyn?
like somewhere like the Daily Wire, it seems like the Daily Wire is going.
They do seem to, be simpatico in a lot of ways, but
down in flames. But like, I could totally see her taking a job at one of those places and kind of being like, oh, like they trot her out on like one of those shows like The Five or whatever. It's like, oh, she's like the progressive,
The
like
balance,
kind of how they did with Tulsi Gabbard back when she was big on Fox before literally joining the Trump administration. So that's my analysis. But it's interesting to think that, like, I guess kind of what I'm getting at is, you know, we're talking about Anna's larger ideological pivot. A lot of Anna, you know, when it came to Dave Rubin, she was quick to acknowledge that, oh, this is all.
Oh my God, Price of Consciousness thinks that TYT is going to be around in 2039. That's hilarious.
Bullshit. All of his excuses are fake. He's doing this for money. He wants a bigger paycheck. He's going wherever the money is. And admittedly, that's, you know, kind of been a lot of our analysis too, not just with Anna's transition, but Cenk too. They realized there's a ceiling on progressive media. At least they thought there was after Bernie Sanders was over. And they're like, fuck it, we got to do this. We have to go, you know, to the right. We have to pander to people like Glenn Beck and Charlie Kirk and Dr. Phil, because that's where the money is and that's where the sponsorships are. That's kind of at least a big part of how I see it, partially probably because I listened to TYT for so long and I heard so much about the corrupting influence of, you know, big money in politics.
Sure.
But
Price of Consciousness, are they here in 2025? You're in a chat room, the only TYT fan here. Are they here? Or is this just an echo of the past?
No.
But I guess I think it's deeper than that. I think Anna is a true believer, and that's sort of what I wanted to like also ask.
Would you think that their only hope of relevance would be in, you know, making themselves useful idiots for the right wing? That's the better question. 2005, right? 2005 TYT. Would you have predicted that they are a tool for the right wing? That their function is to bring sad parasocial people with no ideological footing over to the right for them? Would you think that?
It's like, you know, they will never admit they're centrist, but they are fundamentally centrist, right? They have critiques of Democrats. They want money out of politics. But ultimately, they think the left goes too far, is too woke. I mean, what about the
left maxing
arc isn't the same fucking arc of every boomer ass, fucking Dave Chappelle, you know.
What's so different between their arc and Jimmy Dore's arc, for that matter, right? It's very much the same thing where they, you know, like people were saying, like, you know, like TYT will claim that the left is too much about purity politics. You know who's doing purity politics? Cenk and Anna. Right? And that's the same thing that Jimmy Dore did. That's the same thing that Jimmy Dore did. He started off as a Bernie or Buster, right? Just,
you know, I got some money and now the kids are woke.
And look, it's one thing to be like, I still support Bernie, you know, when he's not running, but when you're ostensibly supporting Trump because Bernie's dropped out, like, what the fuck is that? What the fuck is that?
It's the same trajectory as everybody else that we've seen. Like, we've seen this before. Okay, so Bill Maher, whatever. I could, you know, all these people. And funnily enough, I had this conversation with her around the birthing person stuff, you know, and I've like, you know, not to toot my own horn, I'm pretty persuasive. She even told me after this conversation, she's like, I know, I could see why you were an organizer. Because around the birthing person stuff, I was like, look, I know it's weird language to you. Like, I know it sounds, you know, like really clinical and whatever. But trust me, it's not used, you know, on the streets in a broad context. Okay. You know, and even people, right. It's like, this is not actually as pervasive as you think it is. And then I used Dave Chappelle as an example. I was like, Dave Chappelle is 5 specials deep into like psychologically dealing with the fact that a trans woman tricked him at some point and he enjoyed it. You know what I'm saying? Like, what is going on? Like, you know,
whoa. What's that about? Wait, do I know this? Wait.
He has gone off the total deep end. And I, of course, because
is she just saying that she thinks that Dave Chappelle was maybe like attracted to a trans woman at some point without realizing that she was trans? Or is there an actual incident that's being referred to here?
I try to butter people up. I was like, look, Dave's the GOAT and he's burned his legacy. You're a GOAT in what you do. I mean, and don't burn your legacy. And it kind of like sunk in a little bit. And for months there, she didn't touch it. And everything was like a lot better, you know, because look, when Anna's cooking on corporate stuff, when she's cooking on like certain, you know, policy loopholes, when she's making fun of billionaires, it's all good. And she does her homework.
Yeah, she's good on some stuff still.
Israel, yeah.
Don't know the lore, but Chappelle won't shut the fuck about trans people in his specials. I mean, I guess that's a possibility. Supervillain origin stories there, right?
Reacted to a really heartfelt and touching clip of her at the DNC, and she talked about how she would always stand by Palestinians because her family is from Armenia, and the Palestinian people welcomed her grandmother after she fled an ethnic cleansing, right? Yeah. So there is so much to respect and love about the commentary that has come from a long time. From them from a long time, but it's just the weird hiccups, right? It's like it pulls you out of the matrix. It's like, why are you doing this? And another example I wanted to touch on with you, because I think it crosses so many points and aged like fine wine on your end, right? Because Cenk tried to humiliate you for this, and
wait, did Anna debate Dennis Prager?
Reacted to it at the time, and I was like, just you guys fucking wait. You were talking about using you know, whatever executive orders to house people like Guantanamo Bay early, right? And Anna Kasparian and Cenk, they go out there and they're like, Bill Clinton did this with the Haitians in the 90s, and nobody said anything. And I was like, that's a human rights atrocity. And
but look, that that's the point that you should be making with that, is that Democrats are not as good as they should be, right? Not that like Trump's okay.
Also not the same thing.
Like I love that excuse, right? Oh no, Bill Clinton did it, so therefore it's okay when Trump did it. No, Bill Clinton's fucked up.
Thing that's happening. Look, I'm a leftist. I'll be like, I don't agree with Bill Clinton on everything. That was a bad foreign policy decision. And then also, that's not the same thing as you know, housing illegal or undocumented migrants or whatever the fuck they said on Guantanamo Bay. But you brought up the fact that this was going to expand. And I believe you referred to the Chinese Exclusion Act from back in the 1800s. Then, lo and behold, Donald Trump comes out and he cites the Alien Invasion Act of 1798, an even more obscure, more discriminatory, more opaque policy that's going to allow him to do what FDR did.
Part of supporting Palestine is supporting our student protesters and opposing them being black-bagged. I haven't seen what TYT has said about that particular issue. I would hope that it's good.
To Japanese,
because like I said, you know, like Israel-Palestine is one of the issues that they're still, you know, from what I've seen, fairly good on. Maybe there were some moments in around October 7th when they weren't so great. But
Americans during World War II, one of the biggest black stains in American history. Like, you were 100% right to call that out. He 100% poured cold water on it. He tried to make you look like a crazy lefty then, and he has never run a single correction about it. He also has.
I know. And like, look, I want to just be clear. Like, when I said, he was like, oh, you think there's going to be camps? That's so insane. And then it's because I had read an article. They were, you know, there were a lot of undocumented Chinese American or Chinese people in this country, not Americans, but Chinese people living in this country. And I, you know, I don't think I should have done this, but I was like, you know, those are my people. My mom's Chinese, right? Immigrated here when she was 10. And so I was sort of like trying to appeal to like maybe his personal, like, you know, and I think it didn't land because he thinks that like we're protected. Like, are you kidding me? No, we're talking about them. So he laughed in my face because he sort of thought that I was trying to victimize myself, which I wasn't. I was just trying to like tell you that like these are communities that I know that are, you know, that have helped build this country.
That's
weird.
So in other words, the same kind of bullshit was used against. It has been used against Chinese people in the past. That's why she's trying to tell him where he's coming from, and he interprets it as she's like putting herself in the front line. And look, I mean, you know, she's not as far off as you think. No, none of us are as far off as you think as far as what Trump wants to do with this policy, right? His immigration policy is being used at this moment to suppress pro-Palestinian advocacy. and will be used in the future for any authoritarian crackdown he does against people who dissent. But no, Fran wasn't trying to say like she's afraid that she's going to be the next one on the plane to El Salvador. She's just saying that this is the same thing that was done to people like her in the past.
Okay.
People like her family.
Now we're good. Sorry, guys. Just pretend that didn't happen. We're rocking and rolling again.
Okay, sorry, I was touching things with my elbow. I'm in obviously a different setup. I look like I got kicked out of my own home studio, but just because Matt had to use the other studio, I look like I got fired from TYT. Now I got to be in a different studio. No,
we were hoping that you would show up with a rucksack, maybe outside on like a crossroads on a dirty town.
I wish we could just be silly about this. I'm literally streaming right now.
No, it didn't work. Is the mic?
Yeah, everything's fine.
Oh, all right.
Bye.
I'm watching on a delay.
Oh yeah, Matt's a fan.
Hell yeah! Well, that's great to hear.
I think the real thing is like, what's upsetting to me is I don't think Cenk is actually in touch with some of the communities that are in the crosshairs of Trump's policies at all. I don't think he's been in touch with them for decades, and I don't think he cares to be in touch with them, right? There are many organizations right here in Los Angeles I get notifications on my phone right now. There are ICE raids going on in neighborhoods not so far away from here, right? I'm going out doing some Know Your Rights, pamphleting on Sunday, trying to organize some people around me. Like, they don't care about those folks. They don't care about giving them a platform. There are many organizations who are doing amazing work. They don't care. And in part because I think Cenk thinks because he got booted from his own organization, Justice Democrats, he's done with activists. Fuck them. Like, there's a lot of history of Cenk feeling burned by, activists who dared say, hey, man, some of your old tweets make us look like garbage and their funders don't like it. So we love you. You know what I mean? Like, there's just so much history there. But the point is like, you really should always tune into creators, especially if they're on the left, who like at least attempt to bring on union organizers, right? Who are attempting to bring on like immigrant rights work, people do immigrant rights work, actual trans people who are either covering or in the crosshairs of the current anti-trans legislation. Like, that's how you know. And they don't. They truly don't. Meanwhile, they'll go to the RNC. Rudy Giuliani walks by and like, hey, buddy, how's it going? Let me give you a softball interview. It's just like, it's disgusting.
Yeah. Well, I guess my final question for you, Francesca, I don't know if Zach has any left, but the one thing I did want to ask you about is just like, we talk about how TYT is crashing and burning and how they're probably not making enough money to really stay viable as a business. What do you think the future holds for TYT? And trust me, I don't want the, innocent people working there, Bert and Ernie or whoever the fuck, I don't want them to get fired and lose their job. So when we cheer on the downfall of this network, it's really about the Cenk and Anna's ideology and the way they've treated you, the way they've smeared people like Benjamin Dixon, Emma Vigeland, et cetera, right? Just to clarify. But do you think that we're kind of on point when we make those predictions? Do you think that it is possible that TYT really is circling the drain, and part of the reason why Cenk and Anna are acting the way they're acting is because they're panicked?
I mean, I think what's crazy about what's happening is you see the full Kasparianization of TYT and Cenk Uygur's brain. It's like, she for many
look, I don't want to blame. I mean, like, there is God, I don't know how to. I don't want to entirely blame Cenk's transformation on Anna. I know that there is some degree to which, it's definitely not helping. All right, it's definitely not helping, right? But I mean, Cenk's his own person. Cenk's an adult.
Different reasons is, she's kind of black-pilled, and she is, and I think Cenk at some.
I think Fran was being glib about Dave Chappelle. That's what I thought. He hasn't mentioned any kind of attraction or only the over-the-top disgust, from what I've gathered.
Points is an actual, or thought he was, a progressive. I think he thought he was. But I also think that the reason I say the election broke his brain is because I think these are two very, very egomaniacal people who, again,
offensive. Brain broken. I don't know.
Yeah, brain broken. Racial slur. They don't have a tether to movement organizing, to, again, I don't know who their mentors are politically. They don't really have a tether, and they don't seem to care. And the more they are gently either called in about an issue or outwardly called out, however it is done, whether it's inside the organization or outside the organization, they...
Crotchy, Cenk is an adult, Irene. Me? Is he, though? Is he an actual adult? Yeah, I see what you're saying.
They only react. They are like wild feral animals. They cannot incorporate that. Cenk took great offense when I talked to Mondale Robinson about, like, can't you learn from us? And it's like, yeah, buddy, because we are literally, I've learned from Cenk. I sit there and listen to him, scream for 15 minutes on a 20-minute segment, and I get 2 minutes of that. You know what I mean? Like, we sit there and we listen to you, right? You have incredible sway, but who do you listen to? And do those contributors who you have on your show actually enrich it, or are they just there to kind of like sort of pad out your monologues? Like, what's going on here? And so every time I have someone on my show, I learn from them. That's why I have them on the show. You're supposed to learn from people around you. That's sort of what, like, being politically curious is. Seems like he's only curious when it comes to Charlie Kirk, where his mind's at, right? That's when Cenk is curious, is what's Jillian Michaels think? What does Dr. Phil think? Let's listen to them, but let's listen to none of the people that I used to call my allies, who used to be on my network, right? I mean, it's just like, I've done it. That's why I said I've done it privately. I've done it publicly. I've done it nicely. I've done it cruelly. Like which way? You're barking up the wrong tree over here. Pivot. And he takes that as like me being draconian, guys. You and I, we're imposing our will. And once again, old Gen X man thinks internet is real and is like trying to tone police him. Like, this is the same story of everyone, right? And so I don't know where they go, but I do know that, like, they're going to definitely, this is going to come to a head between them, because you can't isolate everyone around you. You can't piss off everyone around you before actually eating your own. That's going to happen.
That's so entire. I've thought of that. That's a distinct possibility, right? If Cenk is not moving fast enough to the right for Anna, or I don't know, they get on each other's nerves somehow. See, that's what's going to happen. Is like, if they're going to start to be a less interesting story for people like the Vanguard, right? For people like me to cover, right? They're going to become less interesting. They're going to be less relevant, less interesting as their numbers go down and down and down. And then when there's not an external threat from the Vanguard, because the Vanguard doesn't give a fuck about TYT, the Vanguard's moved beyond TYT. That's when you could really see some infighting between Cenk and Anna.
Or they're just gonna get a cash infusion, or whomever they need to take money from. I really don't know. I mean,
that's the only thing that's going to keep them viable, right? As far as their audience is largely gone. They at this point, they need a Katzenberg, they need Polymarket, they need all these, like, they need to be made into AstroTurf by the right wing in order to just even be viable as a business.
I think the other thing to know is, like,
please give us another Polymarket sponsorship, or else we're going to have to declare bankruptcy. Like, that's where we're headed, because as you mentioned, their members are leaving in mass. It's not just one or two people. Like, their subscribers are going down, their members are going down. I watched the TYT main show more than I would like to admit, and they have no fucking defenders in their chat. Almost no one is actually.
It's a lot of hate watchers.
And it's a lot of hate watchers, or people that are just kind of like passively watching it without actually giving a fuck.
Ethan Kleinification of TYT.
Seemingly, like, there's no passion. That you have 10 times as many passionate supporters and loyal fans, even though your channel has 150,000 subscribers and theirs has 6 million. Like, it's really wild.
Narwhal by Nature with the super chat. Is TYT going to be Grey Gardens or Sunset Boulevard? Oh, the possibilities. Wait, what is Grey Gardens? Wait, I don't know the references, actually, Narwhal.
to see how irrelevant that subscriber count ultimately is. But ultimately, I do think it's the damage report that's kind of holding up the network, which is why I found it disappointing that John didn't use that leverage to, assist.
Do we have some ideas for bonus content, chat? From the I was asking the people that donated if anybody had a request, right? Again, apologies that I don't have the poll ready, and I don't have a lot of stuff ready because of the Twitch chat was. Oh yeah, Twitch chat was something. Well, I mean, look, people are allowed to disagree with me. All right, that's if they're not rude and ridiculous or in shitifying the chat, then they're fine. It's
and help.
I just we usually don't talk to the rump of TYT, and no, I'm not trying to be offensive, although I'm sure that comes off that way. But I just mean that this is the dead end of a once great media empire.
You out and stand up to Cenk. We talked about that.
Down for Hassan or Ezra on Doomscroll? Oh no.
Yesterday. But I really do think at this point it's not even necessarily Cenk and Anna, it's John.
Ezra Klein.
I had a role in the damage report, and that, which has a bigger and more passionate membership.
I've been watching him.
From what I can tell, that's what's kind of keeping it alive, if anything, is in addition to these corporate sponsorships and stuff. But it's definitely not in a healthy place.
What is Doomscroll, by the way? Let's see what comes up first if I type in Ezra Klein. Oh, look, his own stuff. That's good for him. Oh, he was on Jon Stewart this week. The abundance. Oh no, it's the abundance agenda. He's on BTC a day ago. Did he do the interview with Curtis Yarvin? Was that him? So yeah, his book, chat. I believe he's come out with a book. It's he's a co-author of this book. Is it called The Politics of Abundance? Is that the name of? He's the co-author of that shit book. Yeah. Did Majority Report talk about this? He's 11 days ago. He was on Doomscroll. Was Hassan was on this too? Will Miniker. Oh wait, what did you mean when you said Hassan? You didn't mean Hassan on the Doomscroll, right? Podcast where the host just sits there from the episode. Yeah, that's I don't know. I can't get a read on the show, like as far as the ideology of the for Hassan or Ezra on the Doom Scroll. Which Hassan did you mean? The Red Scale girl was on there too? Yeah, all I can judge it by is the people that are that show up as guests. Hassan interviewing Elon's daughter. Oh, we did see a little bit of that yesterday.
We are having Vivian Jenna Wilson on. Hold on.
Yeah, we do have to address the Ezra Klein stuff at some point. MR did a long TYT video. I saw that. We didn't end up watching. I don't know why we didn't. Yeah, they've got a. It's called like What's Going On at TYT.
On one moment, I'm gonna call her real quick. Is this your first ever real time live interview? Is that what's going on, or have you done these before?
Interview? I think live interview, yes, but it's not my first live stream. I did one with Dad Domain.
DAC Domain?
Dad Domain.
Dead Domain.
Dad Domain. Oh no,
Dead Domain.
I'm unfamiliar, but I'm sure people in the chat know Dead Domain.
Dead Domain just got a shout out on Hasanabi. Good job. Look at that. Dead Domain.
Dead Domain W. That's what they're saying. You gave an interview to Teen Vogue. Vivian Jenna Wilson on being Elon Musk.
Yeah, not to be confused with Dad Domain, which is a show about grilling. The show about grilling.
Estranged daughter, protecting trans youth, and taking on the right online. And that's kind of what I wanted to talk to you about. This was an interview by Ellie Yerman. Shouts out. So you're in Japan, right?
Currently, yeah, I'm studying here, but I'll be back in like a month.
That's sick. Don't come back. I promise. It's not better.
Okay, so I think we saw this first part. The school Apple Martin dress. Talking about Toki Pono. Teen Vogue article. I don't think we saw this.
Okay, that's cool. Are you into fashion?
Allegedly.
Why allegedly? You're throwing fits. Like you were putting that shit on the Teen Vogue. I'm gonna pull it up now.
I wasn't the stylist. The stylist did a really good job.
Yeah, don't be embarrassed because we're now looking at your Teen Vogue article, but because I know some people cringe at that sort of thing.
I mean, I look amazing, so I'm not cringe.
You had that Aura-Lee on. I love Aura-Lee. It's a great brand.
It is.
And then
that was literally on the sidewalk, and people kept walking by and looking at us.
Yeah, I mean, it looks
like this
cool.
was literally just on a random sidewalk.
So you're not into fashion. That's just you're fake.
I'm like not into fashion. I mean, I make little fashion looks with my friends, but like I don't. I'm like okay at it. I wouldn't.
What brands do you like?
What brands do I like? My favorite brand is Kasparian because I think they do like really interesting things. They always open up Couture Week, and it's like for a reason. They have this like really like structural motif going on, and it's like always so cool. Ariana Grande.
Can somebody explain to me structural when it comes to fashion? As you can tell, my fashion sense is like a t-shirt and literally scrub pants, chat. I'm literally wearing my massage therapist pants right now. That's what I'm doing. Can somebody explain the structure to me? I feel like I've heard Vosh talk about this too. I feel like Vosh knows more about fashion than I do. And that's sad.
Recently, I'm boring the fuck out of your.
He's a fashion horse, chat. He's a fashion horse.
Your audience, because I know they're all men. Ariana Grande.
No, that's not true. No, we got
his audience is
first
old
of all,
men?
look. I do have a lot of dudes in here for sure, but no, this is a
She's calling the OG Hasanabi heads old men.
There's a lot of ladies in here, and this is all jokes aside, is a very queer community. They're gay as in here. Okay, so
okay, fair enough. I've seen your Twitter profile picture, so like I'm like, okay, that makes sense.
What? I'm showing a little pit. What's wrong with that?
Oh,
yeah, it's
Ethan does not approve. Structured as in tailored, as opposed to draped. Okay, so when we say structured, we're talking about fitting the body that it's on. Is that the idea?
Sometimes I think about changing it because I'm talking about like
or like more form fitting
gruesome that's happening around the world.
He's a fashion goblin.
Or
the shape, the rigidity, that's the structure.
Congresspersons are like quote tweeting me, and then it's just like my pit.
Oh wait, or just having shape, just having its own form rather than just being a drapey kind of thing that just fits whoever you drape it over.
In their profile. I'll be doing a collaboration with Bernie Sanders, and then their account is like retweeting me, and it's me doing this. Weird.
Yeah. I don't know why I brought that up. But Ariana Grande, recently, I'm not letting y'all forget about this because it was so good. Ariana Grande wore Schiaparelli to the Oscars, and it was literally so gorgeous. It was like, the shape was like this. It was like this structural, I don't know what it was, but it had this like flat out.
Okay, so it's structural because it has a shape. It's not. Yeah, I think I'm getting it.
And then this like tulle bottom, and it was so gorgeous. Like when she was walking, it literally looked like
unique silhouettes are structural.
She was like floating. It was so good.
Is it?
I'm gonna stop talking.
No. This is no. First of all, I mean, this is great. I don't think this is silly at all.
She's gorgeous.
People have one big question about Ariana Grande's floating Oscar dress. This is it, right?
Yes, it's stunning.
Okay, it's cool. What is it? What's the? I don't understand this. Sorry. No. I get it. It's cool. I like it. Is this also the? Oh, this is Schiaparelli as well.
Still gorgeous.
Hold up. I'm gonna look this up. I'm gonna look their Instagram up now. Let's take a look at Schiaparelli. Wait, they don't. Okay, these belt buckles are. I mean, these are sick.
Schiaparelli is like insane. They have like the most insane runways. We love her. We love her. We love them. We love Schiaparelli.
Okay, there's some really okay. No, I vibe with this. This is chill. Yeah, this is very cool.
Look at that one. Oh, I don't know where I'm pointing. You can't tell what I'm pointing at.
What, this?
Top left. No, top left.
Oh, that
one.
Yeah,
that's insane.
Yeah, she looks like an Elden Ring artifact or something.
I haven't played Elden Ring, but
it's
I'm
all
just
good.
Like, yes.
She looks like she'd be out of a video game, is what I meant.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah. Okay. So you like fashion. I don't know why it took you that long to admit that you like fashion. It's not embarrassing.
Okay, shut up.
Vosh gets his fashion knowledge from Teen Vogue too, coincidentally. I'll be honest, chat. I have not looked at a Teen Vogue maybe ever in my life, but I've heard people say that their journalism is good. Structural just means the clothing holds its own shape, versus unstructured where the shape conform. Oh, so it's the opposite of what I was thinking. I get it.
Like, sure, I like fashion. What's wrong with you? You don't have to be embarrassed by that. You like it. You like Schiaparelli.
Great. We're learning new things about ourselves today.
Okay, what else? What else do you like? So you like avant-garde.
Yeah, I like avant-garde.
Are there any other brands that you like that make avant-garde pieces like this?
That's my favorite. I think Valentina's okay. Alexander McQueen is really good, but then obviously for me, I don't think you know this, but they changed creative directors, and then it's not considered as good anymore, which I kind of agree with. But yeah,
Alexander McQueen changed creative directors recently.
Well, not recently, like a few years ago. I'm pretty sure it was because the original guy died. But rest in peace. Yeah.
Okay. People in the chat are saying ball. So
ball,
ball, like ball. You know what you're talking about.
Okay. Cool.
It's just a term. It's just a phrase of ball. B-A-L.
Like a literal ball.
B-A-L-L.
Like, yeah, no, bitch. I know how to spell ball.
Yeah, like, oh my god.
Is this like straight man lingo I'm not aware of?
I don't think so.
Armpits are part of gay culture. Fetish might be a bit intense.
Is it straight man lingo? Am I crazy?
Ball?
Yeah, but it's like saying basketball. I don't even like basketball like that. I think you're a bigger boomer than me. I will say.
I am? No,
yes.
I am not.
Yes, you are.
I'm sorry that I'm not a professional streamer, Hassan.
Okay, it's all good. Don't worry about it. You could be. You got great camera presence.
Well, yes.
All right, so you like fashion. That took a lot out of me. That took a lot out of both of us to get you there. You like fashion. Wow. You play a little bit of video games. You play Dress to Impress. What about? Do you watch anime at all or no?
I have watched some animes, but I'm not like obsessed with it.
Uh-huh.
I have to not. Okay, because I'm studying in Japan. If I start watching anime, everyone's gonna think I'm a fucking weeb, which everyone thinks that anyway.
No. I know what she's talking about. I know what she's talking about.
I have to defend myself. I'm from the preemptive weeb allegations.
No. Here's the deal. All right, chat. Just like I expressed, some reservations. Like I like to party. I like to have fun. I like my THC and my Sebe Day. But if I get into too much of that stuff here in Thailand, I'm gonna look like a certain kind of American. Do you know what I'm saying? Just like Vivian maybe enjoys some animes, some manga, some, right? some light novels even. But if she were to weeb out in Japan, she would be in danger of looking like a certain type of American as well. Does that make sense? Don't bring up One Piece. Don't bring up One Piece. Don't bring up One Piece, says Narwhal.
Yeah, no, I was in the
Does that make sense though? Does that make sense though? Like, you can be into stuff, you can enjoy stuff, but if you enjoy it in the wrong context, people will think you're all about it. Whether it's anime and you're in Japan as an American in Japan, there's a certain type, because the kind of American that's like way too into anime that visits Japan and that makes the assumption that every single Japanese person they meet is super into anime, and they're not. You know what I'm saying? Like if I were to go around to, Thai people and be like, do you like to smoke pre-rolls? Do you like to, you know what I mean? I would come off. I would come off in a way that I don't want to come off, right? That's the danger.
weeb closet for a very
The danger is the shame, chat.
long time.
I'm not a weeb.
Yeah, no, that's what I used to say. That's what I used to say too.
Oh wow.
Yeah. You can't be in Japan and not.
If you're in Japan, you gotta not be. No, you do. You even if you like the stuff, you gotta play it cool. You cannot you cannot overemphasize your interest in anime, or you will come off as as an American who's way too into it.
Not be at least a little bit of a weeb. That's like.
I don't think I'm a weeb though.
I think it's a negative stereotype threat. I think that's what we're dealing with in a way is kind of a negative stereotype threat.
I came here because I wanted to study the language.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Can you speak Japanese?
Very not well.
Okay. But good enough, like Tamago-sando doku desu ka? Like that.
Oh, wow.
You can be impressed. It's okay. You heard that and you were like, whoa, did a Japanese guy get in the call? It's fine.
Grandsponsor no tekia desu. Okorishimasu.
Microphone peaked on my end. Say it again.
I said Tamago
There's some weeb shit.
Sando doku desu ka?
Did you say Tanaka-san ga doko desu ka?
Tamago
Where is
sando.
Tanaka?
No, Tamago sando.
Omote sando?
Tamago sando.
Oh, Tamago sando. Oh, where are the egg sandwiches? Jesus fucking Christ. Those things are so good though. Like those things are so fucking good.
I know. Oh my god. I miss it. I miss it every day.
Yeah. I'm gonna go. There's a convenience store like 2 minutes away from me.
Yeah.
I can literally just go and come back with egg sandwiches. And
I know. It's amazing. It's not just even egg sandwiches. They got so much. What is it? What do you like the most? Lawson's? Are you a family Mart girly?
They're all the fucking same. They're all just
no, that's not true. I feel like each company has its like own specialty. Like Family Mart, Family Chickies are the best there. And then I think like Lawson's has the best egg sandwiches and like baked goods. I don't know what 7-Eleven's specialty is.
Well, they're everywhere. I guess abundance.
So let's move into your experiences. We talked about high school. So then you leave high school, you go to college, and you're studying abroad in Japan right now. Is that like
yes? You're
just like permanently in a Japanese college? That's where you're going to school?
Well, yeah, pretty much.
Okay, and that was because like what was the reason? Why Japan?
Okay, so I was in Quebec. God, the winters are holy shit. Like I can handle this. I could not handle it. I brought shame onto my Canadian family. But I was studying like modern languages there, and it was French, Spanish, Japanese.
My son mispronounced his dead domain's name twice before his chat told him it's not dad domain. That's what he thought. Like chat, I can imagine dad domain. That's like a YouTube channel that's about grilling, right? Dad domain. It's all about like, do you grill with mesquite? Do you grill with coal? Do you it's like that. That's dad domain.
But then I was like, if I'm studying Japanese, I might as well transfer to a college in Japan so I can get immersion because it's way harder than the other two languages. And then I'm just here now. So yeah.
I feel like it's smart. Do you feel like you're a little bit further away from at least like the brain rot of American politics, or is it there? Is it following you there?
No, because of my proximity to it.
No, I understand. Yeah.
Distance.
So speaking of that, look, you're a somewhat famous, I would say, a queer person living in Japan right now.
Right.
And obviously this is whether we want it to be or not, it's a part of your identity. It's something that you carry around with you everywhere you go.
Dad domain. How did you radicalize your boomer dad into AI?
And I just am a. You can just say I'm a. I mean, you can't say that. I can say that.
No. That's not even what I was implying. I'm not even talking about that. Like, I wasn't trying to be like politically correct. No, yeah, I don't. No,
that's fair. I've never seen you try to be politically correct. Didn't you get? I read a Wikipedia article that you got banned for. I don't know if I guess I'm white, so I'm allowed to say it. But like, you got.
Yeah, I got banned for saying cracker. I call someone a cracker bitch. No, I mean it's not. Yeah, everybody clowned on Twitch for doing that. They capitulated to the weirdo fascists online who were brigading to be.
They do that a lot.
Like, oh my god, I'm so offended.
Twitch loves to capitulate.
I'm a white guy.
Yeah.
This sand N-word is saying cracker. He's not allowed, is what they were saying. And Twitch was like, yeah, those guys are making good points. Let's ban him.
We got to stop the anti-white racism, Chad. It's pernicious.
No, it's fine. It's not a serious thing. Like Nabisco gave me a literal pass. Like Wheat Thins sent me a cracker pass.
What is Nabisco?
Nabisco is the holding group or the larger corporation that owns
NVIDIA. Yeah, it's the holding group for NVIDIA. Nabisco Core.
Wheat Thins and many other cookies and snacks.
She's literally thinking of the other kind of chips.
They like gave you crackers. That's hilarious.
They sent me crackers and a pass, like a cracker pass. I don't even know where it is. I've lost it.
That's kind of amazing. I will admit.
Yeah, so it's that brand safe. It's that brand safe for me to say it. It's not like a real thing.
I hate the snack. I almost said I hate crackers. I mean the snack.
No, okay. You are white as fuck. You can say it. Don't worry.
I'm literally like translucent.
Yeah.
White.
No, but the reason I was talking about like American brain rot and whatnot is like I want to hear your experiences about being visibly trans online, and I don't mean that like clocking or anything like that. I mean like being a famous trans.
He's trying not to be offensive. He's not saying you are visibly trans, right? Which
trans person online
opens up a whole nother discourse.
I'm famous and I'm trans. I don't fucking know.
Exactly. Whose father is at the forefront of the anti-trans agenda. Alongside this administration that's doing like horrible, awful, like how does that make you feel? How do you feel about that?
God, what is there to feel about that? Okay, so I am famous. Sometimes people are mad at me because I am a.
Is she saying the T slur? Is she reclaiming the T slur there? That's why they're redacting it.
Happens a lot more because I am famous, which. I don't care. People can send me as many hate comments as they want. As for the political aspect, it feels phenomenal. How do you think?
Somebody in chat told me that Keffels was back. Is this true? Sorry, we're just talking about being, famous and trans, and it's like, it reminded me of, I looked around yesterday, chat, when somebody, like I looked at Keffels' channels. I didn't see any new content that had gone up. Are we sure? Is Keffels really back? Is my old friend Keffels, is she back at it again? Is she back in the streaming game?
I think that feels on.
No, I mean,
if she is, we got to protect her from Xander Hall. Okay, that's the
look. I can't. I have no idea. I get enough.
Hey.
Being, like pro-Palestine, being Muslim, having...
I don't agree with a lot of what Keffels has said or done, but, like, I will protect her from Xander Hall.
Name like Hassan and being a woman online already, not to come across like Mr. Male feminist here, but, like, from what I've seen from my friends in this industry, being a woman online is, like, automatically you're getting a faucet of endless hate. And then also from my trans friends, being a trans woman online is like doubling down on that. And then on top of that, being a famous trans person who's, it's just, it's gotta be a lot. And I feel for you for sure. But I just meant like overall, where do you see America going? How the did this happen? How did, what was the transition?
Irene Keffels reunion stream? Would that be us finally debating cat boys versus cat girls?
Position for your dad.
I think she wanted to come on and call me a boomer for liking cat girls, for
going from like somewhat of a liberal darling. I was never a fan, for the record, because he's a billionaire. I agree with you on that. I do agree with you on that.
this is not something you regret.
But at this point, chat, I could call her a boomer for liking cat boys. Like that, it's been enough time, right? Where that shit's kind of chuggy at this point.
I know him. He was never on the left.
No. He was presented as
So we're back to the part where we were watching yesterday. Like, what else do we want to transbeam? What does that mean? Like hitting somebody with a transbeam, transitioning. Here we go. There's a section about blowhigh on here too.
It's all good. So in the Teen Vogue interview, you mention a bunch of things.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you talk about your transition. You say your mom was very supportive, and you say,
But chat, are we confirming that? Is that confirmed? Is Keppel's really back?
that Elon Musk was not as supportive as your mom.
Yeah.
And there was was there friction in terms of like the medical availability of things that you used?
Keppel's is back. I have VODs from 3, 4, and 5 days ago. Oh, Keppel's is streaming on Twitch. I got it. Okay.
Transition in that regard. Is that something you want to talk about?
Oh, you mean how I needed both parental consent in the state of California.
Yeah.
To medically transition. Oh God, I don't really want to talk about this. Also, there's a lot I
was looking on YouTube.
Cannot say. So.
Oh, okay. It's okay if you want to talk about it.
There's a lot I cannot say, but my mom is a badass bitch, and I love her to death. That's all I'm gonna say.
Because you, what do you mind? Do you mind elaborating on the process in general without like vaguely without talking about Elon Musk or anything?
I needed a diagnosis of gender dysphoria, which I passed with flying.
What does she do? Is she doing games or is she doing drama?
Colors, unfortunately. And, A+. And I needed multiple therapist recommendations to get it, and then I needed both parental consent, and that's in one of the most liberal states.
When she dropped that 6-hour video, what was that? The TYT one?
Wait, I don't understand. I thought you could just go and get it over the counter. That's what Republicans say all the time.
Sorry.
I better be able to go and get it over the counter, chat. Otherwise, I'm going to need to find a doctor here.
The convenience 2 minutes down. That's where I get it. Yeah.
I thought it was just over the counter. You walk in and you're like, "Hey, I saw a gay episode, and now I'm trans now."
A gay episode?
I saw a gay episode of a TV show. I saw a gay episode of
an episode of a gay TV show. I think is what you're looking
at. A TV show, and I'm trans.
I watched 5 minutes of I saw the TV glow. Now I'm trans.
Trans now. That's what Republicans think, is what I'm saying.
I watched Queer for 5 minutes, and it's infected me.
Yeah, I saw Glee. It shaped my existence permanently.
Oh God. I have friends whose permanent existence was shaped by Glee, and I will never not make fun of them for it because it's really funny.
So you didn't read like a banned book. You didn't read a CRT book in your school library, and then all of a sudden
I played Fallout New Vegas, and all of a sudden I'm trans now. Yeah,
boom,
that's how it works.
Trans.
No, that's not what happened.
That's interesting. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm having a hard time because everything I hear from the media makes it seem like that's how it works.
It's going to sound horrible. It's going to sound horrible.
Yeah.
But if it was so easy to just make someone trans, I would have made so many people trans by now, just out of spite. Also because I think it would be really funny. Lindsey Graham.
Who would you trans? Who would you hit with the trans beam?
First of all, I would hit Lindsey Graham because he has to come out of the closet in at least one regard, and it might as well be the trans one if he's stuck in the gay one. Mitch McConnell, because I think it would be really funny.
Mitch McConnell would die in the process for sure. He's 1 foot out in the grave already. But yeah, that'd be funny. Right? What would Mitch McConnell's trans name be? Like, what would?
No, we don't need to go here. We don't need to go here. That's not.
What would she call herself?
No,
Michella.
Michelle.
6-hour video was her against everyone. Oh, it was a 9-hour video. Last night, are you talking about like a VOD? Her against everyone.
Okay, that was it would be there's a meme in my community where I always, because I'm very transphobic,
has she been on Connor? Good question.
They say like sometimes trans women choose names like Gertrude. Like out of all the names you could choose, you go with like.
No, okay. In my experience, I know like 6 people. I know like 6 trans women with variations of the name Mia, of just the name Mia.
Mm-hmm.
That one's really common. And I also know a bunch of trans women who have like the most like ancient, like kind of like mythological-esque sort of like badass kind of type. Like I have a trans friend named.
Chat, I'm changing my name to Boudica. Okay. That's it. I'm Boudica now.
Organa, which is amazing.
I feel like
like Arthurian names. Okay.
Mitch McConnell and Martha.
No. I think I'm gonna give him like one of the like stereotypical trans women names. I'm gonna name him Lilith.
Lilith is a very good one. Okay, that's true. It's very common. Okay, who else would you hit with a trans beam?
Okay, I think I would transify that one Hungarian president who got caught in a gay orgy because I think it would be really funny.
Wait, there was a Hungarian, not Viktor Orban. Hungarian.
I think that was it.
No, he wasn't.
It wasn't president. It was prime minister, or he was a something. He was a homophobe, and then he got caught in like this giant gay orgy, and then fled out the window. It was amazing. It was amazing.
I vaguely remember. Yeah, Hungarian MEP quits. Yes, this guy. Hey yo.
Yeah, I would transify him because I think it would be really funny.
Wait, did he jump out a window and hurt himself?
He's got the Keemstar beard.
Oh my god, chat.
That's crazy.
Not the Keemstar.
Yeah, what the that looks pixelated. It looks like he puts it on in the morning.
God, oh my god, no, for real. And then it became a trend among that sort of person. Jake Paul has one. Jake Paul literally, girl, homeless chic. I'm sorry, it's horrific.
No, he wants to be Dagestani. That's different. Like that's what it is. Because he's like, now that he's like in the fight scene, Dagestani. Like he wants to be. He LARPs as though he's from Dagestan, where all the good fighters come from.
Dagestan.
It's a territory under.
Yeah, it's part of. Oh my god, what is the part of Russia that it was like a breakaway province, or it was trying to break away, and then
the Republic of Dagestan is like is under the Republic of Russia.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like Khabib Nurmagomedov, like all the best like grapplers come from Dagestan.
You're looking at me and expecting to know like multiple names of grapplers, of people in the grappling scene.
The best grapplers not in the Hanma family. Let's say it that way. Okay?
Khabib is like super famous because he fucking choked out Conor McGregor after Conor was like racist and Islamophobic towards him. So I thought maybe you might know him, but yeah, all the mixed martial arts and like UFC elite fighters come from Dagestan usually.
Okay.
Yeah,
I see.
Or Hezbollah.
Does Logan Paul have one of those shit beards, or
What's
does he
up?
like?
Oh, the end of bread too.
Does Logan Paul have one of those? I haven't seen his fucking face. I just know he runs that like stupid energy drink company.
Yeah,
The
Logan
Prime?
doesn't do that because he went the wrestling route. I feel like. God, they're
and the self-proclaimed fascist who's also like a giant pedophile. Matt Walsh, that's his name.
oh yeah,
that one.
oh ew, Matt Walsh.
Ew, gross. No.
Ugh.
Just because you comb a beard and put in like a giant amount of gel in it does not make it look good, especially on that.
Yeah.
No, it's chop.
Okay. Before you left to pee, someone in the chat asked if she remembers the Fanatics Overwatch team coming.
Okay, let's try one more thing. Blue high.
4.
Oh my god, no. We are not all the same. I know many trans women who actually do play that game, but I am not one of them.
No, that's why they're asking.
Also, God, no. We are not all
New Vegas.
Okay, these are such basic ass like trans lifestyle questions. Do you play Hearts of Iron 4?
Oh my god, no. We are not all
That's the other one.
all the same. I know many trans women who actually do play that game, but I am not one of them.
No, that's why they're asking.
Also, before anyone asks it, no, I do not own a blowhigh. A blowhigh.
A blowhigh? I don't even know what that is.
Blowhigh, okay. Do you know what a blowhigh is?
Is this new trans tech that
Say blahage and he'll know what you're talking about.
I'm oblivious to? This is crazy.
Okay, so trans women, they're all obsessed with the IKEA shark called blowhigh. And every trans woman I know, literally all of them, other than me, have a fucking stuffed IKEA shark blowhigh, and he literally became like a trans femme icon. I do not know how that happened.
What the history of Blahai and then what the what is how?
Yeah, no, it's like a whole thing.
Wait, why? I didn't know. There's people saying
it's a protector. It's a protector of trans girls everywhere. The Blahai.
I have one in the chat.
Yeah, most trans women literally have a Blahai. It's basically our equivalent of a Bible.
That's crazy. I didn't even know about this.
Yeah, no, it's literally wild. I have no idea how this happened, but it did, and it's not going anywhere. So
no
that's an
paradox
idea, I
games.
guess.
No paradox games in your library.
Paradox.
It's a Shark Exorcist maybe?
Game.
Like the Hearts of Iron is like Crusader Kings, like that
no,
sort of. Yeah. Ask her about Sans pillow. Oh.
That's -5 LGBTQ points for Vivian.
Oh yeah, you have a Sans pillow. I never
I don't know
finished.
what you're talking about. I would never
Sans.
have a Sans pillow. That's
Yeah.
degenerate.
Yeah, you didn't know that Transphobia Unearthed? Yeah, exactly.
My friend won this from a claw machine for me because I suck at claw machines.
Me too. Oh, it's annoying. I think it's bull. I mean, they obviously cheat. Like they're cheating, like clearly.
Yeah.
But it's extra annoying that they just like some people figure out how to cheat the cheating machine. I am not one of those people. It sucks. Oh, another question is Adrian Dittman. Everyone keeps asking. I don't think Adrian Dittman is Elon Musk, but
Used to think that. Now I don't think that. I mean, I think it's just some people are freakishly similar. And then it was unearthed that.
Look, I thought Oral Ellipsis. I thought he would know the shark, but he would think it was pronounced Blahaj. That was my prediction. That if she said it like that. Oh no, chat. I might have just lost the stream. Did we lose the stream? Are we okay, chat? My power just went out. Are we still there? I just need to hear something from chat to tell me the stream did not disappear. Did the stream disappear? I can't tell. Are we still here? Okay, Twitch is here. We didn't lose it. We're still here on YouTube. We're still here on Twitch. Okay, good. Yeah, because the power went down, and I was wondering if, like, usually when the power goes down, that means the router will go down too. But we didn't lose it this time. All right, let's finish this up really quick, and then I will.
That he might be a Fijian twink.
Yeah, I think that's
like a white Fijian twink.
Yeah, I mean it's sad either way.
Wait, are we talking about? Wait, who's the Fijian twink?
There's someone is like.
I literally do not care. I thought it was funny.
Oh, Dittman, Adrian Dittman.
When that came out, I was like, holy shit, this is amazing.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, no,
he does have a lot of free time, to be fair. So it's like it makes sense that he'd be doing shit like that.
Some people don't have a life. But yeah, I don't remember. I was gonna say something. I don't remember what I was gonna say. But yeah, he's a Fijian twink. Congratulations.
Ask her about K-pop and Giddle, please.
Okay, there we go. That's I thought Dittman was he's German, but he lives in Fiji, maybe. Twitch and YouTube are up. Okay, so we didn't go down. I had to refresh the page, but it's still happening on YouTube. Nice. Yeah, I was worried about that because usually when if power goes out, then the router will go out too. But yeah, I'm on my laptop now, so the computer didn't turn off, luckily. All right, well, chat, let me tell you what I'm doing tonight, right? Do a little personal news, shall we? Or maybe doing tonight. I don't know. I might be too late for this, but Night market. There's a market in the night, and it looks like I'm going to it. So that's what I'm gonna do. This is a time of night when I usually thank my Patreons. I don't have a list of you right now because I can't get to the login that I use for that. So oh my god, chat. I just realized how bad that is. Because that also means I can't I'm gonna have to figure out some other way to get my Patreon revenue sent to me, but yeah, I thank you to all my Patreons. You know who you are, and also know that I appreciate you. I appreciate you greatly for supporting me every month on Patreon, and that I know that, you know, there's oh my god. See, if I start doing the shout outs, I'm gonna leave somebody out, so I'm not gonna do that. Right? If I start shouting people out, we know who we are. Well, thank you, Patreons. I do appreciate you greatly. I also appreciate the mods. I appreciate Thumb Gang, and I appreciate chat in general. So thank you for coming. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for being here. I gotta get to, I guess, the night market. My friend wants to go take me to a night market. So I've never been to a night market. This will be my first time night marketing. We'll see what that's about. I'll tell you all about it when I get back on stream, which will be tomorrow. I'll see you again tomorrow. Until then, much love, everybody. Take care of each other, and I don't know, watch out for fascists, right? And if you need some help, like I've heard that Noah's mustache kills is a machine that. Anyway, chat, I gotta not say too much. Sorry. It's a meme from yesterday's VOD, but much love, everybody. Take care of yourselves and each other. And I will see you tomorrow. Until then, I got good night. Yeah, it is night for you, right? I'll say good night for you. It's obviously not night for me, but it is night for you. So good night, everyone. I gotta